Martial Peak Chapter 1885 to Chapter 1919. The two lords of the demon clans attacked without hesitation. The Gorfiend dragon roared in a low voice, and his already burly body suddenly swelled up. The power of chi and blood that was visible to the naked eye spread around his body like a red mist, rolling like a tide. His figure flickered as he shot out like a cannonball towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The monster race was known for their physical strength, and the Blood Flood Dragon tribal lord was innately gifted, so this simple collision contained unimaginable destructive power. Wherever he passed, he left a trail of light behind him, igniting even the air around him. Kong, when Shuijiao's body slammed into Half Moon Mountain's barrier, the entire mountain seemed to shake and the outer layer of the barrier flashed wildly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Shuijiao's face filled with joy as he thought to himself that Half Moon Mountain's barrier was only SOSO. But just as he was about to increase his strength to completely break the barrier, an extremely violent rebound force erupted from the opposite side, one that was even more violent than his previous collision. Shuijiao was caught off guard for a moment, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. With a muffled groan, his burly body was sent flying. All the monster race masters looked at each other in shock. Fortunately, Shuijiao's skin was thick, so although the rebound force was powerful, it did not hurt him at all, only leaving him covered in dust. To the side, Xianxia said with a dignified expression, "It is said that Half Moon Mountain was formed from half of the body of an ancient monster king, so it is naturally extraordinary." Shuijiao glanced at him with dissatisfaction. "Don't make such sarcastic remarks, just attack." Xianxia nodded and no longer spoke, his two silver eyes suddenly bursting with dazzling silver light. This silver light condensed into two sharp swords and shook slightly. Like an arrow from a bow, the two swords shot towards the barrier as fast as lightning. Seeing this, Shuijiao did not remain idle and cooperated with Xianxia's secret technique to rush forward again, swinging his huge fists towards Half Moon Mountain's barrier. The joint attack of the two monster race tribal lords was enough to destroy the world. When the attack arrived, Half Moon Mountain's barrier flashed even faster, but this time, Shuijiao was prepared and naturally could not be sent flying by the rebound force. After this attack, the light of Half Moon Mountain's barrier seemed to dim a little. Seeing this situation, Xianxia and Shuijiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The two great commanders naturally saw some clues and knew that as long as they joined forces a few more times, the barrier would break and they would be able to enter. After breaking into Qiyu Palace, Yongkai could not allow Qiyu to peacefully absorb the power in Mad Crocodile Monster King's Origin Essence Crystal. Many of the monster race cultivators who were fiercely attacking Half Moon Mountain's barrier stopped what they were doing, their faces filled with fear. Even Shuijiao and Xianxia wore dignified expressions as they tried to dispel the discomfort in their hearts. "Shuijiao. Xianxia, this queen is a cornerstone of the monster race just like you and does not want to make things too tense. If you leave now, this queen can pretend that nothing happened, otherwise, you will have to pay the price." "Qiyu." Shuijiao and Xianxia called out in unison. They were all demonic overlords and had interacted many times before. Naturally, they could recognize Qiyu's voice. But this time, Qiyu gave them a very different feeling. Her words were not fierce and could even be considered calm. However, they gave off a feeling of dread, as if this continued, they would really have to pay an unimaginable price. The two monster race overlords' hearts clenched as they glanced at each other. Xianxia grit his teeth and shouted, acting all mysterious. "If you have the ability, remove the barrier and let this queen in to talk with you." "That's right." Shuijiao echoed from the side, "Qiyu, you also know that we are all cornerstones of the monster race, but I, Shuijiao, have come here today with brother Qianxia, yet you refuse to see us. What kind of reasoning is this? If you know what's good for you, quickly open the barrier and let us in. It's useless to say more. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. This queen has done her part." Qiyu's voice came from inside Half Moon Mountain before falling silent. Shuijiao and Xianxia both had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads as they faintly realized something. After a long time, Xianxia turned to look at Shuijiao and asked, "Brother Shuijiao, are you afraid?" "Father has never been afraid of anyone," Shuijiao coldly snorted. "That would be for the best," Xianxia nodded lightly before grinning, "since that's the case, let's go all out." Shuijiao frowned, seemingly hesitating for a moment, but eventually gritted his teeth and nodded, fine. As soon as his voice fell, the two monster race overlords released their monster chi again as they each displayed their shocking strength and bombarded Half Moon Mountain's barrier. Stubborn fools. Chiyu's angry voice rang out as the world energy around her suddenly fluctuated. Immediately, a huge palm print appeared high up in the sky. This palm print seemed to fall from the sky as it pressed down towards Shuijiao and Qianyan. The two monster race overlords both lowered their heads as they looked up in horror. Shuijiao even exclaimed, "Heaven and earth, a third-order origin king." Qianyan was also taken aback. The reason they dared to act presumptuously here was because they had the advantage in numbers. Both of them were second-order origin kings, so naturally, they had the advantage in numbers. However, if Qiyu had really become a monster king, a third-order origin king, then numbers were useless. At this moment, Qianyan involuntarily wanted to retreat, only wanting to escape from Half Moon Mountain as quickly as possible. But soon, Qianyan's silver eyes flashed and he shouted, "No, this is just a secret technique, Shuijiao, quickly attack." While urging Shuijiao, Qianyan opened his mouth and roared, sending out a sound wave visible to the naked eye towards the giant palm print. Shuijiao had already lost all fighting spirit and his face was ashen, but after being reminded by Qianyan, his survival instincts erupted and his strength suddenly surged as he punched out, sending out one giant fist after another. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk fist shadows, sound waves, and palm prints collided with each other, and outside Half Moon Mountain, the world seemed to be in chaos as even the omnipresent light seemed to be swallowed up. After a long time, the dust settled. Qianyan and Shuijiao both showed joy on their faces as they glanced at each other and regained their confidence. On the other hand, there was no movement inside Half Moon Mountain. "Qiyu really hasn't broken through," Shuijiao sneered in a low voice, the panic on his face completely swept away. "But she will soon." Qianyan wore a worried look. "Shuijiao, if we delay any longer, once she succeeds, there will really be no place for us on Monster Star." "I know," Shuijiao's eyes flashed a fierce light as he nodded heavily. "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and break this damn barrier, we can't let her succeed no matter what," Qianyan shouted angrily. Just as the two monster race overlords were about to attack again, their vision blurred and a figure strangely appeared not far in front of them, standing midair and staring at them indifferently. "Who?" Shuijiao roared. "A human?" Qianyan saw through Yang Kai's identity at a glance and could not help frowning as he released his powerful divine sense towards Yang Kai, wanting to see his depths. Soon, a look of shock appeared on Qianyan's face as he muttered, "Second-order origin king." It was absolutely impossible for a human race origin king to appear on Monster Star, and even origin returning realm masters were extremely rare, so the only explanation was that this boy had come from another cultivation star. Looking at Yang Kai's posture at the moment, it seemed that he intended to embarrass them, which made Qianyan puzzled. "This guy looks familiar," Shuijiao muttered to himself. Shuijiao muttered in a low voice, his eyes widening as he stared at Yang Kai. He didn't know when he had met this person, but he had no impression of him at all. Yang Kai grinned as he looked at the two monster race overlords before turning to Qiyu inside Half Moon Mountain and saying, "Senior, you seem to have encountered some trouble." "It's you, little bastard." Qiyu also looked extremely surprised, not having expected that the one who would appear outside Half Moon Mountain at this time would be Yang Kai. You've already reached the second-order origin king realm? How is that possible?" An even stronger cry of surprise came from inside Half Moon Mountain as the world energy there seemed to fluctuate due to Chiyu's mood. Yang Kai smiled lightly, "The world is big and full of wonders, nothing is impossible. Senior, on the other hand, you shouldn't get distracted and fail." Chiyu said angrily, "Do I need you to remind me of this kind of thing?" It seems Junior spoke too much." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, "Senior's little problem in front of your door, would you like this Junior to help you solve it?" "You're quite confident," Chiyu was surprised. "How long has it been since you broke through to the Origin King realm?" "Haha, 2 tribal lords. Although Junior can't guarantee too much, self-preservation is not a problem." "Oh?" Chiyu was surprised, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from. After a moment of silence, she quickly said, "It's not convenient for me to take action right now." If you really have the ability, go play with them. You're not an outsider, so it's only natural for you to help me. Junior understands. Be careful. Although this queen doesn't know what kind of pills you took that allowed you to improve your strength to this extent in such a short time, but the Origin King realm takes time to accumulate strength. Don't die, this queen doesn't want Qing Luo to blame her in the future. Qiyu obviously thought that Yang Kai being able to grow to this extent in such a short time was due to pills, and not ordinary pills at that. Many thanks for senior's concern, I will try my best to survive, Yang Kai nodded seriously. As the two spoke, Shuijiao and Qianyan remained silent, but as time passed, the two tribal lords became even angrier. Yang Kai acting as if he didn't put them in his eyes made them extremely uncomfortable. They were both famous tribal lords on Monster Star and were among the top masters in their territory, so when had they ever been so despised? Yang Kai had successfully angered them. Qianyan stared at Yang Kai gloomily and sneered, everyone says that the human race is rampant and arrogant. This tribal lord didn't believe it before, but now I know that the rumors are not false. The human race has been rampant for more than a day or two. Shuijiao coldly snorted as he glared at Yang Kai fiercely, but boy, this is my Monster Star, Monster Star. A human like you had best tuck your tail between your legs. Yang Kai just smiled and did not speak, simply staring at the two tribal lords quietly, not showing any intention of refuting. Qianyan rolled his eyes and said, boy, this king doesn't know what your relationship with Qiyu is, but if you continue to stand in our way, don't blame us for being impolite. If you know what's good for you, withdraw quickly. This is a matter of my monster race, it has nothing to do with you. That's right, even if you and I are both second-order Origin Kings, what are your chances of winning? Shuijiao snorted. My chances of winning aren't decided by words, we'll only know after we fight, Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing any intention of backing down. Qianyan's face sank, do you insist on meddling in other people's business? How could it be other people's business? Yang Kai shook his head, according to seniority, I have to call Qiyu tribal lord mother-in-law, so naturally, mother-in-law's business is not other people's business. Qianyan and Shuijiao suddenly showed strange expressions, but soon, Qianyan seemed to remember something, so, it's that half-monster man. The half-monster he was referring to was naturally Shanqing Luo. Shanqing Luo, in her human form, had obtained the source of the heavenly moon demon spider and the special constitution of the poison widow, complementing each other. Today, Shanqing Luo's blood was half human and half monster race. She was a rising star on Monster Star and was the focus of everyone's attention. All the monster race on Monster Star knew of Shanqing Luo's existence. From inside Half Moon Mountain, Qiyu's voice called out, smelly brat, don't call me that so intimately. This consort hasn't fully acknowledged you yet. Yang Kai turned his head and smiled lightly, it doesn't matter if senior agrees or not, as long as Qing Luo agrees. Qiyu was speechless. Enough. Qianyan roared, his silver eyes glaring towards Yang Kai as he coldly declared, since you court death, we'll fulfill your wish. Shuijiao, play with him. This barrier will be broken by me alone. Don't worry, leave it to me. Shuijiao's expression was ferocious as he licked his lips and stared at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a delicious meal, grinning meaningfully as he said, the brain of a human race Origin King must be a great tonic, father has never eaten such a good thing before. Enough nonsense, let's end this quickly. Qianyan urged impatiently. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-horned dragon rushed out. His speed was so fast that the friction between his body and the air created a whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Yang Kai and swung his iron arm. Suddenly, he slammed it towards Yang Kai. This blow seemed extremely ordinary, but with the assistance of Shuijiao's powerful physique and cultivation, it was like a towering mountain blocking his path. It would be easily smashed to pieces. Be careful. Qiyu's voice rang out, accompanied by a trace of nervousness. As a fellow monster race tribal lord, she was extremely clear about the details of Shuijiao's strength. Even she did not dare to make physical contact with Shuijiao easily. His innate divine strength was not something an ordinary master could block. Yang Kai stood in place without moving and simply stretched out his hand to block in front of him. Seeing this scene, Shuijiao was stunned. Immediately, he was overjoyed and grinned fiercely. You overestimate yourself. Watch how this master smashes you to pieces. As soon as these words fell, his iron arm slammed into Yang Kai's arm. Dang, like a collision of gold and iron, a huge sound spread throughout Half Moon Mountain and spread outwards. Shui Jiao's victorious expression stiffened on his face and was replaced by a look of disbelief. To the side, Qian Yan, who was preparing to attack the barrier, could not help being stunned as he stared forward in a daze. Inside Half Moon Mountain, Qi Yu's cry seemed to resound. At this moment, the three monster race tribal lords were all shocked, feeling as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai slowly raised his eyes and looked at Shui Jiao indifferently, grinning as he said, "This friend seems to be very confident in his physique." You. Shui Jiao's complexion changed drastically as his eyes trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to believe that his full-powered blow had been so easily blocked by his opponent. What's more, Yang Kai showed no signs of retreating. Shui Jiao was attacking while Yang Kai was defending. In other words, Shui Jiao was at a disadvantage. Your physique. Shui Jiao suddenly understood something and his eyes filled with surprise. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Sorry, but my physique doesn't seem to be bad either." Shui Jiao's eyes narrowed as he knew that his guess was true, a look of anger and humiliation appearing on his face as he madly circulated his monster qi and roared, "A trivial human like you dares to compete with my Shui Jiao clan in terms of physical strength? Today, I will open your eyes." As he spoke, his fists rained down on Yang Kai like raindrops. Every strike was accompanied by a vortex of world energy, each strike terrifying to the extreme. What happened next was truly shocking. Not only did Yang Kai not dodge, he instead laughed and met the attacks with his own fists. When the fists collided, a violent explosion rang out, as if two mountains were colliding at an extremely fast speed, each shockwave causing one's blood to boil. Hong Hong Hong. In just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai and Shui Jiao had exchanged countless punches, all of them landing squarely on each other. But what was strange was that neither of the two masters actually took half a step back, both of them standing firmly in mid-air, using their bodies to defuse each other's strength. Such a simple and crude battle was breathtaking, but Qian Yan, who was watching from the side, showed a worried expression instead of joy. This could not be helped, as the greatest advantage of the human race was not their physical bodies, but their mastery of various secret techniques and artifacts. However, Yang Kai had given up on these advantages and decided to compete with Shui Jiao in terms of physical strength, obviously not using his full strength at all. In this confrontation, Yang Kai was simply probing. If Yang Kai used his secret techniques or artifacts, it was unknown to what extent his strength would increase. Thinking so, Qian Yan quickly shouted, "Shui Jiao, stop playing around, quickly deal with him." Hearing this, Shui Jiao's expression became fierce as he roared, "Flood Dragon Transformation." As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Jiao's body suddenly erupted with qi and blood that was several times more violent than before. His body swelled up again, and blood-red scales appeared densely on his body. Two horns grew on his forehead, and something that looked like a dragon's tail appeared on his back. The Blood Flood Dragon clan was born with the bloodline of a true dragon, and the most powerful Blood Flood Dragon of ancient times was a descendant of a true dragon. The Flood Dragon transformation technique allowed Shui Jiao to stimulate the power of his ancestral bloodline, allowing him to gain infinite strength. With his powerful body and violent strength alone, Shui Jiao was able to crush everything in front of him. As soon as the Flood Dragon transformation technique was used, an unimaginable force struck Yang Kai from the opposite side, causing him to tremble violently as he was sent flying. Shui Lian roared, "Human, this king doesn't know how you cultivated such a body, but in front of this king's Blood Flood Dragon ancestral bloodline, you are far from enough." Saying so, he chased after Yang Kai, using both his fists and feet to launch a fierce barrage of attacks towards Yang Kai's vitals, the power behind them seemingly capable of shattering space itself. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and hurriedly responded. Hong Hong Hong. The two figures flew back and forth, the sound of fists and feet colliding constantly filling the air. Yang Kai instantly fell into a disadvantageous position, seemingly only able to parry but unable to fight back. Qian Yan sneered, "Stupid, actually competing with Shui Jiao in terms of strength, this human's brain is so rotten." High up in the clouds, two starships were hidden side by side, naturally belonging to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Red Moon Territory. Yu Xiong, Ba He, Shen Tu, and the others all looked down nervously, so the scene of Yang Kai being suppressed was naturally seen clearly. "Brother-in-law is too arrogant," Yu Xiong said with a frown. Yu Xiong wore a worried look. Shuijiao's physique and strength are among the top existences in the entire monster race, yet a human actually dared to fight him head-on. Is he out of his mind? Is little sister going to become a widow? "Shut your crow's beak," Ba He coldly snorted from the side. Although Yu Xiong was Qi Yu's adopted son and had a high status, Ba He's identity was not bad either. He had been Qi Yu's most trusted subordinate since several hundred years ago, and now that he had broken through to the Origin King realm, he had become Qi Yu's #1 subordinate. Yu Xiong did not dare act presumptuously in front of him. Hearing Ba He say this, Yu Xiong smiled awkwardly. "I was just saying. Perhaps brother-in-law still has some tricks up his sleeve. I don't think he's the type to die so early." Ba He shook his head. He really overestimated himself this time, but his cultivation is not weaker than Shuijiao's, so he won't be killed, but he will definitely suffer a loss. As soon as Ba He's words came out, the battle between the human and monster race down below seemed to have concluded. Accompanied by a loud bang, a figure was blasted towards the ground like a rag sack, leaving behind another figure standing proudly in the void. Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the figure standing midair and found that it was shrouded in blood Qi, had two horns on its head, and had a dragon tail on its back. Who else could it be but Shuijiao? Shuijiao was safe and sound, so the one who was blasted down was definitely Yang Kai. This discovery made many people's hearts sink as they quickly looked down. On the ground, a huge pit had appeared, and with this pit as its center, a series of cracks spread out like a spider web. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, seemingly having been blasted into the ground. "Ha ha ha ha." Shuijiao threw his head back and laughed wildly as a look of disdain appeared on his face. A human origin king, nothing more than this. He was absolutely qualified to act so arrogantly. After all, no matter how weak Yang Kai was in his eyes, he was still a second-order origin king. Seeing him easily suppress an opponent in the same realm, Shuijiao was naturally overjoyed. Seeing this situation, Xianxia, who had been on edge all this time, could not help breathing a sigh of relief and quickly reminded, "Shuijiao, a long night is fraught with dreams." Hearing this, Shuijiao nodded and was about to go down to deal with Yang Kai when Yang Kai suddenly climbed up from the pit below, stretched out his hands, and patted the dust off his body before leaping out of the ground and sighing lightly, "Blood-fled dragon tribal lord, your reputation is well deserved. In this world, there are few who can beat you in terms of physique and strength." Xianyan's eyes shrank suddenly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. Sweeping him with his divine sense, Xianyan immediately discovered something that made him shudder in fear. Although Yang Kai seemed to be in a sorry state and was covered in dust, there was no trace of injury at all. How is this possible? Xianyan wished he could gouge out his eyes and place them on Yang Kai's body to take a closer look. Shuijiao's ferocious attack just now would have left even Yang Kai half dead, so how could a second-order origin king come out unscathed? Xianyan's divine sense did not detect what artifact armor Yang Kai was wearing, and when he fought with Shuijiao just now, the other party did not use any defensive artifacts at all. This human had withstood all of Shuijiao's attacks with his physique and remained unscathed? Could it be that his physique was even more powerful than Shuijiao's after he used his flood dragon transformation? On the other side, Shuijiao could not help gaping as he stared at Yang Kai stupidly, completely losing the ability to think. But if that's all, it's still not enough. Yang Kai raised his head, looking up at the sky faintly. Shuijiao opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but he found that no matter what he said at this moment, it would be futile. Being despised by a mere human in the territory he was most proud of, Shuijiao's heart was in turmoil. Only blood could wash away the shame at this moment. "Blood-fled dragon tribal lord, you haven't used your full strength yet, have you? It's rare to meet an existence with such powerful physique. I hope you can play with me." As soon as these last few words were spoken, Yang Kai's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Before he even reached Shuijiao, a faint golden halo suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of pale gold was not the color of his golden blood, but rather the metal sword chi of his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Yang Kai's metal sword chi circled around his body, making him look like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed, tearing through the sky. It pierced straight towards the blood dragon. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The golden light that Yang Kai had transformed into paused for a moment and retreated a few steps. However, this confrontation caused the Gorfiend dragon to stumble back. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before, and he could no longer completely suppress Yang Kai. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A few rhythmic sounds were heard. It was the sound of blood dripping from Shuijiao's fist. In this confrontation, the blood-flood dragon had been injured. The metal sword chi was incomparably sharp and could cut through anything. Although Yang Kai had not yet cultivated the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to the highest level, he had still reached the minor accomplishment stage, so as soon as the metal sword chi appeared, he instantly reversed the situation. So mediocre. Although the blood-flood dragon was shocked by Yang Kai's methods, he could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage, so he shook off the blood on his hand and sneered. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned, then I asked blood-flood dragon tribal lord to wait and see. As soon as he finished speaking, a layer of light suddenly appeared on his body. This layer of light was different from the golden one from before, it was an earthen yellow. Earth sword chi. The earth attribute was heavy, and the earth sword chi could form a wall of sword chi, which could be used as a strong and powerful defense. Moreover, in the 5 elements, earth gave birth to metal, so as soon as the earth sword chi appeared, it instantly resonated with the metal sword chi. Not only did it not cover up the sharpness of the metal sword chi, but it instead strengthened it. Yang Kai's body was wrapped in a 2-colored light, and his figure flickered as he arrived in front of the blood-flood dragon. Staring at him coldly, he raised his hand and chopped down. The blood-flood dragon's eyes narrowed, and he raised his arm to block. Shuijiao let out a low roar and retreated. Suddenly, 2-foot-long wounds appeared on his arms. Blood spurted out from the wounds like a fountain and instantly dyed his clothes red. The wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was overturned, looking extremely shocking. The pain made the blood-flood dragon furious, and anger devoured his soul. He roared, "Brat, don't be too arrogant." The monster clan had this drawback. Once they were angry, they would slowly lose their minds and follow their instincts. Even though the blood-flood dragon was a powerful tribal lord, this characteristic hidden in his bones had not changed. It was just that compared to ordinary monster clan members, he could control his emotions better. But at this moment, under the premise of using the flood dragon transformation technique, he was still hit twice by Yang Kai, which made him a little angry out of shame. His figure flickered, and he directly turned into a blood-red flood dragon more than 100 feet long, covered in scales. His 2 bell-like blood-red eyes glared at Yang Kai, and he opened his mouth, spewing out a blood-red beam of light towards Yang Kai. Blood-flood dragon body. In the clouds, Bahi's eyes narrowed. He never expected that Yang Kai could still force the blood-flood dragon to such an extent after being careless and even falling into a disadvantageous position. The flood dragon transformation technique was a method for the blood-flood dragon to enhance his strength, but it only stimulated some of the ancestral power in his body. The blood-flood dragon body, however, was fully stimulated, returning to the form of the blood-flood dragon clan tens of thousands of years ago. Forcing the blood-flood dragon to show this form meant that he was going to go all out. The blood-red beam of light shot straight towards Yang Kai's face. It was extremely thick, and if Yang Kai was hit by it, he would likely be completely wrapped up in it. The blood-red beam of light not only gave off a nauseating aura but also an unparalleled corrosive power. Even a second-order origin king would not be able to survive if struck by it. Yang Kai still did not dodge and simply shouted, "Water, come!" As soon as his words fell, a layer of blue light emerged and wrapped him up. This blue light was like the color of the sea, and the power that wrapped Yang Kai was obviously not very strong, but it gave off an extremely reliable feeling. It was as if Yang Kai was completely submerged in the sea, and no matter how violent the outside world was, he would remain motionless. The blood-red beam of light arrived as expected, pierced through the sky, and submerged Yang Kai. The blood-flood dragon's eyes flashed fiercely as he stared forward, sensing Yang Kai's vitality fluctuations. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something inconceivable, his eyes widened as he shouted, "Not good." After transforming into his blood-flood dragon form, this shout was like a thunderclap that swept across the world. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure charged out from the blood-red light pillar. Ignoring the powerful blood-red light pillar, he fiercely punched towards the blood Jiao's huge head. Who else could this figure be but Yang Kai? However, at this moment, Yang Kai's body was no longer shrouded in 3 colors, but 4. In addition to the initial golden, earthy, and blue colors, there was now a layer of fiery red, like a burning flame. Yang Kai's aura had also risen more than 10 times compared to before. It seemed that as the colors on his body increased, his strength was also being unsealed step by step, as if there was no limit. Kong, the fist smashed into the blood-flood dragon's head, causing a scream to resound through the sky as the blood-flood dragon's huge body was sent flying backwards by this force, howling miserably. After retreating more than a dozen miles, Shuijiao barely managed to stabilize his body. However, there was a burnt fist mark on his huge head. Around the fist mark, there were traces of flames burning. No matter how Shuijiao tried to use his blood qi, he could not extinguish the flames. What kind of fire is this? The blood-flood dragon cried out in horror. Sun's true fire. Yang Kai grinned. Hearing this, the blood-flood dragon's face changed dramatically. Sun's true fire was a flame born at the core of the burning sun in the star field. Together with the nirvana flame of the ancient divine spirit phoenix, it was known as the world's 2 great divine fires and could burn all things in the world. If one was contaminated by this divine fire, unless they were extinguished with a corresponding level of water attribute treasure or refined into one's body, it was impossible to remove it. The Gorfine dragon's eyes revealed a look of despair. The true sun fire on its head suddenly became fierce and enveloped the Gorfine dragon's huge body. With a series of screams, the blood-flood dragon seemed to be suffering unimaginable torture. Yang Kai's expression changed, not showing the slightest joy after defeating a master in the same realm as him. Instead, he stared at the sun's true fire wrapped around the blood-flood dragon with a strange expression for a moment before smiling. So that's how it is. It looks like you've already noticed. Xianyan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, and the moment this voice rang out, the blood-flood dragon that was being burned by the sun's true fire turned into a silver light and dissipated from the world. Yang Kai turned his head towards the source of the voice and found that not far away, the blood-flood dragon was floating in the air, safe and sound, but his eyes were filled with fear. Next to him, Xianyan was also staring at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. When did you attack me? I didn't even notice. Yang Kai looked at Xianyan with interest. Not long ago, he thought that the blood-flood dragon had been hit, but the moment he was burned by the sun's true fire, he suddenly understood the truth. What was being burned was not the blood-flood dragon's real body, but his own illusion. There was only one person present who was capable of silently causing him to hallucinate without him noticing, and that was Thousand-Eyed Tribal Lord. Do you think I'll tell you? Xianyan asked solemnly. Yang Kai sneered, when I was wrapped in the blood-red beam of light. The heaven-breaking moon pupil really lives up to its reputation. This Yang has learned a lot. Hearing Yang Kai call out the name of his greatest divine technique, Xianyan's expression changed slightly, but when he remembered that he was related to Qiyu, he quickly relaxed. The reason he was called Xianyan Tribal Lord was because of the existence of the heaven-breaking moon pupil. This was an innate talent and a divine technique unique to the Qianyan clan. No other creature could learn it, and it was his greatest reliance. Others did not know about the existence of the heaven-breaking moon pupil, but since Yang Kai was so familiar with Qiyu, he would naturally have heard about it from her, so Qianyan was not surprised. With a dignified expression, he looked at the 4-colored halo around Yang Kai's body and said, Your Excellency's secret technique encompasses all 5 elements, right? Now that you have 4, why not display all 5? Shuijiao alone is not your opponent, so this king will join forces with him. If you don't show it now, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Yang Kai grinned and said, Then as you wish. As soon as these words fell, the final layer of blue light rippled outwards. Yang Kai's already tyrannical momentum increased by a few notches. Xianyan and Shuijiao both wore solemn expressions. The 5 elements sword qi lingered around Yang Kai's body, mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other. Not only did they look extremely dazzling, but they also gave off an extremely strong pressure. Is this your strongest strength? Xianyan's expression was dignified as he sneered, his words attacking Yang Kai's momentum and confidence. If that's all you've got, then you should obediently retreat. It's better for you to obediently retreat, lest we hurt each other later. So much nonsense, if I were to tell you. Your sons died at my hands, would you still want me to retreat? Yang Kai stared forward coldly. What? Xianyan looked angry. What did you just say? Shuijiao suddenly thought of something and shouted, so, it was you. I was wondering why you looked so familiar, so it turned out to be you, you little bastard. Shuijiao, speak clearly. Xianyan's silver eyes flashed with murderous intent as he turned to look at Shuijiao. You still haven't figured it out? This guy is the human who set off from Monster Star a few years ago and went to the blood prison trial with Shui Lian and Mi Tian. Shuijiao grit his teeth and roared. Impossible. Xianyan's face changed drastically. Only origin-returning realm masters can participate in the blood prison trial. How did he break through to the second-order origin king realm? Xianyan froze for a moment before turning to Yang Kai again and nodding. Good, good, this king was just worried about finding the murderer of my son, Mi Tian. Since you've taken the initiative to appear in front of me today, there's no need for you to leave. That's more like it. Yang Kai laughed. Shuijiao, attack. Today, we won't rest until one of us is dead. Xianyan was completely furious and waved his hand before rushing towards Yang Kai. In the middle of the journey, he suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. On the other hand, Shuijiao seemed to be used to this scene. He was not disturbed by Xianyan's disappearance and instead rushed towards Yang Kai even more aggressively. Shuijiao's huge body swayed, and before he even reached Yang Kai, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai sneered, this move is useless against me. No need. Shuijiao coldly snorted as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flickered as he leapt up and arrived directly at Yang Kai's right side, his huge tail sweeping out fiercely. The scales on this tail stood erect. It was like a sharp blade, and if one was struck by it, they would definitely suffer. Yang Kai easily avoided them. But before he could regain his footing though, his brow suddenly furrowed. Without moving, Yang Kai released his territory, locking down the space around him in a 10-meter radius. Behind him, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was naturally Xianyan, who had disappeared before. At this moment, Xianyan stabbed his fingers directly towards the back of Yang Kai's head. However, after being blocked by the Origin King's territory domain, Xianyan's offensive paused for a moment. Not showing any weakness, Xianyan also released his own territory domain to neutralize Yang Kai's territory domain while continuing to attack. Yang Kai flicked his hand and summoned out his dragon bone sword before sweeping it behind him. Xianyan frowned and had no choice but to give up his attack and retreat quickly. He did not want to be swept by the dragon bone sword. Although the dragon bone sword had no edge, anyone could see that it was an Origin King grade artifact. Being struck by such a weapon was destined to be disastrous. You want to run? Too naive. Yang Kai shouted coldly as he suddenly increased the power of his territory domain. *1, the heavens and earth trembled as tiny cracks suddenly appeared one after another in the sky within a radius of 100 feet that he had locked onto. They were densely packed and innumerable. This is... Xianyan was shocked, never having expected that Yang Kai's territory domain would be so terrifying. Not only was it more condensed and powerful than his own territory domain, but it also contained a special kind of power. This power was capable of causing the surrounding space to collapse, forming a series of deadly void cracks. Don't panic. At the critical moment, Shuijiao shouted and released his own territory domain, merging it with Xianyan's territory domain to resist Yang Kai's space force. *Kacha, the surrounding space became more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any moment. Shuijiao stretched out his claw, allowing the countless void cracks to cut into his claw as he grabbed Xianyan, who was wrapped in his territory domain, and pulled him back. A series of crackling sounds rang out. Within the range of the superimposed domains of the 3 second-order Origin Kings, space shattered like a mirror, revealing a vast expanse of the void. This expanse of the void was completely empty and dark, causing anyone who saw it to shudder. This void black hole did not last long though. Under the power of Monster Star's world principles, it quickly repaired itself and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The two monster race tribal lords retreated in unison, their hearts shaking as their expressions filled with shock. 2 against 1, yet they were still at a disadvantage. This was something they would never have imagined before, but today, it was happening right under their noses. 2 human race origin kings. Were they all so powerful? Xianxia and Shuijiao had a horrifying thought in their hearts. If this was the case, how could there still be a place for the monster race in this star territory? Any random second-order origin king from the human race would be able to raise Monster Star to the ground. The monster race would be driven out of this last paradise. Go all out, Shuijiao. Xianxia quickly said, knowing that if he did not go all out, it would be impossible for him to defeat Yang Kai. When Yang Kai came here, he had said to Qiyu that he would have no problem protecting himself. At that time, Xianxia thought he was being arrogant, but now he realized that not only was the other party not arrogant, he was actually quite modest. Not only would he have no problem protecting himself, but he would also have the absolute upper hand. Good. Shuijiao roared and suddenly opened his mouth. From his mouth, he spat out a fist-sized bead. A monster core. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, knowing that Shuijiao was really going all out. Monster race cultivators all had monster cores, but they would never use them lightly because their monster cores were the essence of their life and the source of their combat power. If their monster core was damaged or lost, it might not be enough to kill a monster race cultivator, but it would definitely cause their strength to plummet, and if the situation was serious, it would be impossible for them to improve in the future. As such, no monster race cultivator would release their monster core in battle unless they had no other choice. Shuijiao spat out his monster core. He was really going all out, and what he was about to show was his most powerful card. Shuijiao was a second-order origin king. His monster core was extremely rare even in the entire star territory, and with this kind of monster core as a pill spirit, he could definitely refine the best origin king grade spirit pill. What's more, Shuijiao's body could also be refined into a blood beast. A second-order origin king blood beast with the bloodline of an ancient variant beast was definitely not ordinary. Yang Kai was already planning how to refine Shuijiao in his heart. Unlike Shuijiao, Xianxia did not spit out his monster core and instead let out a loud roar. In the next moment, his whole body suddenly became extremely fat. The originally feminine Xianxia suddenly underwent a huge change at this moment. He now looked like a round ball. His clothes burst open, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai stared at him intently. Yang Kai could not help feeling his scalp go numb. Because he found that there were many eyes on Xianxia's upper body, each of which exuded a silver light that blinked from time to time and stared towards him with malicious intent. Counting these eyes, Yang Kai found that there were 70 to 80 of them, each of which exuded a mysterious aura. Being able to force this king to show such a form, you should be proud. Xianxia shouted coldly as he formed a series of seals with his hands, his expression suddenly becoming solemn. In the next moment, all of the eyes on his body, as well as the two he already had, bloomed with a silver light. This silver light then converged into a single beam and a full moon appeared behind Xianxia's back. After the silver light poured into the full moon, it flickered slightly, as if it had come to life. A creepy feeling swept through Yang Kai's body. Looking around, he suddenly found that there was nothing around him except for the silver moon hanging high in the sky. This silver moon was like a huge eye, high above, overlooking him. The brilliance of the silver moon scattered and penetrated Yang Kai's knowledge sea, slowing his thoughts and causing his strength to slowly dissipate. The brilliance of this silver moon not only affected his mind but also his physical body. Yang Kai was startled and knew that he could not underestimate any origin king. Not daring to be negligent, he took a deep breath, bit his fingertip, and wiped his left eye. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from his left eye. His left eye had completely transformed into a dignified golden vertical pupil. The pupil was long and narrow, and it carried an aura of destruction. It was terrifying to look at. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Yang Kai frantically poured his spiritual energy into his left eye to stimulate the power of his demon eye of annihilation and stared directly at the silver moon hanging high in the sky. No matter how magical this silver moon was, it was based on Xianyan's strength. As long as he could suppress Xianyan's strength, this silver moon would collapse on its own. The heaven-breaking moon pupil carried the power of the heaven-breaking moon pupil while the demon eye of annihilation carried the aura of destruction. These two strange eye forces collided in this illusory space. Surging spiritual energy sputtered in all directions as Yang Kai poured his spiritual energy into the terrifying golden light in his left eye, condensing it into a beam of golden light that shot towards the silver moon in the sky. The silver moon shook slightly and seemed to show signs of instability, but in the next moment, the silver moon returned to normal. Silver light scattered from the silver moon like thousands of willows hanging straight down to meet the golden light of annihilation. Gold and silver light collided in the void. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk a series of violent explosions rang out, one after the other. Yang Kai's body shook violently. Although Yang Kai could not see where Xianyan was for the time being and did not know how he was faring, in this kind of head-on confrontation between spiritual energy and eye force, Xianyan was definitely not having a good time. This competition was not only a contest of control over one's eye force, but also the strength of one's spiritual energy. In terms of eye force, Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation might not be as good as Xianyan's heaven-breaking moon pupil, but this was not to say that the grade of his demon eye of annihilation was inferior, but rather that Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation was an inheritance he had inherited, not something he was born with. How could his demon eye of annihilation compare to Xianyan's? This was a natural shortcoming. However, Yang Kai's spiritual energy was definitely stronger than Xianyan's. After all, the soul-warming lotus had been nourishing his soul for so many years, and now his spiritual energy was not inferior to a third-order origin king's. Like this, Yang Kai lost ground. The two of them were evenly matched, and as far as the eye could see, the gold and silver lights were locked in a stalemate mid-air, one retreating, one advancing, one retreating, one advancing, one retreating. The power of his divine sense was like a flood bursting out of a dam, fiercely bursting forth. From Yang Kai's left eye, blood rolled down and dyed half of his cheek a golden hue, making him look both strange and ferocious. Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. If it was just a one-on-one fight between him and Xianyan, there was no harm in a one-on-one fight. Either way, whoever could last until the end would be the victor. At worst, both sides would suffer great losses. But at this moment, he was fighting one against two. In addition to Xianyan, there was also Shuijiao. Yang Kai didn't believe that Shuijiao would let go of such a good opportunity to attack him. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath. With a thought, he used half of his soul consciousness to activate his most powerful soul secret technique. He shouted, "Blossoming Lotus!" As soon as the flower appeared, it disappeared in a flash. Above the silver moon hanging high in the sky, the lotus flower from before strangely appeared. The flower bud was like a bottomless pit, madly absorbing Xianyan's spiritual energy. Without any bottom line. As it absorbed more and more spiritual energy, the flower bud slowly bloomed. As far as the eye could see, the silver moon seemed to have turned into a lotus flower. The time had come, and it was about to reveal its most beautiful moment. An incredulous howl and roar rang out as the silver moon in the sky began to distort, but no matter how it tried, it could not escape the entanglement of the lotus flower. In just 3 breaths of time, half of the lotus flower had bloomed, and the power of the silver moon that was resisting the golden light of destruction was greatly reduced. Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he fiercely pushed his divine sense to suppress the other side. Asterisk pong, asterisk with a crisp sound, the huge silver moon in the sky shattered like a plate. Ah! Xianyan howled at the same time. The illusion surrounding Yang Kai was suddenly broken, allowing him to return to the previous scene. Before Yang Kai could recover, he felt a chill run down his spine and his pores involuntarily shrink as an aura of death enveloped him. "Boy, why haven't you dodged yet?" Chiyu's tender voice reached his ears. "Dodge? Where would I dodge?" Shuijiao laughed. "Chiyu, you can block one of my moves, but I'd like to see if you can block a second. If you don't come out of seclusion, this boy will die." As he spoke, a fist-sized blood-colored bead containing enough power to destroy both heaven and earth shot towards Yang Kai's chest. This blood-colored bead contained an unimaginable violent aura and a surging vitality. This was none other than the monster core Shui Jiao had spat out before. He also knew that Yang Kai's physique was extremely powerful and that ordinary attacks would not necessarily have any effect on him, so the moment Yang Kai was trapped by Qianyan's heaven-shattering moon pupil, he had summoned his monster core to attack Yang Kai. The monster core of a monster race cultivator was much more powerful than an artifact of the same rank, so even if Yang Kai's physique was extremely tough, he would still end up seriously injured, perhaps even losing his life. This monster core was not big, but it was like a mountain as it flew straight towards Yang Kai at an incredible speed. By the time Yang Kai regained his composure, the monster core was already less than 3 inches away from him. Fighting Qianyan so quickly had consumed a great deal of Yang Kai's divine sense, so at this critical moment, Yang Kai felt like his head was about to explode and his entire body was shaking, making it impossible for him to use his space force to teleport away. Seeing that the monster core was about to hit him, Yang Kai grit his teeth and summoned something with a thought. A scale-like object the size of a palm suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's chest. The scales were covered with complicated patterns. They looked ferocious and mysterious, and they gave off an extremely ancient and desolate feeling. The monster core arrived as scheduled. Kong, Yang Kai was sent flying by a huge force. Seeing this scene, Shui Jiao could not help feeling overjoyed. Just as he was looking forward to seeing whether Yang Kai was alive or dead, an extremely fragile cracking sound entered his ears. When this sound rang out, Shui Jiao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His complexion changed drastically as he involuntarily opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, his momentum suddenly weakening. "My monster core!" Shui Jiao cried out with a pale face as he hurriedly fixed his eyes on the object and could not help feeling his soul leave his body. A crack had appeared on his monster core. Although this crack was very small, monster cores were so important to monster race cultivators that even such a small crack had caused Shui Jiao to suffer heavy losses. Shui Jiao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to understand what kind of method Yang Kai had just used to cause such damage to his monster core. Shui Jiao vaguely saw what was happening and felt like it was a scale-like object, but he couldn't see it clearly. In any case, the most important thing was to retrieve his monster core. Shui Jiao wanted to summon his monster core back, but before he could do so, Yang Kai had already appeared in front of his monster core, stretched out his hand, and grabbed it. Shui Jiao roared, "Don't even think about it." Saying so, he desperately pushed his strength, trying to summon his monster core back. In an instant, the monster core of a second-order origin king seemed to come to life and began thrashing about in Yang Kai's hand, becoming extremely restless. The strength of the monster core was so great that Yang Kai almost failed to grasp it. Dragon transformation. Yang Kai roared, accompanied by a loud dragon roar as his arm suddenly expanded and condensed into dragon scales from his Saint Chi, transforming it into a sharp dragon claw. A rolling dragon pressure filled the air. Shui Jiao suddenly froze in place, not daring to move as he stared at Yang Kai in a daze, his mouth wide open, as if he wanted to say something but was unable to do so, only shock remained in his eyes. As for the originally restless monster core, it didn't dare to act rashly the moment the dragon pressure was revealed. Instead, it trembled in Yang Kai's hand, as if it was instinctively afraid of him. True dragon source. You actually have a true dragon source. To the side, Qianyan's exclamation rang out as the nearly 100 eyes on his body trembled as he stared incredulously at Yang Kai. His confrontation with Yang Kai had caused him some serious injuries, especially after taking a direct hit from his blossoming lotus secret technique. His spiritual energy had almost dried up and he had been hoping that Shui Jiao would be able to help him vent his anger, but how could he have known that Yang Kai could still increase his strength? What's more, the power Yang Kai displayed this time was a true dragon source that all monster race cultivators coveted. You, a mere human, actually have the power of a true dragon source? Qianyan's voice was extremely strange, filled with anger, jealousy, and doubt, and you can even use this power. Qianyan could not help feeling a strong sense of powerlessness. The more he fought with Yang Kai, the more he could not see where Yang Kai's bottom line was. Even if Yang Kai was using his true dragon source now, Xianyan faintly felt that this was not his most powerful strength. This human still seemed to have some hidden cards. What kind of true dragon source do you have? Xianyan's eyes bulged as he asked. Do you think I'll tell you? Yang Kai smiled sarcastically as he stretched out his hand and tossed the monster core in his hand. Strangely enough, this monster core was originally quite unstable, but after Yang Kai displayed his golden divine dragon source, it actually became more obedient than a rabbit. Even after being tossed around like this, it did not dare to fly away. To the side, Shuijiao was already trembling. This could not be helped as the Flood Dragon clan was originally a descendant of the true dragon. What Yang Kai was displaying at this moment was not only the purest true dragon source but also the most powerful golden divine dragon source. This was an innate and absolute suppression towards Shuijiao. As such, Shuijiao's performance was much worse than Xianyan's. While playing with Shuijiao's monster core, Yang Kai stared at Shuijiao and Xianyan with great interest. The look in his eyes caused the two tribal lords to feel a chill run down their spines, not knowing what he was thinking. In fact, Yang Kai was now debating whether to kill them directly and refine them into blood beasts or to take their monster cores and then refine them into blood beasts. The monster cores of second-order origin kings were extremely rare and precious, but a blood beast without a monster core would have its strength greatly reduced. But if he completely refined them into blood beasts without a monster core, this made Yang Kai somewhat hesitant and difficult to choose, not knowing what to do. Just as he was feeling conflicted, Chiyu's voice suddenly came from Half Moon Mountain, "Boy, let them go." As soon as Chiyu's words came out, not only was Yang Kai stunned for a moment, but even Shuijiao and Xianyan were surprised and turned to look at Half Moon Mountain. No one had expected Chiyu to say such a thing. After a long time, Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Senior, what do you mean?" "Let them go." Chiyu's voice was extremely indifferent, without any resentment or anger, as if she was just speaking normally. "Although Shuijiao and Xianyan have offended me, they are still monster race tribal lords. If they die here, the strength of the monster race will inevitably plummet, which will be detrimental to my monster star." Hearing her say this, Shuijiao and Xianyan couldn't help showing a look of excitement, but also a little shame. Compared with Chiyu's magnanimity towards the monster race and monster star, they felt that they were a little too narrow-minded. Beating a snake to death isn't the best way to deal with it. Letting the tiger return to the mountain will only cause future trouble. "Senior, have you thought this through?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Shuijiao and Xianyan immediately glared at Yang Kai, thinking that Chiyu was willing to let them go, so what was a human outsider trying to do? Chiyu simply said, "Why do I need you to teach me this?" After this lesson, they will need to go into retreat for at least 10 years to recover. After 10 years. Haha, if I tell them to go east, will they dare to go west? Shuijiao and Xianyan glanced at each other, their expressions extremely ugly. Although they were unwilling, they knew that what Chiyu said was true. Although Chiyu had only attacked once, the two Fiend Lords could vaguely feel that Chiyu's realm was close to the Fiend King realm. She just needed a little more time. If she had just a bit more time, she would definitely become the Monster King of Monster Star. At that time, Shuijiao and Xianyan really wouldn't dare to resist and could only submit to Chiyu. The monster race had always respected the strong, there was no reason to speak of. At this point, Shuijiao and Xianyan were like deflated balloons, no longer having any fighting spirit. Cupping their fists, they weakly declared, "If we can escape this disaster today, we will follow your Highness Monster King's lead in the future." They had even changed the way they addressed Red Moon. Your attitude changed very quickly. Yang Kai looked at them in surprise. Shuijiao and Xianyan both blushed. They all glared at Yang Kai. "Since all of you are aware of this, then let's go. Then I will spare your lives today." Chiyu coldly snorted. "Many thanks, Your Highness." Shuijiao and Xianyan were overjoyed and quickly expressed their gratitude. Yang Kai grinned. "Don't be so happy. Senior Chiyu said that he would let you go, but I didn't. Your lives are still in my hands." "Boy, what do you want?" Xianyan asked angrily. He shouted. Shuijiao's face was ashen. However, his Naiden was still in Yang Kai's hands, so even if he was unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything. "I want to eliminate them completely." Yang Kai smiled evilly. Xianxia and Shuijiao both took a few steps back. He looked at Yang Kai warily. Huh. Qiyu sighed, kid, don't scare them. Tell me, what do you want in order to let them go? If you really want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, you wouldn't have said so much nonsense. Senior, you've misunderstood me. I really want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. I don't want any benefits. After all, their sons died in my hands. This enmity can't be easily resolved. They have so many children, what's the big deal about 2 of them dying? Qiyu sneered. Although Qianyan and Shuijiao's expressions were ugly, they still nodded vigorously. Is that so? Yang Kai rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, if they swear that they won't seek revenge against me in the future, I can let them go. Qianyan and Shuijiao exchanged a glance, not daring to neglect. Both of them swore in the name of their monster race ancestors that they would never seek trouble with Yang Kai in the future. Qiyu nodded, although my monster race is brutal and warlike, an oath made in the name of our monster ancestor is extremely credible. No monster race member dares violate such an oath, otherwise, they will be hunted down by the entire monster race. Good, you can go, Yang Kai grinned and waved to Shuijiao and Qianyan. Shuijiao stared at Yang Kai eagerly, my monster core. I'll keep the monster core, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Then you can just kill me, Shuijiao said angrily. Qiyu said, boy, don't make trouble, give his monster core back to him. Yang Kai wore a speechless look, senior, I fought for so long, how can I not get any benefits at all? The price I paid wasn't small either. Little bastard. So you were waiting for this queen? Qiyu suddenly seemed to understand something and gritted her teeth. Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Yang Kai said with an innocent expression. Tell me, what benefits do you want? I only want this monster core. Yang Kai said with a firm expression. Your Highness Monster King, you have to give me justice, Shuijiao looked towards Half Moon Mountain pitifully, on the verge of tears. He had cultivated for thousands of years, and it was not easy for him to reach his current cultivation. If his monster core was taken away by Yang Kai, his cultivation would definitely fall below the origin returning realm, and it would be impossible for him to advance in the future. This kind of thing was worse than death for him. As such, he could only turn to Qiyu for help. Enough. Qiyu was extremely annoyed, boy, give his monster core back to him and I can give you 3 first-order Origin King monster cores. How about 5? Yang Kai bargained. It looks like you don't want to see Qing Luo again in the future. Although Qiyu's words were soft, anyone could imagine from her tone that she was gnashing her teeth at the moment. Since Senior has spoken, then so be it, Yang Kai looked like he had suffered a big loss as he threw the monster core in his hand to Shuijiao. Shuijiao caught it in a hurry, checked it carefully, and swallowed it after confirming there was nothing wrong with it before breathing a sigh of relief. Scram, if there's a next time, you'll be killed without mercy. Qiyu shouted. Xianyan and Shuijiao trembled and didn't dare to say anything, cupping their fists and bidding farewell. After they left, Qiyu snorted, smelly brat, you dare blackmail this queen? Just you wait. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Come in first. As soon as Qiyu's voice fell, a crack immediately appeared in the barrier around Half Moon Mountain, leading straight inside. From the clouds, the 2 starships also sailed down. A moment later, Yang Kai and the 2 starships entered Half Moon Mountain together and docked in a square. Ba He, Yu Xiong, Shen Tu, and the others walked out one after another, all of them looking at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a monster. Yu Xiong, on the other hand, gave Yang Kai a thumbs up with a look of admiration. The battle between Yang Kai and the 2 tribal lords just now was clearly witnessed by all of them from above the clouds. Both were second-order Origin Kings. 1 against 2. Not only did he gain the upper hand, but he also controlled the life and death of his enemies in the end. This was simply too incredible. It was likely that even a third-order Origin King would not be able to achieve such a feat. Yang Kai was just a second-order Origin King. Moreover, a few years ago, he was just an Origin Returning Realm Master. In other words, he had only broken through recently, yet he now possessed such combat power. After his realm stabilized, wouldn't he be comparable to a third-order master? Shentu and the others were also shocked. Although Yang Kai had fought with a master like Quangshi Zong in Purple Star City before, the two of them had not really fought. But at that time, the two of them didn't really fight. Yang Kai just used a lot of help and threatened to destroy Purple Star to force Quangshi Zong to compromise. It was completely different from this head-on collision. Tribal Lord, Master has ordered that it is not convenient for her to see you today, so you should stay here for a few days until her yuan qi stabilizes. He stepped forward and said to Yang Kai. No problem, Yang Kai nodded. He also knew that Qiyu was in secluded retreat and would inevitably be affected by today's events. This impact should not be too great, but it would still take some time for her to recover. As such, he did not pay too much attention to it. Immediately, under the arrangements of Ba He and the others, the people from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Yang Kai settled down on Half Moon Mountain. There was no special treatment, and after moving in, no one paid them any attention. Yang Kai found that his place was not far from Shan Qingluo's residence and knew that this was deliberately arranged by Qiyu. At night, when everything was quiet, Yang Kai sat cross-legged in his room, his divine sense drifting as he carefully probed Shan Qingluo's loft. Today's battle had been quite a big one, but it still did not affect Shan Qingluo, not even disturbing her. It was obvious that she was at a critical juncture of her retreat at this moment and had blocked all perception of the outside world. Outside Shan Qingluo's loft, there were several powerful barriers protecting it. However, in front of Yang Kai's divine sense, these barriers were not difficult at all and he was able to easily break through them. In the room on the second floor of the loft, Yang Kai saw Shan Qingluo. This former beguiling demon queen was even more elegant than before. In the past, the beguiling demon queen was enough to charm the world and captivate all living beings, but with the improvement of her cultivation and the integration of the heavenly moon demon spider source, this dragon lady bloomed with an amazing charm. Even a man with a strong mind like Yang Kai could not help feeling slightly dazed when he saw her. Her whole body seemed to be transformed into a huge vortex, and her unimaginable charm could swallow any man's gaze and divine sense, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. At this moment, Shan Qingluo was sitting cross-legged on the ground, her pair of white arms exposed to the air, her jade-white hands forming a mysterious seal. Yang Kai's attention involuntarily lingered on those white arms for a while. Below Shan Qingluo's body, there was a spirit array operating while in front of her, there were several territory stones. As the spirit array operated, the energy in these territory stones was constantly being drawn out and poured into her body. Around Shan Qingluo's body, a trace of a territory field was forming and a faint territory power was constantly emerging. The most difficult thing for an Origin Returning Realm cultivator to break through to the Origin King Realm was not the accumulation of Saint Qi, but the comprehension of one's territory. Only by comprehending the mysteries of this territory could a cultivator break through this shackle and reach a new realm. Before this, an Origin Returning Realm cultivator needed to condense their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage and slowly transform it into a territory field. After observing for a while, Yang Kai showed a happy look. Shan Qingluo, this dragon lady, was worthy of having absorbed the heavenly moon demon spider source. Her aptitude was completely different from before. Now that her Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage and she had touched the threshold of her territory field, as long as she had enough time and opportunity, she could break through to the Origin King realm. Among the women Yang Kai knew in his early years, the one with the most outstanding aptitude was little senior sister Xianxia. After all, she had a special constitution, the sacred spirit medicine body, which gave her an advantage that ordinary people could not match and gave her an infinite future. Next was the beguiling demon queen Shan Qingluo. This dragon lady also had a special constitution, but her physique was slightly flawed and was not as useful as Xiaoning Chang's. As for High Heaven Pavilion's great senior sister Su Yan, she was ranked third. This was a natural disadvantage, not because Su Yan's aptitude was really bad. But now, it seemed that these three women were all top-tier aptitudes and were on par with each other. Needless to say, after obtaining the sacred spirit medicine body, Xiaoning Chang had refined Tongxian Realm's star source and become its master. She was closely related to Tongxian Realm, sharing both honor and disgrace. The future of any star master was bright and extraordinary. Shan Qingluo had absorbed the source of the ancient spirit beast Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, which not only made up for the flaws in her physique, but also improved her aptitude. The heavenly moon demon spider was not an ordinary existence. Although it was not a type of divine spirit, it still had the power to fight against divine spirits in ancient times. It was also an overlord-level existence in ancient times, and could not be underestimated. As for Su Yan, she had the Ice Phoenix source and cultivated the Ice Heart secret art in Ice Heart Valley. She had acquired the Ice Crystal Jade Body, entered the Heavenly Fortune Frozen Pond, and obtained the profound Frost Divine Sword left behind by Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. In terms of aptitude and potential, she was no worse than the other two. The best proof of this was that the cultivations of these three women were all at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Shanqing Luo had already begun preparing to break through to the Origin King Realm on Monster Star, and Yang Kai believed that Su Yan and Xianing Cheng had not been idle in High Heaven Sect. Now that Shadowed Star was no longer suppressed by the world principles, as long as they were fully prepared, the two women would definitely be able to break through to the Origin King Realm smoothly. Thinking so, Yang Kai showed a smile. He suddenly discovered something. The women close to him. Their strength seemed to be about the same, even Shuiyu. He just didn't know who would come out on top if they were to fight. Thinking of this, Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly shook his head. He dispelled this frightening thought from his mind. If these four people were to fight, Yang Kai reckoned that he would have to avoid them and run as far as he could. Shanqing Luo was at the critical moment of breaking through to the Origin King Realm. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't disturb her. He just silently observed her for a while. After confirming that everything was going well, he withdrew his divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was about to calm down and adjust his breathing, he suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked out the door. In the next moment, he revealed a faint smile. There seemed to be some movement outside the door. Yang Kai waved his hand and the door opened. A delicate cry was heard, and a figure stumbled into the room. Bang! The door was closed again. The newcomer seemed to be a little vigilant as she looked around, but after discovering Yang Kai staring at her with a smile, she couldn't help snorting angrily. If you're here, come in. What are you doing sneaking around outside? Yang Kai couldn't help laughing as he got up and beckoned to the woman opposite him before pouring her a glass of water. The newcomer was none other than Biluo, the maidservant who had been following Shanqing Luo. Biluo had been with Shanqing Luo since the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's Fragrance City. After that, when they passed through the altar and entered Monster Star, she had also accompanied Shanqing Luo. Last time, she had even followed Shanqing Luo into the Emperor Garden for a life experience. Yang Kai had a deep impression of this woman who didn't like men and only had a special preference for women of the same sex. Who's sneaking around? Biluo snorted, her pair of phoenix eyes glaring at Yang Kai as if she wanted to kill him. You're the one who's hateful. Since you found out it was me, why didn't you call out to me before suddenly opening the door, trying to scare me? It's my fault. Sit down and drink some tea. Yang Kai naturally wasn't stupid enough to bicker with her and simply gestured. Biluo sat down angrily, picked up the teacup, and drank it in one gulp before sitting there without saying a word. Yang Kai waited for a while, not knowing why she had come to find him, but just as he was about to ask, Biluo suddenly raised her head, a strange light flashing across her pair of beautiful eyes as she stared at him with a somewhat excited expression. I heard from Big Bear that you're already a second-order Origin King? Big Bear. Yang Kai showed a strange look, but the figure of his cheap brother-in-law, Yu Xiong, immediately appeared in his mind, causing him to smile and nod, yes. No wonder you look so much more majestic than before. Biluo stretched out her jade-white hand and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a cheerful expression. Queen Master really didn't misjudge you, young man, you have a promising future. She had a calm look on her face, as if she was taking this matter very seriously. Yang Kai smiled slightly. With his current status and cultivation base, aside from a few old freaks who had died of old age, Jadefall was probably the only one who dared to speak to him in such a manner. However, Yang Kai wasn't annoyed and instead felt a little happy. After all, both of them had come from the central capital, so there was a natural sense of intimacy between them. Continue to work hard, a man should have great strength, otherwise, how can you protect Queen Master in the future? Yes, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, showing a look of enlightenment. Biluo squinted at him, her eyes flashing, seemingly very satisfied with his performance. However, Xianxia keenly noticed that under Biluo's seemingly happy face, there was a slight sense of loss. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia understood why Biluo was like this. After thinking about it for a moment, he smiled and said, "You're not bad yourself, you're now a first-order origin returning realm master." Biluo's aptitude wasn't actually very good. Even in the central capital, she would only be considered above average. Looking at the entire star territory, her aptitude would barely rank as average. However, she followed Xianxia through the altar to Monster Star. After encountering the remains of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, when Xianxia absorbed the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider's source, she also obtained some benefits. Supplemented by the materials provided by Red Moon Territory, she was able to reach the origin returning realm today. Otherwise, she would probably be a Saint King realm master right now, perhaps just a first or second order Saint King. First order origin returning realm is nothing. Biluo laughed self-deprecatingly. Master Queen is about to break through to the origin King realm. I don't know how long I can follow Master. Sure enough. Hearing her talk about this matter so dejectedly, Xianxia immediately knew that his guess was right. Biluo was obviously upset because the gap between her and Xianxia was getting bigger and bigger. That was why she was acting like this. Although her friendship with Xianxia was extraordinary. If the gap in strength was too big, she would only be a burden to Xianxia. For example, when she went to the blood prison trial last time, she did not have the ability to accompany Xianxia. With her loyalty to Xianxia, how could she be willing to let Xianxia worry about her? When the gap between her and Xianxia grew bigger and bigger, perhaps she would just leave silently. I want to understand this. Xianxia already had a plan in his heart and smiled slightly. Is there no suitable secret art or secret technique on Monster Star for the human race to cultivate? Biluo nodded. You're right, this is Monster Star. Master Queen possesses the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider source and can be considered half a monster race, so she has no problem cultivating the highest secret arts of the monster race, but I can't find one suitable for me. Although there are some human race secret arts and secret techniques in Red Moon Palace, their grade is not very high. I have also found the most powerful one to cultivate, but the effect is not very good. Biluo looked annoyed. I have one here, Xianxia smiled slightly. Biluo immediately looked up at him, an amazing light blooming in her beautiful eyes as she immediately stretched out her hand without any trace of politeness. Give it to me, I will remember you for the rest of my life. Xianxia's face suddenly filled with black lines, thinking to himself that there was something wrong with these words. Biluo also seemed to realize that she was being a little rude and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, saying shyly, if it's convenient, can you teach it to me? I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life and will never speak ill of you in front of Queen Master again. You dare speak ill of me in front of Qing Luo? Xianxia was furious. Biluo curled her lips and said, Queen Master only cares about you, no matter what I say, she just laughs. What did you say to her? Xianxia asked somewhat guiltily. Everything, I tell Queen Master everything. Biluo looked at Xianxia innocently, her face filled with innocence. Including that time in the pavilion. Don't mention that, it will be the shame of this young lady's life. Biluo glared at Xianxia angrily, her face flushed red as she involuntarily stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, as if there was something there. Ha, young and frivolous. Xianxia sighed heavily. Biluo suddenly became restless. If it weren't for the fact that she was looking forward to Xianxia giving her a secret art suitable for the human race, she likely would have already slammed the door and left. Every time she thought about what had happened in the past, she couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Although it had been a few dozen years, she could still clearly recall that special smell. Forget it, let's not mention it again, just pretend it never happened. Xianxia waved his hand. Biluo curled up in her chair and nodded fiercely. Even the base of her ears was boiling hot, showing a dark red color. Let me see your body's 5 elements. Xianxia said as he stretched out his hand and placed 2 fingers on Biluo's wrist. Biluo remained motionless, allowing Xianxia to inspect her. After a while, Xianxia said, 5 elements, fire, as expected. Biluo had always been carefree and had a short temper, which was a good match for her fire attribute. I also cultivated a fire attribute secret art before, and I feel that cultivating a fire attribute secret art is much faster than the others, Biluo said. That's natural, everyone's body is different, and according to the number of 5 elements, their affinity with the different world energies is different. Your 5 elements, fire, so naturally you should cultivate a fire attribute secret art. Let me see if there is anything suitable for you. After saying so, Xianxia began rummaging through his space ring. Biluo waited expectantly, not daring to disturb him. The secret arts and secret techniques in Xianxia's possession were all plundered from Purple Star's vault. How could anything placed in Purple Star's vault be poor? It could be said that every secret art and secret technique was a secret art of Purple Star. Xianxia had intended to bring these things back to High Heaven Sect so that the disciples of High Heaven Sect would have more choices, but since Biluo needed them, Xianxia would not be stingy and began searching carefully, trying to find the most suitable secret art for her. Not long after, a simple ancient book appeared in Xianxia's palm and he tossed it to Biluo, saying, "This Fire Crow Heavenly Sharpness treasure book should be suitable for you, take a look." Joy appeared on Biluo's face as she hurriedly grabbed the book and began to flip through it. Xianxia said from the side, "This secret art is extremely complete. The first part alone is enough to support you until the third order origin returning realm, allowing you to form pure fire attribute Saint Chi in your body, while the second part can support you until the second order origin king realm. If you can find the Fire Crow's monster core or source and refine it into your body, the power of this secret art will rise to the next level, allowing you to reach the third order origin king realm. The second part contains several supplementary divine technique and secret techniques, you can cultivate them as you see fit." When looking for this secret art just now, Xianxia had also skimmed through it and felt that this secret art was indeed suitable for Biluo, so he took it out. The Fire Crow was also a kind of ancient exotic beast, and although it was not as famous as the true dragon and true phoenix, and was even inferior to the heavenly moon demon spider, it was still on the same level as the Xianxia. It was rumored that this ancient exotic beast also had a trace of the fire phoenix's bloodline, but whether this was true or not was unknown. With the help of the Fire Crow's monster core or source, the power of this secret art could be increased by at least 10%. This was definitely an unimaginable improvement. As soon as Xianxia's words entered his ears, Biluo was overjoyed. He flipped through the pages of the cultivation method with a look of exultation, as if he couldn't wait to start cultivating. The Fire Crow's Niden and origin energy might be difficult to find elsewhere, but this was the monster star, the paradise of the Yao clan. Perhaps the Fire Crow's bloodline would still exist. It was for this reason that Xianxia had specially chosen this cultivation method for Biluo. Biluo finished reading at an extremely fast speed. Only then did Xianxia solemnly put the Fire Crow Heavenly Blade scroll into his space ring. She looked at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Thank you." "No need," Xianxia smiled lightly, "you can always accompany Qing Luo and never leave her side. I should be the one thanking you. It's only right for me to stay by Master's side. I'll remember this favor. If I have the chance in the future, I will thank you properly." Biluo couldn't wait to say, "Then you rest well, I'll go and study this secret art first." "Go," Xianxia waved his hand. After Biluo left, Xianxia thought for a moment. Taking out his purple origin furnace and a number of precious herbs, Xianxia began performing alchemy in his room. Time flew by and a few days passed. On this day, Xianxia was performing alchemy when he suddenly heard Qiyu's voice in his ear, "Boy, come to my palace." Xianxia's expression became serious as he quickly raised his head and smiled, "Senior, please wait a moment." After refining the pill in his hand, Xianxia packed up his things and headed towards Qiyu's palace. He had been to Qiyu's palace once before, so this time he was naturally familiar with the place and didn't need anyone to lead the way. However, when he entered the palace, he found that the innermost room was blocked by a barrier and an extremely mysterious power fluctuation came from inside. Through this barrier, Xianxia could vaguely see Qiyu's figure. He immediately knew that Qiyu was still in retreat and had to divert some of her attention to greet him. "I heard from Yu Xiong that you specifically came to Monster Star this time? What business do you have with me?" Qiyu's voice came from the front. Xianxia said, "I can't explain it clearly in a few words. How about this, Senior can take a look at this jade slip. Saying so, Xianxia took out a jade slip from his space ring, poured his divine sense into it, and engraved some information inside before tossing it forward. A crack appeared in the barrier in front of Xianxia before it closed silently. There was no movement from inside the room. Xianxia knew that Qiyu was examining the jade slip, so he didn't urge her and just stood there quietly and waited. After a short while, a restless power fluctuation suddenly appeared in the room. It seemed that Qiyu had been stimulated by something, causing her Saint Qi to become somewhat unstable. However, she was a powerful existence who was about to break through to Monster King, so after expending some effort, she finally managed to suppress this abnormality. A trembling voice came from inside the room with a look of disbelief. Have you seen the great emperors of Star Field with your own eyes? And lived with her for more than a decade? I have seen the great emperors, but the one who lived with me was one of the great emperor's embodiments, not her true body. Although this queen doesn't think you would deceive me, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. It's not that this queen suspects you, but, what evidence do you have? Xianxia nodded slightly. It's normal for Senior to have doubts, but as for evidence. Is this enough? Saying so, Xianxia took out 7-star Emperor tokens and summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead at the same time. Traces of Emperor pressure spread out as Xianxia tried to release his territory field to suppress the Emperor pressure around him so that it would not disturb Qiyu. But Qiyu was still shocked. You have collected so many Star Emperor tokens? What is that Thunder Attribute Bead? An Emperor artifact. The Annihilation Thunder Bead, Xianxia explained lightly. It was something that belonged to the great emperors, but she gave it to me. It's an Emperor artifact. Qiyu exclaimed. If she wasn't at a critical juncture in her retreat at this moment, she would have rushed out to see what was going on. Even so, her voice was filled with unimaginable shock. Senior has indeed heard of Emperor artifacts. This queen is so old, what has this queen not heard of? Qiyu coldly snorted, but soon said in an extremely envious tone, you were actually able to obtain an Emperor artifact from the great emperors. It seems the words in your jade slip were true. Junior naturally wouldn't joke about this kind of thing with Senior, Xianxia said sincerely. And, as you said, there are many other Star Emperors in the territory we live in, right? It's just that because of the existence of a barrier, we can't detect them? Can we also not enter the territory of other Star Emperors? I haven't confirmed this, but the great emperors said so themselves. Since the great emperors said so, it should not be wrong. Is there a star boundary above the territory of other Star Emperors? Is there a higher realm above the Origin King realm? Indeed. Ha ha ha. Qiyu suddenly laughed and said in a deep voice, this queen didn't guess wrong. There is no end to the road of martial Dao, and who can stand at the peak? There really is a wider road above the Origin King realm. Her tone was filled with excitement, as if she was extremely happy to have confirmed her guess all along. Kaiyan understood in his heart. For any cultivator who yearned for the path of strength, knowing that there was an end to the martial Dao was undoubtedly a kind of blow and torture. At this moment, knowing this kind of secret, any cultivator who yearned for strength would not be dispirited because of this, but instead would be stimulated to pursue it. Boy, you came to Monster Star specifically to find this queen because you lack manpower to open the path to the star boundary, right? Qiyu suddenly asked in a tender voice. Yes. Xianxia nodded and replied, according to the great emperors, if you want to open the passage to the star boundary, you first need to collect 9 Star Emperor tokens. This shouldn't be a big problem as I already have 7 of them. What about the remaining 2? One of them is with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, and the other is with Sword Union. Do you have a way to get them? You should know that they belong to the great emperors. Neither of these 2 great forces is easy to deal with, so I'm afraid they won't let you succeed so easily. Where there's a will, there's a way, Xianxia smiled slightly. Good. You work hard to collect them first. If you really can't, after this queen breaks through to Monster King, I will personally go to the home stars of these 2 great forces and ask them for their Star Emperor tokens. When the time comes, I want to see which one of them dares to refuse, Qiyu said proudly. Xianxia's face went black. Leave this matter to me, it shouldn't be a problem. The second requirement is to gather 6 third-order Origin Kings. How many have you found? Senior is the only one for now. However, it seems that Senior has agreed to lend me a hand. That will save me a lot of trouble. The reason why Yang Kai came to Monster Star was to ask for Chiyu's help. He knew that Chiyu was already a second-order Origin King, and after obtaining the Origin Essence Crystal of Mad Crocodile Monster King, she was likely to begin breaking through to the third-order Origin King realm. There was still a long time before the 10-year agreement between him and Guizhou, so he wanted to come to Monster Star to say hello to Chiyu. Originally, he had prepared a speech to persuade Chiyu. However, the meaning behind Chiyu's words made Yang Kai understand that she was also very interested in this matter and didn't need him to persuade her. Agree, why wouldn't I agree? The Origin King realm is not the end of this queen's martial Tao, the great emperors are this queen's ultimate goal. How could this queen miss such a good opportunity? However, looking at the entire territory of Star, it may not be possible to gather 6 third-order Origin Kings. This matter is a bit difficult. Chiyu understood that gathering 9 Star Emperor tokens was more difficult than gathering 6 third-order Origin Kings. Because no one knew where these third-order Origin Kings were hiding, it was simply too difficult to find them. Purple Star had Guangshi Zong, but judging from the grievances between Yang Kai and Purple Star, Guangshi Zong would definitely not agree to this matter. Even if he agreed, Yang Kai would not bring him along. In fact, this matter is not difficult. Yang Kai smiled lightly, Senior can be considered one, and this Junior can also be considered one. In addition, in my sect, there is another person who is working hard to break through to the third-order Origin King realm. If he succeeds, there will be 3. 3. I'm still short of half. Yang Kai smiled lightly, I believe that if the information in that jade slip is released, there will definitely be people who will take the initiative to come knocking on my door. Senior should also understand that in the territory of Star, those old monsters have gone into seclusion because they are exploring a higher martial Tao, right? Now that I can show them the way, they will definitely be eager to follow me. So you've already planned this. Of course, this is only the final step. I will only do this if I really can't gather enough people. Of course, I hope to find suitable candidates. Having a pleasant discussion with Chiyu was a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai. In the end, Yang Kai left Chiyu's palace at the appointed time. Chiyu also said that she would try her best to break through to the third-order Origin King realm during this time and arrange everything on Monster Star so she could explore the wider world. The next day, Bahi came to Yang Kai, handed him a space ring, and said, "This is what Tribal Lord Master wants to give you." The 3 Origin King grade monster cores are also inside. Even on Monster Star, there aren't many monster cores of this grade, and they are even more difficult to find in the outside world. As for the other materials, check them and see if they are enough. If not, I'll find more. Yang Kai took the space ring, swept it with his divine sense, smiled, and nodded, "Thank Tribal Lord Master for me, the materials are more than enough." That's good. But Bahi looked at Yang Kai with slight shock and quickly asked, "Can you really arrange a transmission array that can cross stars?" After a detailed discussion with Chiyu yesterday, Yang Kai immediately expressed that he wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array on Monster Star to connect Monster Star and Shadowed Star. This way, when Shanqing Luo successfully broke through in the future, she could travel to Shadowed Star at any time. Chiyu was also shocked. Although she didn't quite believe Yang Kai had such ability, hearing him speak with such certainty, she had no reason to doubt him, so she secretly ordered Bahi to prepare the corresponding materials. Bahi nodded, "Then this old master must take a good look at it. Come with me." Somehow, the news that Yang Kai wanted to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array even reached Shintu and the others. Yang Kai was led by Bahi. When they arrived at a huge open space on Half Moon Mountain, Yu Xiong, Shintu, Li Nua, Hua Yumeng, Aunt Chun, and the others were all waiting here. After seeing Yang Kai, Shintu greeted him excitedly and asked, "Yang Kai, can you really arrange a transmission array between stars?" Everyone else also looked at him eagerly. Yes, Yang Kai nodded slightly. Shintu's jaw dropped as his expression became inexplicably excited. "You don't need to exaggerate so much. It's just a cross-cultivation star space array." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "That's all?" Bahi, who was standing to the side. "You're underestimating the significance of these things too much. There are still a few teleportation formations that can cross stars in the entire star field, but none of them are usable. These things can only be arranged star space star Earth great ancient star. You're underestimating the changes it can bring to the entire star field. It's not just that. He slowly shook his head. If a cross-cultivation star space array could be used, it would be much more convenient and safe for cultivator to travel between the stars. If such a thing existed, who would risk their life to cross the star field? At that time, all one would need to do is charge a fee to use the array and make a fortune. Xianxia, don't underestimate this ability. If a cross-cultivation star space array can really be created, it will definitely cause earth-shaking changes to star's territory. You will also be a hero to star's territory. Xianxia nodded faintly. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of such a thing before, but because it was his own ability and he could use it at any time, he didn't care too much about it. However, why are you so excited? Xianxia looked at Bahi, Shintu, and the others in amazement. Bahi froze for a moment before smiling. It is this old master's honor to be able to witness the birth of such a revolution, so naturally this old master is excited. It's like if an ancient true dragon suddenly appeared here, no one would be excited, right? Xianxia thought about it and felt that this was indeed the case. Xianxia, can you help my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce arrange a few cross-cultivation star space arrays? Don't worry, the materials will be provided by my Chamber of Commerce, and we can give you a satisfactory reward. Shintu looked at Xianxia sincerely. Xianxia was about to agree when he suddenly thought of something and said with a grin, of course, that's not a problem, but what? But I want to talk to President AIO about this in person. I have something to ask of him, so we can exchange it, Xianxia said with a smile. After listening to Shintu's words just now, Xianxia suddenly realized that the cross-cultivation star space array he arranged would be of great use to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps he could use this condition to exchange for the Star Emperor token from President AIO. Although the Star Emperor token was something left behind by great emperors, it wasn't very useful after all. He believed that as long as President AIO was shrewd enough, he would know how to choose. What's more, Xianxia also had the star refining art that he wanted the most. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt that the Star Emperor token of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would definitely be surnamed Yang. Even the Star Emperor token of Sword Union could be exchanged in this way. Although Sword Union didn't have as many stars as Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, they still had many cultivation stars in their hands. If he could use the cross-cultivation star space array to connect these stars together, the higher-ups of Sword Union would definitely agree to the conditions proposed by Xianxia. That's not a problem, but my father isn't easy to deal with. Be careful that you don't get slaughtered by him, Shintu smiled meaningfully. I'll be careful. There's no time to lose, hurry up and arrange it. This old master wants to see the birth of the cross-cultivation star space array as soon as possible. Bahi urged from the side. Xianxia nodded and didn't delay any longer. He ordered everyone to stay away before he began to count the materials in his space ring and began to arrange the cross-cultivation star space array. This wasn't the first time he had done this, so Xianxia was already familiar with the process. A variety of precious materials were melted in his hands, forming different shapes and piecing together. Within a day or two, a huge array base had appeared. Immediately afterward, everyone felt a mysterious and magical energy begin to linger around Xianxia's body. He seemed to be using his divine sense to carve something on the array base. The whole process seemed boring because no one present was proficient in spirit arrays. Moreover, even if an array grandmaster were here, they might not be able to see through this. After all, Xianxia was using his space force to carve this array, making it difficult for others to see through it. However, because they were witnessing the birth of this unprecedented feat, no one showed an impatient look, all of them standing quietly and waiting. Pieces of space spirit crystal flew up under the influence of an invisible force before exploding into dust and merging into the array base. Bahi observed silently from the side and found that the materials Xianxia had consumed over the past few days were worth at least 100 million saint crystals, and this was all just to arrange a single array. Looking at the entire star territory, this was a massive expenditure. However, when he thought about the role and purpose of this array, Bahi quickly felt relieved. On the fifth day, the entire array had taken shape. Yang Kai observed it silently for a while, but he didn't seem satisfied and immediately took out the space spirit crystals he obtained from the severed world from his space ring. These space spirit crystals were born in the void and were the purest of existences, thousands of times more powerful than those given to him by Ba He. These pieces of space spirit crystal exploded, turned into dust, and merged into the array, instantly causing it to undergo a different kind of transformation. At a glance, the entire array looked like it was about to swallow everything in its path. Yang Kai busied himself with finishing up. After another day, the array was finally completed. Everyone had been waiting for 6 or 7 days, and after seeing Yang Kai's look of success, they all came forward to greet him. "This thing, can it really be used?" Yu Xiong asked as he walked around the cross-cultivation star space array. "How far can it be transmitted to?" "It can be transmitted directly to Shadowed Star where my sect is located." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "As for how far, I can't say, but with your ability, it will probably take you 4 or 5 years to cross the void." *C*. Yu Xiong drew a sharp breath. Ba He and the others were also shocked. 4 or 5 years was enough time for any cultivator to enter retreat and comprehend their secret arts, cultivate their secret techniques, or refine their artifacts, but now, a simple array could be used to accomplish this. This was truly unbelievable. "Do you want to try?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "Of course I want to try," Yu Xiong said with a fearless look as he stood directly in the center of the array. "This old master will also go." Ba He also walked up unhurriedly. "Take me with you." Shintu also jumped out. "Second young master." Li Nua was shocked and was about to stop him, but Shintu glared at her and made her swallow her words. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Even if something really goes wrong with the transmission, I can still bring them back from the void." Yang Kai smiled confidently before taking out some materials and beginning to refine something. After a short while, the object he refined was a token. "What's this for?" Ba He looked at the token in Yang Kai's hand thoughtfully and asked. "A transmission token." Yang Kai explained, "Any space array that I set up must have a transmission token that I specially refined. Otherwise, you will be banished to the endless void." Ba He's eyes lit up as he quickly understood and nodded in admiration. "You're very thoughtful." Cross-cultivation star space arrays could not only bring convenience to one's own people, but also to one's enemies. If one day an enemy were to use this kind of thing to attack, it would be very bad. However, with the existence of a transmission token, this kind of hidden danger could be completely eliminated. Unless one's enemy could collect a large number of transmission tokens. "Stand firm!" Yang Kai shouted as he waved his hand and sent hundreds of saint crystals into the grooves at the base of the array. The next moment, the entire array began absorbing the power of these saint crystals. The dazzling light blossomed, and everyone who was waiting nearby could not open their eyes. After the light dissipated, everyone looked around and found that the center of the spirit array was empty. Yang Kai and the others had long since disappeared. Far away, Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect Square. The space array flashed and 4 figures appeared at the same time. Yang Kai stood in the center calmly, looking at Ba He and the others with a smile on his face. This kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation would always bring some physical discomfort to the person being teleported, and the lower one's cultivation, the more obvious this situation would be. Except for Yang Kai, Ba He was the strongest of the other 3, a first-order origin king, so he was the first to recover. After only 5 breaths of time, his eyes cleared up. After another 10 breaths of time, Shintu and Yu Xiong gradually recovered. No matter who it was, all 3 of them still had lingering fear on their faces. This kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation made one feel as if they had fallen into an endless abyss. Those who had experienced it once would never want to try it a second time. "This is the Shadowed Star you mentioned?" Ba He glanced around and released his divine sense, soon revealing a look of surprise because he found that this place was actually a top-grade treasure trove with picturesque hills and clear waters, a place filled with outstanding talents. In the distance, mountains rose and fell, clouds and mist rose, and the world energy aura was extremely rich. Suddenly, the divine sense of an origin king swept over from a certain mountain peak. This divine sense was so strong that it definitely belonged to a second-order origin king. The faces of Ba He and the others could not help changing slightly. However, this was not the end though. After this divine sense swept over, another divine sense appeared. Another divine sense spread out. Although the second divine sense was not as strong as the first, it was still something only a first-order origin king could possess. The first divine sense quickly withdrew. Yang Kai knew that Guizhu had noticed the movement here and released his divine sense to investigate, but after discovering he was here, Guizhu no longer bothered with him. After all, he was also in retreat at the moment. It was not advisable to be distracted. The second divine sense also quickly dissipated. It belonged to Yi Shiyun. Your high heaven sect, besides you. There's actually a second-order origin king and a first-order origin king? Ba he asked in shock. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Looking towards the distance, Yang Kai saw Yi Shiyun's figure flash and quickly rush over. Ba he breathed a sigh of relief, his face filled with shock. He had never thought that he would be so obscure and unknown. High Heaven Sect, which he had never even heard of, actually had such a powerful heritage. Not only that, but there were also many origin-returning realm masters who were sitting on this precious land. In time, this High Heaven Sect might not be any worse than the three great forces in Star Territory. Ba he looked at Yang Kai as if he could see the infinite possibilities of the future in him. A beautiful figure appeared in a flash, glancing at Ba he and the others before turning to Yang Kai. Sect Master, you're back. Great Elder, how have you been? Yang Kai smiled. Yi Shiyun nodded, many thanks to Sect Master's good fortune, this queen and the sect are well. This is Senior Ba he of Red Moon Territory on Monster Star, this is Yu Xiong, and this is Shen Tu, the second young master of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's president. They are all my friends, Yang Kai introduced Yi Shiyun to them. The two sides exchanged polite greetings. Yi Shiyun asked, how long will Sect Master be staying this time? Soon, I just brought them here to experiment with the spirit array. Yi Shiyun nodded gently, Sect Master is busy, so please take care of yourself. I will, you can go back to your work. Yi Shiyun nodded before disappearing in a flash. While Ba he and the others were observing their surroundings, Yang Kai released his divine sense to check the current state of his loved ones. After a short while, a joyful look appeared on his face as he said, the spirit array has been tested, let's go back. You're leaving? Shen Tu's complexion changed drastically, Yang Kai, for better or for worse, we've come to your territory, won't you show us some hospitality? We should at least stay here for a few days before leaving. Yu Xiong nodded vigorously to the side. Even Ba he looked at Yang Kai eagerly. The three of them had yet to recover from the ultra-long-distance teleportation. There will be opportunities in the future. Yang Kai grinned before immediately activating the ultra-long-distance space array beneath his feet. A white light enveloped the four of them as space force pulsed and their figures disappeared. Yu Xiong and Shen Tu's screams came to an abrupt end. By the time they recovered, they had returned to Half Moon Mountain. Li Nua, Aunt Chun, and the others saw Shen Tu's pale face and quickly walked over with concern, as if they had not seen each other for several dozen years. Ba he shook his head and smiled bitterly, your spirit array is indeed good, but the taste of that teleportation is really… Haha, if you want convenience, you should pay a price, Yang Kai laughed. This was simply unavoidable. As long as one was not a cultivator who cultivated the Tao of space like him, they would more or less experience some discomfort during the teleportation, but it would not cause them any harm. That's true. Ba he thought about it and agreed with Yang Kai's statement. Since this matter is settled, we'll take our leave first. Senior Ba he, I'll have to trouble you to pass the space ring to Biluo. There are some pills I refined for her and Qing Luo inside. Ba he took it and swept it with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he muttered, you're quite generous. He was now a first-order origin king and had a high status in Red Moon Territory, so the treatment he could enjoy was definitely not bad, but he was still dazzled by the pills inside the space ring. In particular, there were several Origin King-grade pills inside that even he could not help feeling a rush of excitement. It's just some trivial spirit pills, please don't laugh at me, Senior. Aren't you afraid this old master will be greedy? Ba he asked meaningfully. Yang Kai smiled and said, if I didn't trust Senior on this point, I wouldn't have asked you to pass it on. Ba he nodded and said with a solemn expression, you can rest assured, I will safely pass the things inside to Biluo. Yang Kai thanked him again before heading off with Shentu and the others to the starship's berth. Ba He and Yu Xiong saw them off. A moment later, the starship hummed and slowly rose into the air, reaching a certain height before cutting through the sky and soaring into the clouds. It would take at least half a year to travel from Monster Star to the home star of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and if there were any delays along the way, it would only take longer. As such, after the starship set sail, Yang Kai began his retreat. In his previous battle with the two monster race tribal lords, Yang Kai had not relied on any external forces and had only relied on the various methods at his disposal, not even using his space force, yet he had still been able to suppress these two tribal lords. After this battle, Yang Kai clearly understood his bottom line. Although he was only a second-order origin king now, no one in the second-order origin realm was his opponent. If he used all his means, even if there were 2 or 3 more, he wouldn't need to put them in his eyes. When facing a third-order origin king though, Yang Kai needed to be careful, but with his space force, he was invincible. In the battle with the two monster race tribal lords, Yang Kai had summoned the dragon scale he had refined before to block Shui Jiao's fatal blow and even damage his monster core, demonstrating just how strong and powerful the dragon scale was. However, that was only the simplest use of the dragon scale and was far from being able to display the true dragon divine technique contained in it. The true dragon scale was indestructible and only divine spirits of the same level could cause damage to it. If Yang Kai could stimulate the true dragon divine technique contained in the dragon scale, his entire body would possess an impenetrable defense. When facing an enemy, he would no longer need to worry about defense, only attack. So, along the way, Yang Kai constantly used his golden blood and spiritual energy to nourish the dragon scale in his body, hoping to be able to display its true power. At the same time, he was constantly refining the dragon bone sword in preparation for refining the dragon spine and dragon bead, the two true dragon artifacts. Staying inside the mysterious small world, Yang Kai paid no attention to the outside world, wholeheartedly cultivating, so time passed quickly. Their luck was pretty good along the way. They didn't run into any trouble. They only encountered a few moderate starry sky storms and meteorite flows. The Hengluo Chamber of Commerce starship was an origin-grade high-rank starship, so it easily withstood the storms in the star field and avoided the meteorites. On this day, Yang Kai suddenly noticed a knock on his door. Walking out of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai put away the Emperor artifact and opened the door. Outside the door, Hua Yumeng stood quietly, but after seeing Yang Kai appear, she quickly stepped back and respectfully said, "Master, young Master Shentu asked me to come and tell you that we will soon arrive at Watermoon Star." So fast? Yang Kai was stunned. He felt that he had only entered retreat for a short time, yet they were already arriving at their destination. Hua Yumeng pursed her lips and smiled, "It's been 7 months since you entered retreat." Yang Kai nodded and smiled, "Since that's the case, let's go together." "Yes." Hua Yumeng nodded docilely before following Yang Kai forward. After walking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly turned back and said, "Right, Shentu said last time that he would allow your 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce to move into his territory and become its chief steward. Did he mention this again?" Hearing him ask this, Hua Yumeng's heart warmed and she said gratefully, "Young Master Shentu said that when we arrived, he would immediately arrange this matter for our 5 Paths Chamber of Commerce. Did you agree?" "Yes, this is an opportunity for our Chamber of Commerce." "Then I must congratulate President Hua. This Yang wishes President Hua and your Chamber of Commerce a prosperous future." Many thanks for Master's auspicious words. Hua Yumeng thanked him in a low voice, but a trace of loneliness flashed across her beautiful eyes. If it were before, Hua Yumeng would definitely have been happy about this, but after such a period of time, she didn't know why, but when she thought about her future, although she was happy, she still felt a sense of loss. Looking at the back of the man in front of her, Hua Yumeng knew that he would go further and further away, and that from now on, there would be no possibility of their paths ever crossing again. She couldn't help feeling a lump in her throat and almost shed tears. On Watermoon Star, in front of Shentu Palace, there was a huge square where the origin-grade high-rank starship slowly descended and returned safely. Below, many cultivators who had received the news were waiting to greet them. After the hatch opened and Shentu appeared, everyone shouted, "Welcome back, second young master." Second young master must have worked hard. Xianxia smiled and responded lightly. The cultivators who greeted him below were all his trusted subordinates, so naturally, there was no need for formalities. Among them, there were many origin-returning realm cultivators, but none of them were origin kings. When these cultivators saw Li Nua and Aunt Chen, they all showed joy, obviously already familiar with each other, but after seeing Yang Kai, they were a little surprised, wondering where Yang Kai came from and why he was sharing a starship with Shen Tuesday. Some of them vaguely felt that Yang Kai looked familiar, as if he was similar to someone they had met several dozen years ago, but after noticing Yang Kai's powerful cultivation, they couldn't believe it and secretly became suspicious. Xianxia didn't explain anything to them and simply ordered his subordinates to arrange accommodations for Li Nua, Aunt Chen, and the people from Five Paths Chamber of Commerce while he personally led Yang Kai to the wing where Yang Kai had lived several dozen years ago. Brother Yang, you should rest here for a few days, allow me to report back to Sir Father about what happened during this trip before we discuss anything else. Xianxia nodded and stepped out. For the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Xianxia Palace, waiting for news from him. Yang Kai came to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce this time for two reasons. First, he wanted to collect the 8-star Emperor tokens from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and second, he wanted to draw President AIO into his team. President AIO had already broken through to the second-order Origin King realm and was one of the top existences in his realm. He was definitely not far from the third-order Origin King realm. Yang Kai believed that he should be able to break through within 10 years. If President AIO agreed to open the passage to the star boundary with him, the number of people needed would be reduced by 1. As for Xianxia, he went to report this matter. Yang Kai believed that President AIO would be interested in him. After all, he had caused so much trouble on Purple Star, so there was no reason for AIO to be unhappy. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Purple Star, and Sword Union were the top 3 forces in Star Territory, and although they cooperated with each other, there was also friction between them. If he could see Purple Star suffer, AIO naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Therefore, Yang Kai was sure that AIO would definitely summon him. If AIO paid enough attention to him, he would even visit him personally. Then, he could have a good talk with AIO. If this was successful, then there was a high chance that the plan 10 years later would be completed. Yang Kai thought that there would be some progress soon. However, after staying in Xianxia's palace for 7 or 8 days, nothing happened. This made him feel a little stunned. He didn't know if something had happened. During these 7 or 8 days, even Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. When Yang Kai asked the cultivator in the palace, he said that Xianxia had not returned after going to Water Sky City. Water Sky City was the largest city on Water Moon Star. Its status and role were equivalent to Purple Star City to Purple Star. It was where all the high-level masters of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce gathered and was also the essence of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. It was rumored that Water Sky City was the place with the richest world energy in the entire Star Territory. If one cultivated there, their cultivation speed would be faster than in the Spirit Mountains occupied by the Great Forces. It was not until 7 or 8 days later that Xianxia appeared in Yang Kai's room with a dejected look. Seeing his sad expression, Yang Kai's heart jumped. He asked in amazement, "Brother Xianxia, what happened? Why are you in such a sorry state?" "Huh. It's a long story." Xianxia sat down at the table and poured himself a glass of water. After drinking it, he looked at Yang Kai with a guilty look and said, "Brother Yang, I know you came to Water Moon Star this time because you have something important to discuss with my father, but I'm afraid now is not the time." After all, when they were on Monster Star, Yang Kai had already said that he wanted to exchange something with President AIO. Xianxia did not ask in detail, but he guessed that Yang Kai had followed him all the way to Water Moon Star for something important. Otherwise, why would Yang Kai, a second-order Origin King, come all the way here just to catch up with him? Oh? Yang Kai was surprised. President AIO. Is there something he needs to attend to? Xianxia nodded solemnly. Something did happen to my father. When I went over this time, I didn't even have a chance to report what I wanted to report. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a few more days. When this storm has passed, I will introduce you to him. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said helplessly, "In that case, there's nothing I can do. I'm not in a hurry, so I'll just wait for a while." Shintu grinned, "I knew Brother Yang wouldn't embarrass me." Brother Yang. Before Shintu could finish his words though, an angry roar suddenly rang out from inside the palace, "Shintu!" Hearing this voice, Shintu's face couldn't help going pale as he shuddered violently, as if he had heard the summons of a demon, his entire body trembling slightly. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was taken aback for a moment before releasing his divine sense with a strange expression on his face and immediately showing a smile. Shintu panicked and patted his head, damn, I was so focused on explaining things to you that I forgot my third brother was still waiting outside. By the way, Brother Yang, do you know my third brother? Why did he drag me over here when he heard that you were here? On the way here, he even beat me up for not telling him about such an important matter earlier. That little brat really doesn't respect his elders. Look at this, look at my eye. Shintu showed the bruise on his eye to Yang Kai so he could take a closer look. Haha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. If you don't come out now, don't blame this young master for tearing down your palace. Shuiyu's voice reverberated throughout the entire palace. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the palace. In Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, who didn't know Shuiyu's name? She was the Chamber of Commerce's designated successor. Provoking her to anger, there was no one who wouldn't be afraid. Shintu said with a sad face, Brother Yang, come out with me quickly. I don't know what's wrong with this little brat. From childhood to now, he has come to my palace no more than 3 times, yet this time he insists on coming here. You can rest assured that no matter what kind of grievances you have with him, I will deal with them. If he dares to embarrass you, I'll take you with me and run. Shintu seemed to want to say a few harsh words, but in the end, he didn't have the courage. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking that Shintu had been bullied by Shuiyu so many times that he had long since become accustomed to being submissive, not daring to resist. Don't worry, Shuiyu and I. Third young master do know each other, but there is no grudge between us, so I won't let him tear down your palace, Yang Kai lightly coughed. That's good, that's good. Shintu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, the two of them walked one after the other towards a certain hall. Inside the hall, Shuiyu was brimming with anger, her handsome face so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. The Saint Chi around her body showed signs of instability, as if it was on the verge of erupting like a volcano, ready to explode at any moment. She was simply furious. Not only was she angry at Shintu for not informing her earlier that Yang Kai had come to Water Moon Star, but she was even more angry at Yang Kai for not even greeting her first. Didn't this bastard know how much she had been on edge these past few days? Last time, she had waited outside the floating continent for half a year, only to see no trace of Yang Kai. In the end, she had been forced to leave with Enai Guang, so she had been constantly worried about Yang Kai's safety. Although Enai Guang had assured her that with that old fart Guizhu here, Yang Kai's life would never be in danger, Shuiyu still couldn't feel at ease. After returning to Water Moon Star, she had sent people to inquire about Yang Kai, but to no avail. Today, while chatting, she had learned that Shintu had brought a friend named Yang Kai to Water Moon Star. Shuiyu asked several times and confirmed that this Yang Kai was the one she had been thinking about day and night. She was so angry that her liver hurt. This man really isn't a good thing, not caring about other people's worries at all. When I see him, I'll definitely beat him up to vent my anger. Shuiyu secretly swore to herself. On the side, Li Nua and Aunt Chun were trying to persuade him, but as they tried to persuade him, they didn't say anything. That was because the two women had discovered that the famous third young master of Shuiyu had an extremely complex expression in his eyes. It was a kind of intertwined love and hate, an accusation of blood and tears, joy, expectation, joy, anger, and even a little tension. This look was clearly the look of a woman who had fallen into a whirlpool of emotions and was unable to extricate herself, but at this moment, it had appeared on Shuiyu's face. It was as if a young girl in love was about to meet her lover. Li Nua and Aunt Chun both felt strange, not knowing why this kind of change would appear on Shuiyu's face. Suddenly, they thought of a terrible rumor, and the two women couldn't help but shudder. Looking at the handsome young man in front of them, whose face was like jade, and who was enough to charm thousands of young women, they both showed expressions of pity and heartache. For the first time, the two women felt some dissatisfaction and anger towards Yang Kai. Third brother, are you crazy? With Yang Kai by his side, Shintu seemed to have gained a lot of confidence, and after entering the hall, he shouted loudly, preparing to take the initiative to attack. Shuiyu's cold eyes swept over him, causing Shintu to involuntarily shrink back, his voice suddenly lowering as he said, "Oh, this isn't your territory, not your palace, don't make such a big fuss. If someone who doesn't know heard you, they'd think your second brother was bullying you, haha." Shuiyu acted as if she hadn't heard his words, her pair of bright stars staring straight at Yang Kai behind Shintu, her cold eyes suddenly filled with sadness. Li Nua and Aunt Chun looked at Shuiyu and then at Yang Kai, immediately confirming their previous conjecture, both of them wanting to sigh and curse the heavens for being unfair. Brother Yang. In the hall, Shuiyu suddenly gnashed her teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's eyes twitched violently as he felt the situation was far from good, but he could only cup his fists and smile. "Third young master, I trust you've been well since we last met." "Thank you," Shuiyu replied coldly. Inexplicably, after hearing the conversation between the two, Shintu couldn't help shivering as he instinctively realized that there was some kind of grievance between these two. He looked at Shuiyu, then at Yang Kai, coughed, and prepared to act as a peacemaker, but before he could speak, Shuiyu suddenly shot him a cold look and said, "You go out, I have something to discuss with Brother Yang." She emphasized the words Brother Yang. Shintu gulped as he struggled internally. On one hand, he was willing to sacrifice himself for his friend, but on the other hand, his life was more important. As long as there was life, there was hope. He only hesitated for 2 breaths before saying seriously, "Good, since that's the case, second brother will wait outside. You too, take your time." As he spoke, his feet kicked up a gust of wind as he quickly flew out of the room, shooting meaningful glances at Aunt Chun and Li Nua who were still standing in place. The two women understood and glared faintly at Yang Kai before following Shintu out. Pung, the main door of the hall was closed. Shintu, Aunt Chun, and Li Nua quickly stopped, leaned forward, and perked up their ears to listen. There was no movement inside, no fighting or quarreling, only silence. After a long time, Shintu finally couldn't hold back and said anxiously, "Third brother won't bite off more than he can chew. He wants to fight with Brother Yang. Brother Yang is a second-order origin king. If he injures third brother, how can father explain it to him?" "Second young master, what are you thinking?" Li Nua glanced over at Shintu and smiled. "They don't look like they want to fight." "They don't look like they want to fight?" Shintu was stunned. "It's not like you didn't see third brother's look of wanting to eat you alive just now. His temper has always been bad, but in front of outsiders like you, he's always been polite and refined. Only I knew what kind of demons he was hiding in his heart. I think he has quite a grudge with Brother Yang. Gratitude and grudges, love and enmity. I'm afraid it's not about gratitude and enmity, but rather." Li Nua didn't know why. His mood suddenly became inexplicably excited. Even his cheeks were slightly flushed. "It's not a grudge." Shintu frowned. Realization dawned upon him. Then it must be a love feud. Third brother wants to snatch a woman from Brother Yang? Which woman is so lucky to be chosen by both of them at the same time? Li Nua stretched out her hand to support her forehead. She said softly, "It's not a woman. Didn't you notice the way third young master looked at Lord Yang? His eyes are very vicious. What's the problem?" Shintu asked innocently. Li Nua immediately covered her face with both hands, clearly unable to explain herself. Shintu angrily shouted, "If you have something to say, say it clearly." To the side, Aunt Chun lightly coughed, her cheeks blushing slightly as she reminded, "Second young master, think about it carefully. Third young master is such a dragon among men, has he ever shown any interest in any woman over the years?" "Not really," Shintu pondered for a moment. "This young master admires third brother very much, his personal style is impeccable, but, what does this have to do with today's matter? Then, has second young master ever heard of another rumor about third young master? There are many rumors about him." Shintu curled his lips. With his status and aptitude, how could there not be any rumors about him? Some say he's the reincarnation of a martial god, some say he's a woman, some even exaggerate, saying he doesn't like women and only likes men. Ha ha ha, how could I possibly believe such nonsense? It's all just rumors spread by the common folk. Aunt Chan and Li Nua just stared at him silently. Shen Tu's laughter came to an abrupt end as he seemed to realize something, his face sinking as he muttered, "Third brother is a grown man, yet he has never been moved by any woman, nor has he ever been close to any woman." Several elders in the Chamber of Commerce have also introduced him to some of the younger generation of their families, but none of them have ever been acknowledged by third brother, and the way this little brat looked at brother Yang just now. Aunt Chan and Li Nua nodded together, thinking to themselves, "You finally realized. Is that really the case?" Shen Tu broke out in cold sweat. "I hope not." Aunt Chan also wore a dignified expression. If things were really as they thought, how many young women in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would be heartbroken and desperate? How many young women would be heartbroken? It would definitely be an unimaginable disaster. Inside the hall, Shuiyu and Yang Kai stared at each other for a long time before gnashing their teeth and cursing, "You bastard." Saying so, she swung her fist towards Yang Kai. However, when her fist fell on Yang Kai's body, it became soft and powerless. Yang Kai just stood in place and let out a hollow laugh, letting her punch him a few times without even wrinkling his clothes. Shuiyu raised her head and stared at him stubbornly, biting her thin lip. Yang Kai reached out and hugged her tightly. Shuiyu struggled a few times symbolically, fully displaying her modesty before lying down on Yang Kai's broad chest with a slight blush on her face. Her hair was at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, giving off a natural fragrance that was very comfortable, causing Yang Kai to take a few sniffs. "Since you came here, why didn't you come to see me as soon as you could?" Shuiyu complained faintly. "I was planning to find you a few days later, but I didn't expect Shen Tu to fail to complete the task I assigned him, so I was delayed." "Useless second brother." Shuiyu coldly snorted, immediately placing all the blame on Shen Tuesday. "Tell me, when did you come out last time and how did you get rid of Zilong?" Shuiyu raised her head and looked at Yang Kai eagerly, as if she wanted to know everything that had happened to Yang Kai. Her red lips wriggled seductively. Yang Kai couldn't hold back and gave her a light peck. Shuiyu suddenly blushed and a strange light flashed across her neck. Last time in the severed world, although she and Yang Kai had some intimate contact, that was under the premise that their lives were in danger. Shuiyu had thought that she was going to die, so she had simply let go, but this time was different. In particular, knowing that her second brother was still eavesdropping outside the door gave her a sense of nervousness and excitement. In a panic, she quickly pushed Yang Kai away and escaped from his embrace. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang looked for a chair and sat down. Seeing him act so indifferent, Shuiyu angrily stomped her foot, her little daughter's demeanor clearly visible. She angrily walked over and sat down on the chair next to Kai Yang. Politely pouring a cup of tea, she picked up the fruit platter on the table and picked up a grape-like spirit fruit. Peeling off the skin, she pinched the pulp and stuffed it into Kai Yang's mouth. "Tell me, how did you escape last time? Zilong didn't bother you, did he? The secret of you having the immortal divine tree hasn't been exposed yet, right?" Shuiyu asked a few questions with a concerned look before adding, "You can rest assured, I've already spoken to Uncle Ni and told him not to tell anyone about you having the immortal divine tree." "Naturally, I believe your words," Yang Kai nodded gently. However, Shuiyu understood that Yang Kai believed her words, but as for Enai Guang, that remained to be seen. After all, Enai Guang was a member of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, and the fact that Yang Kai had the immortal divine tree was an important secret that Shuiyu could not prevent. However, she believed that even if Enai Guang told others about it, it would only be limited to a select few. Everyone wanted to monopolize good things, so making a big fuss about it was not good for anyone. So, Yang Kai recounted what happened after he left the floating continent that day. When she learned that Zilong and Zidong had both died at Yang Kai's hands, Shuiyu suddenly exclaimed. Only now did she remember to check Yang Kai's cultivation. She was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, so logically speaking, it was impossible for her to spy on Yang Kai, but as long as Yang Kai did not block her divine sense, there was no problem. "You're already a second-order origin king." Shuiyu was shocked. When they were in the severed world, the two of them were both third-order origin returning realm cultivators, but after only a few years, this man in front of her had already become a second-order origin king. And she herself was still hovering around the third-order origin returning realm. Shuiyu suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart and couldn't wait to go back into retreat and break through. However, she was not a little girl. After all, she had been handling the affairs of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce for AIO all year round, so her temperament had long since become tough and mature. After taking a deep breath, she finally calmed down and said cheerfully, "As you said, Zilong is dead, and Zidong was buried with him. Doesn't that mean that Purple Star is now without a leader? And, not only is there no leader, but Yuan Qi is also seriously injured." "Why do you say that?" Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Although Zilong's death was a huge blow to Purple Star, it was definitely not to the extent that Yuan Qi was seriously injured, so she immediately realized that something else must have happened to Purple Star. "It's nothing, it's just that I went to Purple Star some time ago and caused their great elder, Sun Liang, to suffer a serious injury. At that time, there happened to be an internal struggle, and many masters died." "Something like that happened?" Shuiyu was surprised. "Tell me about it in detail." Yang Kai grinned and motioned to Shuiyu with his eyes. Shuiyu immediately gave him a reproachful look before continuing to peel the spirit fruit docilely and stuffing it into his mouth. Yang Kai then told her about what happened on Purple Star. After listening, Shuiyu couldn't help laughing. "I'm afraid you're now hated by everyone on Purple Star. Even a character like Guangshi Zong couldn't do anything to you and even destroyed an Origin King grade starship. I'm afraid he's still feeling some pain right now. He was the one who wanted to kill us all, so he can't blame anyone." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "But after such a big thing happened, second brother didn't even report it to father. It's really outrageous. No wonder Purple Star's arrogance has been restrained a lot during this time, and even some of their businesses have been withdrawn. So it was for this reason." Shuiyu showed a look of sudden enlightenment as she suddenly understood what was going on. Father has been troubled these days and has been unhappy with everything he does. I hope this news can make him smile a little more. I have to tell him as soon as possible, Shuiyu said excitedly. Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise and asked suspiciously, "If I remember correctly, don't you hate President AIO very much? Why are you so concerned about him now?" Shuiyu smiled. "That was in the past. I hated him because I had to maintain this image at all times, unable to show my true face to others and unable to live according to my own ideas. But now it's different. In this world, there is one person who knows my background and can look at me with normal eyes. That's enough. What's more, he is doing all this to protect me. He is my father, so I have no reason to hate him." When she said these words, Shuiyu smiled sweetly, as if the misfortune that had been imposed on her for so many years had all disappeared because of the appearance of Yang Kai. Yang Kai also remembered her saying in the severed world that as long as there was one person in this world who could treat her like an ordinary woman, she would be satisfied. Yang Kai was slightly moved, suddenly discovering that this cross-dressing beauty in front of him had such simple requirements. "What happened to President AIO?" Yang Kai asked. "Little mother." Yang Kai was stunned, but quickly reacted. She should be referring to President AIO's current wife. Shuiyu's mother had long passed away, so naturally, she should address AIO's current wife as such. Shuiyu smiled bitterly. Although father is a tyrant, he has always attached great importance to matters of the heart. This is especially true for little mother, the woman he loves the most. A year ago, when little mother was in retreat to break through to the Origin King realm, something went wrong, causing her to become the demon race. Her meridians were severed and she almost died on the spot. Father used the grand divine technique to suppress the crisis at the time, but he was still unable to save little mother. After that, little mother fell into a coma. Her life was in danger, and over the past year, father has been trying to wake little mother up, but to no avail. Something went wrong when breaking through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai was shocked. He realized the seriousness of the problem. A third-order origin returning realm cultivator. If something were to go wrong at such a crucial time, it was very easy to lose one's life. The reason why Shuiyu's Lil Miss didn't die on the spot was entirely due to AIO's strength. President of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. After all, he was a veteran second-order origin king. Shuiyu looked at Yang Kai as she spoke. Although she did not explain what AIO had used, Xianxia knew that there were only a few treasures in the world that could bring someone back from the dead. The immortal source liquid was one of them. At that time, in the severed world, the immortal tree gave birth to a total of 3 drops of immortal source liquid. The 3 second-order origin kings present decided to divide them among themselves, with one being obtained by Ni Guang, one by Zi Long, and the last by Guizhu. In the end, Xianxia took the entire immortal tree and gave the last drop to Guizhu. As for the drop Zi Long had, it was kept by Xianxia. The divine artifact President AIO used half a year ago was definitely the immortal source liquid. The immortal source liquid could bring flesh and bones back from the dead. It was the most precious healing medicine in the world, something that even third-order origin kings coveted. Carrying a drop of immortal source liquid was equivalent to having an extra life. AIO giving it to Shuiyu's little mother without hesitation showed how deep his feelings for her were. Although little mother's life was saved, she still showed no signs of waking up. After such a long time, father found many alchemy grandmasters to investigate. He also carefully observed her and finally came to the conclusion that little mother's soul has been permanently damaged. Unless an origin king grade spirit pill can be refined to repair the soul, it will be impossible for her to wake up. Moreover, even if such a spirit pill can be refined, the possibility of little mother waking up is not high. Father has been racking his brains over little mother's matter these days, and I feel quite uncomfortable. Xianxia listened quietly and slowly understood the whole story. He then asked in a deep voice, did those alchemy grandmasters say what kind of spirit pill they need to refine for it to work? The soul source restoration pill. Shuiyu quickly replied. Xianxia thought about it for a moment and knew what kind of materials were needed to refine the spirit pill, because the soul source restoration pill's pill recipe was recorded in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. He couldn't help asking, that's an ancient spirit pill. Your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is really full of talented people, even knowing about this kind of spirit pill. If he hadn't accidentally obtained the true alchemy enlightenment scripture in the Emperor Garden, he wouldn't have known so many ancient spirit pill recipes. However, someone from Hengluo Chamber of Commerce knew about them. Worthy of one of the 3 great forces of Star Territory, its heritage was extraordinary. You know about them too? Shuiyu looked at Xianxia in surprise before her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up and she said, right, you're an alchemist. When she was eroded by the profoundine sunflower water and fell into a coma, it was Xianxia who refined a spirit pill with pill clouds that saved her life. Although she had devoted herself to Xianxia for so many years, she had always been entangled in how to find him and how to express her feelings, completely forgetting about Xianxia's other identity. It wasn't until now that she finally came to her senses. But soon, the light in Shuiyu's beautiful eyes dimmed again and she said in a disappointed tone, the soul source restoration pill is said to be an origin king grade mid-rank spirit pill and must be refined by an origin king grade alchemist. Although you are an alchemist, I'm afraid. Shuiyu didn't continue. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Xianxia's abilities, but the reputation of an origin king grade alchemist was simply too frightening. Even across the entire Star Territory, such an existence was as rare as a phoenix feather and Qilin horn, even rarer than a third-order origin king cultivator. Xianxia had reached the second-order origin king realm at such a young age and possessed such powerful martial Dao cultivation, so how could he have such high attainments in the alchemic Dao? Xianxia didn't explain too much and simply asked, how does your little mother usually treat you? Little mother is naturally very good to me. After my mother passed away, I grew up with her. She taught me how to cultivate and how to conduct myself. She also knows my secrets. When I was young, she would occasionally secretly dress me up behind my father's back. A look of reminiscence appeared in Shuiyu's beautiful eyes as a warm smile bloomed on her face, as if she was recalling some sweet memories, but every time I finished dressing up, I had to quickly restore my original appearance. My father didn't like to see me dressed like a woman. Xianxia nodded slightly. From Shuiyu's description, he could imagine that little mother was a good wife and mother figure. How about I go take a look? Xianxia proposed. Do you want to go? Shuiyu looked at him in surprise. That's a good idea. You are an alchemist, so perhaps you can communicate with other alchemists and see how they can alleviate little mother's symptoms. Our Chamber of Commerce also has its own origin king grade grandmaster. My father sent someone to invite him more than half a year ago. He sent someone more than half a year ago, but he still hasn't come? Xianxia looked surprised. You underestimate the status of an Origin King-grade alchemist too much. Didn't you hear what I said just now? That Grandmaster also has the status of a foreign elder in our Chamber of Commerce. You also have your own sect, so you should know what the word foreign elder means. Understood, Xianxia nodded slightly. The status of a foreign elder was almost equivalent to that of a supreme elder, but he had more freedom than a supreme elder. Foreign elders received extremely generous rewards from their sect or great force, but they didn't need to do anything on ordinary days. Even if their sect encountered a disaster, they could just stand by and no one would criticize them. However, a supreme elder was different. Although his status was extremely high, and no disciple of the sect dared disobey his orders, he had to live and die with the sect. If the sect was in trouble, a supreme elder could not just sit back and do nothing. In a sense, the status of a foreign elder was even higher than that of a supreme elder, because foreign elders could obtain benefits without taking risks. It could also be said that a supreme elder was a member of the sect, while a foreign elder was an outsider. With the huge strength of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce and AIO's face, they had sent someone to invite this Grandmaster more than half a year ago, but he still hadn't shown up. It was easy to imagine how much status this Origin King-grade alchemist had. Even so, Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce didn't dare to complain, and AIO only carefully urged him a few times, lest he upset this Grandmaster. But even now, that Grandmaster still hadn't shown up, and there was news that he would be arriving on Watermoon Star in the next few days. AIO was waiting anxiously, so how could he be in the mood to see Xianxia? This was also the reason why Xianxia had come back after staying in Water Sky City for a few days. He hadn't even seen AIO's face, so how could he have time to talk about Xianxia? Anyway, let's go take a look first, Xianxia suggested. Okay, I'll take you there. I believe that if Little Mother knows about your existence, she will definitely be happy for me, Xueyu said, wiping the corners of her eyes, as if she was about to cry. Little Mother occupied an extremely important position in her heart, even more important than her own father. Don't cry. If Xianxia sees us later, he won't know what we did in here. Xianxia stepped forward and wiped her eyes. His gentle movements and deep voice made Xueyu's cheeks flush. The door to the hall opened with a bang, and Xianxia and Xueyu walked out one after another. Xianxia and the other two, who were eavesdropping at the door, quickly jumped back and stood still, looking at Xianxia and Xueyu suspiciously. The next moment, Xianxia's heart sank. He found that his third brother's eyes were slightly red at the moment, as if he had just cried. His handsome cheeks, which would make any woman jealous, still had a faint blush on them. Heavens! How could this be happening? What were the two of them doing in there? How could a demon-like existence like his third brother have such a bizarre performance? Xianxia even saw a hint of seduction in Xueyu's eyes. Xianxia held on his heart as he stared at Xianxia in a completely different light. To the side, Li Nua and Aunt Chun were also dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. Xueyu obviously understood that these three had misunderstood, and the shyness in her eyes became even more obvious. Her eyes flickered as if she had a guilty conscience. Brother Xianxia, I'll be accompanying Xueyu to Water Sky City. Oh. Xianxia responded mechanically, not hearing what Xianxia said at all. Then I'll take my leave first. Xianxia smiled lightly and cupped his fists. I'll have to trouble Brother Xianxia to take care of Five Paths Chamber of Commerce. After saying so, he signaled to Xueyu with his eyes, and the two immediately summoned their respective star shuttles and flew off. It wasn't until the two figures disappeared that Xianxia and the others, who were standing in place, suddenly recovered. Xianxia slapped his thigh and said with a sad face, it's over, third brother has no self-respect, how could he do such a thing, and Brother Yang, huh? Aunt Chun and Li Nua also had similar expressions. It's over for me too. Xianxia hugged his head in distress and squatted on the ground without a care for his image. Second young master, what does this have to do with you? Li Nua looked at him curiously. Brother Yang was brought here by me. If I had known that he had such a fetish, and that he was familiar with third brother, I would never have brought him to Watermoon Star even if I was beaten to death. Father always Wanted me and third brother to get married as soon as possible so that he could have an heir, but looking at third brother like this, how could he have an heir? Won't I have to shoulder this burden alone in the future? Xianxia complained, showing a heavy expression. Li Nua smiled and said, as a son, having an heir is a matter of course. Second young master, what are you so worried about? Xianxia raised his head slowly. Looking at Li Nua seriously, he suddenly said, then why don't you give birth to a child for me? Li Nua blushed and shot Xianxia a disgruntled look before quickly running off. Xianxia's shout came from behind, do you agree or not? Say something, what are you running for? Aunt Chen shook her head. A helpless expression appeared on his face. Water Sky City was the most prosperous city on Water Moon Star with the richest world energy aura. Any cultivator who wanted to enter would have to pay a considerable amount of Saint crystals as a toll, but if one wanted to stay in the city, they would have to pay a large sum of Saint crystals. A corresponding amount of Saint crystals had to be paid. The entire Water Sky City was like a money-making machine, earning a lot of Saint crystals every day. Xianxia brought Yang Kai to Water Sky City and did not need to show his identity. The cultivator guarding the door respectfully let them pass. At the same time, he looked at Yang Kai curiously. He didn't know what kind of person Yang Kai was. Surprisingly, he was walking together with the third young master of Xianxia. They entered the city. Wherever Xianxia passed, there would be constant screams from women. When they stopped to look at her, all of them had infatuated looks on their faces. There were even bolder women who wore revealing clothes and winked at her, showing off their flirtatious looks. However, most of the women looked shy as they quietly observed Xianxia, revealing their yearning for love. There were even men who showed an infatuated look as they quietly looked at her. The rate of turning heads was as high as 90%. Xianxia seemed to have long been accustomed to this. After winking at Yang Kai, she immediately flew into the air and flew towards the center of Water Sky City. Yang Kai held back his laughter and followed behind her. As soon as the two of them left, a guy rushed to the middle of the street with some scrolls and shouted, selling portraits of the third young master, drawn by a famous master. They are no different from the real person. With them, you can see the third young master day and night. With them, it is as if the third young master is by your side. 1,000 Saint crystals for one, buy quickly. As he spoke, he opened one of the scrolls with one hand. On the scroll, there was a person with a jade-like face, handsome face, holding a folding fan, white clothes like jade, and long hair like ink. Who else could it be but Xianxia? The corners of Xianxia's mouth were slightly raised, as if she was smiling at the person looking at the painting. In an instant, countless women swarmed up and surrounded the painting seller. There was no lack of men among them. Give me one. I want two. Quick, hand over the money and hand over the goods. Here's 1,000 Saint crystals. Woo-woo, give me one, my wife said that if I can't buy it this time, she won't let me enter the house. Woo-woo, third young master, I hate you. Damn it, who touched this old lady's breasts? Stand up for this old lady, you dare to do it but not admit it? What's all this noise? Father will buy these portraits. A burly man with a full beard pushed his Saint Chi and pushed everyone out before stuffing a space ring directly to the person selling the portraits. He then grabbed the rest of the portraits, swept his eyes around, and coldly snorted, "You're just a bunch of mediocre women, how could someone of third young master's status be interested in you? Only a peerless hero like me is worthy of the third young master." Asterisk O, asterisk up in the sky, Xianxia staggered and almost fell. Although she had already flown quite far away, with her cultivation, she could still clearly hear the voice over there. She couldn't help but have goosebumps all over her body. Yang Kai looked at her curiously, "Every time you appear, do you cause such a disturbance?" More or less, Xianxia looked helpless, so under normal circumstances, I don't show up at all. Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai faintly, "Is it funny?" "I'm not laughing." Yang Kai replied seriously. "Humph. If you dare laugh, I'll teach you a lesson." "I'm really not laughing." Wahahaha. Asterisk ga bing, asterisk Xianxia gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. At the very center of Water Sky City, the world energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. It was only a thread away from being transformed into threads of world energy. Here, there was a group of majestic palaces. This was the center of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. This was not only the center of power, but also the center of wealth. In the northwest corner of the palace complex, a burly man with a lion-like aura was frowning as he paced back and forth uneasily. From time to time, he would look outside, as if he was waiting for someone. Anxiety was written all over this man's face. His brow was furrowed, as if it would never disappear. There were some other people in the hall, and judging from their attire, they were a group of alchemists above origin grade. They were extremely noble existences anywhere. But none of these alchemists dared to speak, lest they upset the burly man. This man was none other than the master of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, President AIO. Although the identity of an origin-grade alchemist was noble, it couldn't be compared to the master of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. What's more, they couldn't do anything about the situation of the woman in the hall. They felt ashamed, so how could they take the initiative to ask for trouble? AIO was born with a bare waist and a tiger back. His huge body gave people a strong pressure. At this moment, he was in a bad mood. Xianxia fluctuations of a second-order origin king fluctuated from time to time, causing many alchemists in the hall to complain, but none of them dared to say anything. Suddenly, AIO stopped in his tracks. His eyes lit up as he looked outside. In the next moment, his face lit up with joy. He hurried out and asked anxiously, "Is Grandmaster Wada here?" In front of the hall, two streaks of light landed and revealed two figures. One was Xianxia, and the other was Xianxia. Hearing AIO's words, Xianxia subconsciously looked back, but found no one behind him. Xianxia, on the other hand, understood and quickly explained, "Father, it's not Grandmaster Wada. It's not Grandmaster Wada." AIO's face sank. He glanced at Xianxia coldly and immediately shouted at Xianxia, "If it's not Grandmaster Wada, why did you bring him here? Where do you think this place is?" After being scolded by AIO, Xianxia didn't dare to refute. She could only lower her head and apologize, "I'm sorry, father, but my friend is also an alchemist, so..." Alchemist? AIO's face relaxed a little. Only then did he look at Xianxia again. When he noticed Xianxia's cultivation, he was shocked, second-order origin king. Only now did he realize that Xianxia's cultivation was the same as his. He looked again in disbelief. After confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he asked suspiciously, "When did you have such a friend?" He was unfamiliar with Xianxia's appearance. Although Shuiyu's aptitude was good, she was still just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. It was impossible for her to make friends with a second-order origin king, so he was very curious. "He is the one I told you about." "Xianxia." Shuiyu replied in a low voice, quietly observing the changes in AIO's expression as she answered. "Junior Xianxia greets President AIO." Xianxia kept his fists and greeted with a lukewarm greeting. Although he was a little unhappy that Shuiyu was reprimanded for no reason just now, the one standing in front of him was Shuiyu and Shintu's father after all, so he couldn't be rude. "Xianxia?" AIO frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and whispered, "Are you that Xianxia?" "It seems that President AIO knows something about me." Xianxia frowned slightly. The change in AIO's expression made him feel that something was wrong. I know you very well." AIO responded in a deep voice. Suddenly, his Saint Chi burst out as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Xianxia. Looking at his posture, it seemed that he wanted to capture Xianxia alive. "Father." Shuiyu's face changed drastically. She didn't know why her father would attack Xianxia as soon as he arrived. Xianxia's face suddenly turned cold. He stretched out his hand and pushed Shuiyu aside while at the same time sending out a palm. Strike. Saint Chi surged from his palm and rotated like a nebula, containing an irresistible force. Kong, a loud noise rang out in the hall as the power of two origin kings collided in the void, stirring up a violent wind that swept out in all directions. After a short while, the dust settled and Xianxia retreated 3 steps while AIO retreated 2 steps. In this confrontation, AIO had gained the upper hand. Inside the hall, a gust of wind suddenly rose. Except for Shuiyu, who was protected by Xianxia, everyone else staggered and groaned. "President AIO, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai squinted at the bare-waisted man in front of him and asked indifferently. Aio, on the other hand, was bewildered. His eyes widened like a ferocious tiger or a blazing sun, instilling fear in those who looked at him. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Sure enough, heroes come from the youth since ancient times. Kid, you're really amazing. When Enai Guang told me about you, I didn't believe it, but now it seems that Enai Guang has underestimated you. Your aptitude is much higher than yours. Senior is overpraising me. Junior just obtained some opportunities, Yang Kai replied, looking neither servile nor overbearing. Aio suddenly stretched out his hand. Give it to me. Shuiyu stood to the side, her face pale. She didn't understand why her father attacked Yang Kai as soon as he arrived, but when she heard this sentence, she suddenly understood. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he pondered for a moment. Suddenly understanding, he smiled and asked, What does Senior want from me? You know it in your heart. Aio looked a little impatient. Yang Kai said, If Senior wants that drop of my thing, I can tell Senior that it is useless even if I give it to you. Mrs. Gu's soul is damaged now, and that thing can only repair physical injuries. Senior should be clear about this. Naturally, I know, Aio quickly said. Then Senior wants that thing? Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. Junior can't agree to this. In the hall, a group of origin-grade alchemists were confused and looked over curiously. They didn't know what Yang Kai was referring to. But whether it was Yang Kai, Aio, or Shuiyu, they all clearly understood what it was. The immortal source liquid and the immortal tree. The reason why Aio attacked Yang Kai as soon as he arrived was to snatch his immortal tree. To heal Gu Baihu. Although the immortal source liquid could not restore Gu Baihu's damaged divine soul, the immortal tree was different. With the immortal tree, one would be immortal and indestructible. Repairing one's divine soul was a piece of cake. Don't tell me you've already fused with it. Aio's eyes glowed with a terrifying light as he glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled but said nothing. Aio's heart sank. After thinking about it carefully, this was indeed a possibility. After all, according to Enai Guang, when they first entered the severed world, they had no idea what was going on. Yang Kai was the same as Shuiyu, a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, but how many years had it been since then? This brat has actually broken through to the second-order origin king realm. There was only one explanation, and that was a huge opportunity. Fusing with the immortal tree was clearly such an opportunity. Aio circulated his divine sense in disbelief and scanned Yang Kai's body. To his shock, he found that Yang Kai's blood vitality was extremely vigorous. The surging blood vitality fluctuations hidden inside Yang Kai's body made even a master like him tremble in fear. You've really fused with it. Aio exclaimed, his face ashen as the last glimmer of hope in his eyes suddenly disappeared. He was not depressed because he had no fate with a supreme treasure like the immortal tree. It was because he could not use the immortal tree to save Gu Baihu. Yang Kai did not explain and simply let him misunderstand. After a moment of silence, Aio suddenly shouted, Even if you've fused with it, it doesn't matter. Your blood must contain the energy of that treasure. As long as I release some of your blood, the madam will be saved. He was now desperately trying to find a doctor for any situation he could think of. Hearing what he said, Shuiyu's face changed drastically. She hurriedly rushed out and stood in front of Yang Kai, whispering, Father, you can't. Go away. You have no right to speak here. Aio roared. The dignified president of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, the overlord of Star Territory. It turns out that your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Boy, what are you saying? Pay attention to your words. Aio narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai sneered, if it weren't for Shuiyu's face, would I be standing here talking to you? Just based on the fact that you attacked me just now, I can turn your water sky city upside down. If it weren't for your unstable state of mind while trying to save your woman, your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would be gone today. Shuiyu's face suddenly turned pale. She quickly tugged at Yang Kai's clothes and whispered, Speak properly. Yang Kai smiled, I can speak properly, but your father had better calm down. Aio also came back to his senses abruptly, realizing that the person standing in front of him was not a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will, but a second-order origin king who was on an equal footing with him, whose strength was almost on par with his. If he really angered a master of this level, he was afraid that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Without mentioning anything else, the destruction of Water Sky City was already set in stone. Boy, you're quite arrogant. Although he had calmed down a lot, he still could not lose face. I just came from Purple Star. Xianxia smiled slightly. His words were a little inexplicable, but Xianxia believed that Aio should understand what he meant. Aio was startled and looked at Xianxia in amazement. Sure enough, he seemed to understand something and whispered, "So it was you." Although Xueyu did not receive news of the incident in Purple Star, as the president of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, how could Aio not know about such a big event? After Xianxia said this, he immediately understood that the culprit behind the incident in Purple Star half a year ago was standing in front of him. That was a hero who Guangshi Zong had personally pursued and failed to capture. Even if he personally went to fight, he could not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed. After understanding this, Aio took a deep breath and nodded. This king was rude just now. Please don't blame him, friend. Friend, Xueyu's mouth twitched, wondering why her father was calling Xianxia a brother. Wasn't this messing up the seniority? She hurriedly shot a resentful look at Xianxia. Xianxia chuckled dryly, Senior is too serious. Senior is thinking of his wife, so it is natural for him to be impulsive. This junior can understand. That's good. Friend is really a magnanimous person. I have heard a lot about you. Enai Guang admires you very much. Since you have come to my Water Sky City today, stay here for a few days. After I finish dealing with the matter at hand, I will come and talk to you in detail. Xianxia listened to his tone and immediately understood that Enai Guang should not have told Aio about him and Xueyu. Otherwise, Aio would not speak to him like this. Father, Xianxia is an alchemist. Xueyu heard her father call Xianxia a friend and felt uncomfortable, so she quickly changed the topic. Oh? Aio looked at Xianxia with some surprise. Friend's cultivation is so high, but you are also proficient in the alchemic Tao? I've dabbled in it. Xianxia said modestly. Is that not all? Boy, don't be too modest. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Aio frowned, showing a trace of displeasure on his face. There weren't many people in the world who dared to interrupt him when he was speaking, but when he saw who the speaker was, his expression couldn't help but soften. It seemed that the speaker had some weight in his heart, and it wasn't appropriate to blame him. Xianxia turned his head and looked over, and after a moment, his expression became extremely stunned. Over there, where many origin-grade alchemists had gathered, a familiar face was standing there, looking at him with a smile. Grandmaster Zong Ao. Xianxia smiled happily and quickly stepped forward, cupping his fists. The person who spoke was origin-grade high-rank alchemist Zong Ao. When he went to Rainfall Star with Xueyu, he had lived with Zong Ao for a while. At that time, Xianxia's strength was low and his alchemic Tao was not very good, but Zong Ao was already an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Xianxia and Zong Ao had exchanged alchemy techniques, and Zong Ao had benefited greatly while Xianxia had also gained many benefits from him. The spirit pill used to treat Xueyu was suggested by Zong Ao and refined by Xianxia. Xianxia did not expect to meet Zong Ao here. But after thinking about it carefully, it was only natural because although Zong Ao had not officially joined Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, he had been living on Rainfall Star, so he could be considered half a member of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Now that President Aio's wife was in trouble, Zong Ao would naturally be invited over. Boy, don't mock me, Zong Ao pouted. After not seeing you for a few dozen years, you've already reached the second-order origin king realm while this old master is still stuck in the origin grade high rank. This old master is really a tragedy. Grandmaster is too humble. Back then, your attainments in the alchemic Tao were already quite profound, and now, I'm afraid you have only made further progress and are not far from the origin king grade. Zong Ao smiled lightly, a smug look in his eyes. Do you know each other? Aio asked in surprise. Zong Ao grinned. Yes, I discussed the alchemic Tao with him a few dozen years ago. And that little brat also stole many of my alchemy furnaces. Xianxia laughed and said, those alchemy furnaces are useless to me now. If Grandmaster wants to take them back, I can return them to you. No need, they are useless to me. Xianxia waved his hand, you can keep them as a souvenir. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he said thoughtfully, it seems that Grandmaster is really about to break through to the Origin King grade. That soul source restoration pill recipe should have been provided by you, right? N. Xianxia's expression suddenly became dignified. Mrs. Gu's situation is obvious, but there are few ways to cure her. Refining the soul source restoration pill is just one of them, and it is also the easiest way. Then, have the materials been gathered? The other materials are easy to find. Although they are precious and difficult to find, with Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's financial resources, it is easy to collect them. Only the 7-colored elk's monster core is difficult to find. The monster core has been found. It was delivered to this king 10 days ago. AIO interjected. The 7-colored elk was an ancient variant species that had long gone extinct. Its monster core was one of the main materials for refining the soul source restoration pill, while its sachet was one of the main materials for refining the 10,000-year incense. The 10,000-year incense could calm one's chi and mind. A single stick of incense could burn for 10,000 years. If a cultivator could light a stick of 10,000-year incense while cultivating, they could prevent heart demons from corroding their mind. It was extremely useful for the cultivator's cultivation. High Heaven Sect's ascending dragon temple still had a stick of 10,000-year incense that was still wafting with its fragrance. Yang Kai had brought it out from the 6th layer of Luyan sand field. If the disciples of High Heaven Sect needed to enter seclusion to break through, they could go to the ascending dragon temple to cultivate. Not only was there 10,000-year incense, but there was also the 9-branch jade crystal tree, a supreme treasure of the martial Tao. It could help the disciples comprehend the true essence of the martial Tao and heavenly way. It could be said that the 10,000-year incense and the 9-branch jade crystal tree played an important role in the rapid cultivation progress of High Heaven Sect's disciples over the years. Without these two things, the overall strength of High Heaven Sect would definitely be reduced by a level. The 7-colored elk was full of treasures. Whether it was its monster core or its sachet, they were both difficult to find. But unexpectedly, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had actually collected a 7-colored elk's monster core. Even a character like Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. As AIO spoke, he took out a round monster core from his space ring. It was glowing with 7 colors. For any alchemist, this kind of material was enough to arouse their interest. There was no alchemist who didn't want to use rare materials to refine pills. They wanted to watch various materials condense and fuse in their hands. In the end, the pill was formed. This was something that every alchemist would feel gratified and happy about. Unfortunately, this monster core should have been stored for too long. A lot of its medicinal efficacies have been lost. Xianxia sighed again. Many alchemists nodded in agreement. Although the monster core had a 7-colored glow, it wasn't bright. On the contrary, it gave off a dim feeling, like a candle flame swaying in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. Yes. And, we only found a single monster core. We couldn't find the 7-colored elk sachet. The effect would have been better if I had used the sachet as an auxiliary ingredient. AIO also sighed. But in any case, now that all the materials had been gathered, only the Origin King grade Grandmaster's Wedda could come. Then, he could start concocting pills. Gubaihu was saved. Senior. Did Grandmaster's Wedda say when he will come? Yang Kai looked at AIO and asked. AIO smiled bitterly. According to the news, they will arrive at Water Sky City in the next few days. As for when exactly? I'm not sure, but since it's been so long, there's no need to rush. He was a dignified second-order Origin King and the president of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but it had always been others waiting for him. When had he ever tried waiting for others? Only an existence like an Origin King grade alchemist could make AIO bow his head. No matter how anxious and depressed he was, he could only restrain himself and wait quietly. This master's arrogance is quite big. Yang Kai chuckled. As soon as he said this, AIO couldn't help but glance at Yang Kai with a knowing look. An untimely voice suddenly became noisy. What do you mean by that? Are you criticizing Grandmaster's Wedda? I'm not. Yang Kai turned his head innocently and looked in the direction of the source of the voice. He saw a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, dressed in an origin-grade alchemist uniform, looking at Yang Kai with dissatisfaction and coldly snorted, "As an origin king-grade alchemist, Grandmaster Zwade is naturally busy. It's natural for him to be delayed. Aren't you being too disrespectful to Grandmaster by saying this?" Yang Kai frowned. He knew that this alchemist should respect that guy named Zwade very much, so he couldn't bear to hear anyone speak ill of him. Taking a closer look at the insignia on this man's robes, Yang Kai confirmed that the other party was an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Not bothering to argue with him, Yang Kai simply chuckled and said, "It seems this one misspoke." Just like how a cultivator respected a more powerful master, this was especially obvious in the field of alchemists. An origin-grade alchemist was already a highly respected existence, but an origin king-grade alchemist was even more so. There were only a few of them in the entire Star Territory. Grandmaster Zwade had countless admirers, and this hook-nosed middle-aged man was one of them. He wouldn't let this go so easily. "Your Excellency may be an origin king realm master, but slandering Grandmaster Zwade is also a big mistake. This matter can't be let go. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to Grandmaster's reputation. If that really happens, can you bear the consequences?" Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened after being accused like this. "Then what do you want?" "Apologize. After Grandmaster Zwade comes here, you will personally apologize to him." "Hee hee." Yang Kai grinned. "What's wrong? Grandmaster Zwade's reputation is just reputation, but this king's reputation isn't?" Yang Kai boasted that he was a second-order origin king with status, and strength, but just because of an unintentional mistake, he had to apologize to an alchemist he had never met. How could he do such a thing? He suddenly felt that this hook-nosed middle-aged man was a little too ridiculous. "You are just a trivial cultivator, how can you be compared to Grandmaster?" The hook-nosed middle-aged man was not afraid of Yang Kai's origin king realm identity at all. He looked at him with contempt. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "I am just a trivial cultivator, I can easily take your life." The hook-nosed middle-aged man's face changed. He quickly looked at Aio and said in horror, "Master, this person is so arrogant and despotic. Not only did he not put Grandmaster Zwade in his eyes, he even dared to threaten me. I ask President Master to uphold justice." Yang Kai said, "President Aio is also a trivial cultivator." The hook-nosed middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth wide. Aio grinned and looked up at the sky. The hook-nosed middle-aged man's words made him very unhappy. He was already upset because of Gu Baihu's injury, so how could he pay attention to the request of an origin-grade mid-rank alchemist? What's more, Yang Kai's words resonated with him. That old man Zwade was very arrogant. Over the years, whenever he was asked to refine pills, the Chamber of Commerce would bleed a lot. Sensing Aio's thoughts, the hook-nosed middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He knew that he had spoken without thinking. Not only did he curse Yang Kai, he also offended Aio. He immediately regretted it, but he still said stubbornly, "So what if you can take my life? I have no grudges with you in the past. If you dare to kill me, you will be despised by the world. Don't forget, I am an alchemist. If you dare to kill me, let's see who will refine pills for you in the future." "Sorry, I am also an alchemist." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "With just you?" The hook-nosed middle-aged man sneered, "I don't deny that you are talented in martial Dao. At such a young age, you can exchange a blow with President Aio and only fall into a disadvantageous position. But so what? You spend all your time and energy on the martial Dao. How much attainment do you have in the alchemic Dao? With my ability alone, I can leave you in the dust." Although these words were unpleasant to hear, they were also what everyone present was thinking. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, no one thought that he had high attainments in the alchemic Dao. Even Zhong Ao didn't think that Yang Kai's alchemist level was high. After all, a person's energy was limited. Being able to have such high attainments in the martial Dao was already something to be proud of. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, "Forget it, I won't talk nonsense with you. Just take it as it is." He really wasn't in the mood to get entangled with this kind of person. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. Seeing that Yang Kai had backed down, the hook-nosed man didn't restrain his arrogance. Instead, he became even more arrogant. He thought that the other party was really afraid of his identity as an alchemist and didn't dare to make a move. Therefore, he became even more fearless and said, "Let's drop the matter between you and me. But you must give an explanation for slandering Grandmaster Zweda. Are you done yet?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned cold. "What explanation do you need? Is Zweda your father or your grandfather? I only said that he was a little arrogant and you kept on blabbering. Did I say something wrong? As far as I know, President AIO had sent someone to invite him more than half a year ago. But he still hasn't shown up until today. If this isn't arrogance, then what is?" These words struck a chord in AIO's heart. Although he was secretly angry that Zweda hadn't shown up yet, he was the one asking for help after all. So, he could only think about it in his heart and didn't dare to say it out loud. But for so many days, AIO had cursed Zweda countless times in his heart. He had almost cursed his 18 generations of ancestors. Now that he heard Yang Kai say it out loud, he felt that the knot in his heart had dispersed a lot. Looking at Yang Kai, he found him pleasing to the eye. "How dare you call Grandmaster by his name?" the hook-nosed man shouted. Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. He didn't show any respect to an Origin King-grade alchemist at all. He sneered and said, "Isn't he just an Origin King-grade alchemist? So what if I call his name? You. The hook-nosed man was furious. One of his hands kept trembling as he pointed at Yang Kai. He then turned to AIO and said, "President, Master, he is so blatantly disrespectful to Grandmaster. Don't you care? If Grandmaster Zweda knows about this, he will definitely be angry." "Oh." AIO's expression turned solemn. He looked at Yang Kai and said in a pleading tone, "Friend, let's turn this into a small matter." Shuiyu was also looking at Yang Kai pleadingly from the side. They were all afraid that if Zweda heard about what happened here, with his temper, he would definitely use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Although he wouldn't turn around and leave, he would definitely rip Hang Luo Chamber of Commerce off. Yang Kai nodded. Since Senior has spoken, Junior will naturally respect. But if anyone still dares to blabber, don't blame Junior for teaching them a lesson. Of course. AIO nodded lightly and cast a grateful look at Yang Kai. The hook-nosed man's face was gloomy as he glared at Yang Kai hatefully. He seemed to want to say something, but when he saw the fierce light in Yang Kai's eyes, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He could only say, "Just you wait. When Grandmaster Zweda gets here, he will teach you a lesson." I'll wait." Yang Kai nodded. The originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly became a lot stiffer after the hook-nosed man's interruption. It seemed a little awkward. Those Origin-grade alchemists didn't dare to talk to Yang Kai because of Grandmaster Zweda's identity. Only Zhongyao didn't care at all. He walked to Yang Kai's side and whispered to him. Yang Kai also took the opportunity to ask about Gu Baihu's situation. Zhongyao had been staying in this palace these days, always paying attention to Gu Baihu's injuries, so he knew her situation like the back of his hand. Yang Kai also got a lot of useful information. "By the way, who is that guy? Why did he jump out and bite me before I even said anything?" Yang Kai gestured to the hook-nosed man and asked. Zhongyao replied in a low voice, "His name is Zhang Yuan. Although his aptitude in alchemy is good, he didn't have a good teacher to teach him, so he didn't have many achievements. He was originally unknown, but by chance, he got some pointers from Grandmaster Zweda and suddenly became enlightened. He quickly became an Origin-grade mid-rank alchemist. Because of this, he has always considered himself a student of Grandmaster Zweda. With this relationship, he naturally can't listen to what you said. So that's how it is." Yang Kai understood. It seemed that this Zhang Yuan didn't just respect Zweda, but also regarded him as a teacher who solved his doubts. Zweda naturally weighed a lot in his heart. Yang Kai didn't say anything bad about Zweda, but he did say that Grandmaster Zweda was a bit arrogant, which was hard for him to accept. But Grandmaster Zweda. Sigh, it's hard to say. Zhongyao's words had a hidden meaning, but he didn't finish them. Yang Kai knew what he was trying to say. They were both alchemists, but Zweda was superior. Zhongyao couldn't be disrespectful to him no matter what. Being disrespectful to Zuoda was disrespectful to the alchemic Tao. So, there were some words that Zhong Ao couldn't say. In short, you should be careful. Although you are now a second-order Origin King Master, you should never underestimate the power of an Origin King grade alchemist. To put it bluntly, if President Ao had to choose between you and Grandmaster Zuoda, I reckon he would have an 80% chance of choosing the latter. I understand. Yang Kai smiled. While the two were chatting in a low voice, a cultivator in golden armor suddenly rushed in from outside the door. He cupped his fists and said to Ao with a solemn expression, "President. Grandmaster Zuoda has arrived. We're here?" Ao's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Invite him in." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly added, "No, I'll personally welcome them." He waited bitterly for half a year. He was on tenterhooks all the time. He was afraid that Gu Baihu would not be able to hold on until the master arrived. Now that the Grandmaster had finally arrived at Water Sky City, Ao felt half of the burden in his heart had been lifted. Gu Baihu had to wait until the Grandmaster refined the Soul Source Restoration pill. Then, she would be able to wake up from her coma. While speaking, he straightened his clothes and quickly walked out. The others in the hall naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Almost all of them were alchemists. When they heard that Zuoda had arrived, how could they hold back? They all rushed out after Ao, wanting to see the Grandmaster's face. When the hook-nosed man named Zhang Yuan passed by Yang Kai, he glared at him fiercely with a ferocious smile on his face. It was as if he was saying that the Grandmaster had arrived and that Yang Kai was dead meat. Yang Kai curled his lips and ignored him. Let's go and welcome them. If the Grandmaster sees these big shots standing still here, I'm afraid he will be displeased again. Zhong Ao shook his head with a wry smile and walked out unhurriedly. Yang Kai thought for a moment and followed him out. Outside the hall, a dozen or so Origin-grade alchemists stood behind Ao in a row, all of them looking up at the sky. Somewhere in the sky, a rainbow light was flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, it was using some kind of flight-type artifact. There weren't many people who dared to use flight-type artifacts in a place like Water Sky City, and even fewer people who dared to swagger through the streets like this. However, Grandmaster Zuoda was definitely qualified to do so, and no one dared to say anything about it. Yang Kai thought that the other party had arrived on a star shuttle. But after taking a closer look, he found that it wasn't the case. Although the rainbow light was far away from the hall, Yang Kai could still see it clearly with his cultivation and eyesight. It was a strangely shaped palanquin, carried by 4 people at the front and back of the palanquin. There were a total of 8 people. Wind blew under their feet as they carried the palanquin towards them, leaving behind a trail of light. The 8 people carrying the palanquin were all young women with graceful figures and pretty faces. The palanquin itself was also very luxuriously decorated. The seats were spacious, and there were 2 figures, one old and one young, sitting on the seats. The old man had white hair and beard and seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, looking relaxed and carefree. The young woman was standing on the palanquin, looking around curiously. This Flying Star Moon Chaser palanquin was specially built by Hangluo Chamber of Commerce for Grandmaster. It is 10% faster than the best star shuttle. Those women were also offered to Grandmaster by Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. This thing has almost become Grandmaster's symbol, Zhong Ao explained to Yang Kai in a soft voice. Yang Kai chuckled, Grandmaster Zhong Ao will become an Origin King-grade alchemist if he goes one step further. He will definitely enjoy such treatment in the future. Zhong Ao shook his head disdainfully, this old master only wants to pursue the peak of the alchemic Tao. I don't care about these external things. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said nothing more. After a short while, the Flying Star Moon Chaser palanquin arrived in front of the hall and landed steadily. Ao straightened his clothes, but before he could speak, a figure shot out from the palanquin. Accompanied by a giggle that sounded like a silver bell, that graceful and alluring figure rushed to Kai Yang's side and hugged the person beside Kai Yang. Burying her head into that person's chest, she greedily and exaggeratedly took a few deep breaths. Everyone was shocked. They didn't know who was so rude as to do such a shameless thing in public. Everyone turned to look at the graceful figure. After seeing the scene in front of them clearly, many people showed understanding smiles, but Xianxia was stunned. Because he found that the graceful figure who shot out of the palanquin was hugging none other than Xueyu, who was standing next to him. Xueyu looked extremely embarrassed at this moment. Obviously, she didn't expect such a thing to happen in public. She didn't want to push the palanquin away, so for a moment, she was at a loss and frozen place. Xianxia was furious. Instinctively, he wanted to go up and beat the other party to let them know that his woman was not to be violated. But thinking about it, the other party was also a woman, so he let it go. The woman rubbed her head against Xueyu like a kitten before raising her head, revealing a beautiful face that shamed the moon and flowers as she said in a tender voice, "Big brother Xueyu, we haven't seen each other for several years, did you miss me?" The corners of Xueyu's mouth twitched a few times before she let out a dry laugh and said, "So it's little sisters Willing. I was wondering who was so bold, and, little sisters Willing, let go of me first." Hee hee. The woman named Swiling obediently released Xueyu and stood 3 meters in front of her, narrowing her eyes as she looked her up and down, nodding, "After not seeing you for a few years, big brother Xueyu has become more and more handsome. No wonder those women in the Star Territory can't forget you and are obsessed with you." There was a trace of jealousy in her words, but she also praised Xueyu bluntly, so anyone with half a brain would understand what was going on. This girl named Swiling had probably fallen in love with Xueyu a long time ago. It wasn't strange when one thought about it. Xueyu was the dream lover of all the girls in the Star Territory. It was natural for a young woman to charm a little girl when she killed someone. Moreover, from Zwiling's words, the two seemed to have known each other for a long time. "Little sister Zwiling, you flatter me." Xueyu let out a dry laugh. It would have been fine if Xianxia wasn't here, but Xianxia was standing next to her, watching this good show. Feeling his gaze, Xueyu felt as if a cat was scratching her all over. She felt very uncomfortable. Don't be rude." A majestic voice came from behind. Zwida slowly got up from the palanquin and shouted in a deep voice. Zwiling stuck out her tongue at Xueyu and whispered, "I'll come talk to big brother Xueyu later. Grandpa is calling me." While speaking, her figure flashed and came to the side of the palanquin like a nimble cat. She respectfully helped Zwida down. Xianxia looked at Xueyu and smiled, but his smile was very strange. Xueyu was annoyed. She glared at him coldly. "Welcome, Grandmaster. You have worked hard." Only now did President Aio find an opportunity to speak. He cupped his fists and greeted Zwida. "Greetings, Grandmaster. Grandmaster has worked hard." Many origin-grade alchemists saluted respectfully. "Haha, I'm an old man. The journey was a little bumpy. Sorry for making you wait." Zwida cupped his fists slightly in response. Xianxia looked at the Grandmaster not far away and found that the other party looked very ordinary, like an ordinary old man. His cultivation was only at the second-order origin returning realm, but his every movement carried a faint medicinal fragrance. Obviously, it was because he dealt with pills all year round. Judging from his appearance, this Grandmaster Zwida was quite approachable. Maybe he really had something to do and couldn't come here for more than half a year. Xianxia secretly thought. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed until now when President Aio invited him. Grandmaster must be tired from the long journey. "Do you need this king to arrange a place for you to rest?" Aio asked with concern. That's good. This old master is indeed a little tired." Zwida nodded slightly. He actually agreed. Aio was stunned. He stared at Zwida in a daze. "I was just being polite. Why did you take it seriously? Isn't the anxiety on my face obvious enough? Or is it because you were old and dim-sighted that you didn't notice?" The other origin-grade alchemists also furrowed their brows slightly. Everyone felt that Grandmaster Zwida's actions were a little inappropriate. It's fine to make others wait for more than half a year. You are an origin king-grade alchemist. You have the qualifications to do so. Now that you have arrived, you should naturally start refining pills as soon as possible. Saving people is more important. Moreover, although the journey is long, you have a starship to pick you up and a moon chaser flying star. You don't even need to use your own strength. How can you be tired? Aio's face turned a little ugly. Haha, this old master was just joking. President Aio doesn't need to take it seriously. Zwida suddenly laughed and said. No one knew if he was really joking or if he was planning to take a rest, but he changed his words after seeing Aio's displeased look. Although Zwida's identity was noble, Aio's status wasn't low either. Naturally, he had to consider Aio's feelings. Hehe, if Grandmaster feels tired, it doesn't matter if you rest for a few days. Anyway, we have waited for so long. There's no need to rush. Aio's reaction wasn't slow. He wouldn't refuse to give Zwida a way out. Moreover, his words revealed a very obvious message: I have been waiting for you for a long time. Saving people is more important. Zwida waved his hand and said resolutely. Then, many thanks, Grandmaster. Aio was obviously relieved. The expression on his face relaxed. Zhan Yuan greets honored teacher. Honored teacher is indeed kind-hearted. You have worked hard all the way, but you put saving people first. You are our role model. Zhan Yuan admires honored teacher. The hook-nosed man stepped out of the crowd and came not far from Zwida. He started to flatter Zwida. Zwida glanced at him, seemingly at a loss. But soon, he smiled and said, So, it's you. You are already an origin grade mid-rank alchemist. Good progress. Work hard. Zhan Yuan was overjoyed after being praised. It was as if he had eaten a whole jar of honey. He said if it weren't for honored teacher's guidance, Zhan Yuan wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Honored teacher, please accept Zhan Yuan's bow. While speaking, he bowed to the ground with a solemn expression. He was extremely pious. Zwida nodded and said, You are very good. Back then, this old master just casually gave you a few pointers when he saw that you were depressed. I didn't expect you to remember it until today. If you are willing, you can follow this old master in the future. This old master needs an assistant. I'm willing. I'm willing. Many thanks, honored teacher. This disciple will follow honored teacher closely in the future. Zhan Yuan was overjoyed. Although he was an origin grade mid-rank alchemist, it was definitely not shameful to be Zwida's assistant. This kind of work was something others begged for. He didn't expect that he would get such a good job just because he stood up and said a few words. Moreover, Zwida's words meant that he recognized him as a disciple. This was more practical than any other benefit. Among the origin grade alchemists, he could only be regarded as an average one. But in the future, with the identity of Zwida's junior brother, his status would be completely different. Anyone below the origin king grade would have to be polite to him. All of a sudden, Zhan Yuan was so happy that he almost jumped up. Some origin grade alchemists also cast envious glances at Zhan Yuan. Being able to stay by Zwida's side, even if it was only as an assistant, he felt that he could learn a lot of good things. Perhaps if he was lucky enough and had enough comprehension, he could become the next Zwida. Who wouldn't be envious of such a good thing? After being happy for a while, Zhan Yuan suddenly walked forward mysteriously and whispered something to Zwida. His voice was so low that it was almost undetectable. No one dared to use their divine sense to eavesdrop in front of Grandmaster Zwida, so no one knew what he was talking about. But a moment later, Zwida intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yang Kai's location. Everyone immediately understood that Zhan Yuan was a petty person who was intoxicated with success and was badmouthing Yang Kai. All of a sudden, everyone cast sympathetic glances at Yang Kai. Everyone knew that Yang Kai was going to be miserable in the future. He had offended an origin king grade alchemist. Absolutely no one in the world would refine pills for him. It was extremely difficult for an origin king realm master to cultivate. Without the help of pills, his strength would improve very little. Perhaps he would be stuck at the second-order origin king realm for the rest of his life. What a pity. An outstanding talent who had the opportunity to break through to the third-order origin king realm and stand at the peak of star territory would have to stop ahead of time. Many alchemists showed a look of regret. On the other side, Zwida narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yang Kai a few times before retracting his gaze. It seemed that he didn't care about him at all. Zhan Yuan was rambling, as if he was going to talk endlessly. AIO looked unhappy, but he couldn't urge him, so he could only wait patiently. As he had said before, there was no need to be anxious after waiting for such a long time. What's more, Zhang Yuan was now barely half a disciple of Grandmaster Zhude. He had suddenly become a phoenix, so AIO had to give him some face. After a long while, Zhang Yuan stopped talking with a flattering smile on his face. Zhude nodded slightly with a kind look. AIO said in a timely manner, "Grandmaster, please come in." N. Zhude responded. With the help of Zuoling, he walked into the hall step by step. When he came to AIO, he gestured with his hand. AIO understood and immediately walked side by side with Zhude. The others followed behind in a scattered manner. President AIO, this old man came to Water Sky City this time. Firstly, it is to refine the soul source restoration pill for Mrs. Gu. Secondly, there is another thing I need your consent on, Zhude said while walking. If Grandmaster needs anything, just say it. My Hengluo Chamber of Commerce will never refuse, AIO said solemnly. Haha, don't be so full of yourself. I'm afraid you won't be willing, Zhude smiled faintly. AIO said proudly, my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce has business all over the world. Although I dare not say how rich we are, if we can't meet Grandmaster's requirements, how can we be qualified to worship you? Since President AIO said so, this old master won't beat around the bush. Zhude paused and pondered for a while before saying, this old master came here to propose marriage for my granddaughter. He pointed to Zuoling who was supporting him. Propose marriage? AIO's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He glanced at Shuiyu and said with a hollow laugh, Miss Zuoling is Grandmaster's granddaughter. Her status is high and she is so beautiful. I wonder which little brat in my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is so lucky to have caught Miss Zuoling's fancy. President AIO, you were just pretending to be confused. Zhude smiled faintly and said proudly, in this world, there are only a few people who are worthy of Ling but there is one in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, Ling has known him since childhood and is deeply in love with him. When she heard that this old master was coming to Water Sky City this time, she shamelessly followed me and forced this old master to propose marriage. If I don't agree, she will burn this old master's beard. Sigh, this girl, I really spoiled her. Zhude looked distressed. Grandpa. Zuoling blushed as she shook Zhude's arm bashfully. Her beautiful eyes quietly observed Shuiyu's reaction. She believed that even a fool would understand what she meant. She really wanted to know what Shuiyu's reaction would be. But at first glance, Zuoling's heart sank because she found that Shuiyu was pale and bewildered. Does brother Shuiyu not like me? Zuoling was suspicious. Grandmaster, are you talking about Shuiyu? AIO couldn't pretend that he didn't understand and could only continue. Yes. Zhude smiled slightly, glanced at Shuiyu with satisfaction, and said, third young master's talent is outstanding. He is a dragon among men. He is also handsome and is the future successor of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. He is worthy of my Ling If President AIO can agree to this marriage, this old master will have someone to take care of him in his old age. I am afraid that I will have to live in Water Sky City in the future. These words revealed a very important message. If Shuiyu and Zuoling could become husband and wife, then Zhude would really be a member of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce in the future. He would live in Water Sky City and refine pills for Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. If there was an emergency, there would be no need to invite him over from afar. This was a huge temptation for any force and any cultivator. If Shuiyu was really a man, AIO would probably agree without any hesitation. Compared to his son's future happiness, an Origin King-grade alchemist was undoubtedly more important. But Shuiyu was a woman. No matter what, it was impossible to achieve this. Even if AIO agreed now, Zhude would be thoroughly offended if their marriage was exposed on the day of consummation. So, he was in a dilemma. For the first time, he felt powerless in his heart. What's wrong? Does President AIO have any concerns? Zhude thought that AIO would give him face since he personally proposed the marriage. Not to mention, AIO still needed his help. But after he said it, he didn't get the enthusiastic response he expected. Instead, AIO looked embarrassed. This made Swada very unhappy and his tone turned cold. No, that's not the case. Grandmaster misunderstood. Aio hurriedly waved his hand. He realized that if he didn't handle today's matter properly, it would really give rise to big trouble. But he couldn't think of a suitable excuse for a while, so he was stunned. Swada coldly snorted and said, "This old master came here today to propose marriage. The soul source restoration pill is this old master's sincerity. If President Aio can agree to this old master will refine 10 bottles of Origin King grade spirit pills for Hengluo Chamber of Commerce every year." Gasps rang out as everyone looked at Swada in shock. 10 bottles, that was 100 spirit pills. If it were ordinary spirit pills, it wouldn't be a big deal. But that was 100 Origin King grade spirit pills. Any one of them was a priceless treasure. Even an alchemist like Swada couldn't refine them just because he wanted to. Everyone immediately understood that this girl named Swaling definitely occupied a very important position in Swada's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such a generous condition. Aio's heart also beat violently. He was both excited and annoyed at the same time. In the past, every time he asked Swada to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, not only did he have to provide a lot of materials as a reward, but it also depended on whether he was in a good mood and whether he had the time. Even so, he only got about 20 Origin King grade spirit pills from Swada every year. At the very least, he only got 5 Origin King grade spirit pills a year. But now, this old man was asking for 100 Origin King grade spirit pills every year, and he seemed to be at ease. How could Aio not know that he had been hiding his strength before? This made him very angry. He felt that the Chamber of Commerce had fed so many offerings to him every year. 100 Origin King grade spirit pills in 1 year. Everyone present was completely shocked. This was an offer that could not be refused. Many alchemists belonging to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce were quietly winking at Aio, hinting him to agree without hesitation. They urged Aio like this for the sake of the Chamber of Commerce and for their own sake. As long as this matter was settled, Grandmaster Swada would definitely stay in Water Sky City in the future. Then, they would have the opportunity to communicate with Grandmaster Swada and consult him. But Aio did not do as they wished. Does President Aio think this old master is not sincere enough? Swada's face turned gloomy. He had already said so much, but he still did not get a positive response from Aio. This surprised him a little, but also made him a little angry. Or, does President Aio think this old master's granddaughter is not worthy of third young master? Aio's forehead couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Of course not. For someone like Miss Ling to take a fancy to Shuiyu is this little brat's good fortune. How could he not be worthy? In that case, why are you still hesitating, President Master?" Zhang Yuan looked at Aio and said, "Third young master is a man of striking appearance, and Miss Ling is a heavenly beauty. The two of them are a perfect match, a match made in heaven." Aio glanced at Zhang Yuan indifferently, wishing he could slap this guy to death. Why didn't I find this guy so annoying before? Why is he so annoying today? Grandmaster Zhang is right. Although Aio felt uncomfortable in his heart, he still had to call Zhang Yuan Grandmaster because of Swada's face. He used to call him by his name, but what? Swada's voice was extremely cold. It sounded a little aggressive. Obviously, he was in a bad mood. But, Grandmaster, please forgive me. In fact, this is Shuiyu's own problem. Shuiyu saw her father in a dilemma and took the initiative to step forward. She cupped her fists and said, "Shuiyu already has someone in her heart. I have already agreed to stay with her forever. I won't leave her. Please forgive me, Grandmaster." On the side, Zuoling was on the verge of collapse when she heard this. She looked at Shuiyu with a pale face. Her eyes turned slightly red, as if tears were about to flow down. Shuiyu turned around and looked at Zuoling, "Little sister Ling we've known each other since we were young. Although we haven't spent much time together, I've always treated you as my own little sister. I don't have any other thoughts about you. Little sister, please forgive Shuiyu for not being able to accept your feelings." Zuoling was already extremely aggrieved, and now she burst into tears. She was like a pear blossom bathed in the rain. Anyone who heard her cry would cry, and anyone who saw her would be heartbroken. Many people couldn't bear to see this happen. Zhuode's old face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off. I don't care. I don't care. Zhuoling suddenly grabbed Zhuode's arm and shook it. She shouted as she shook, I only want to be with big brother Xueyu. Grandpa, quickly think of something. Grandpa, aren't you omnipotent? Quickly think of something. If I can't marry big brother Xueyu, Ling won't live anymore. Everyone's face darkened. Seeing Zhuoling being so mischievous, everyone immediately understood that she must have been spoiled by Zhuode. Otherwise, how could a girl speak so carelessly in public? Zhuode also looked distressed and helpless. He patted the back of Zhuoling's hand and comforted her, don't cry. Isn't Grandpa discussing this with President Aio? If you cry again, Grandpa will go back now. I will never come to Water Sky City again. You won't be able to see Third Young Master for the rest of your life. This move was indeed effective. Zhuoling immediately stopped crying when she heard this. But she couldn't hold back her sobs. Her delicate shoulders kept shaking as she looked at Xueyu with a bitter face. Xueyu felt helpless in her heart and looked away. She knew that if she didn't stop now, she would only suffer. How could she be soft-hearted? On the other hand, Aio's heart sank. With his shrewdness, how could he not understand that Zhuode was comforting Zhuoling just now? But in fact, he was threatening him. The meaning of his words was obvious. If he couldn't satisfy his granddaughter, he would immediately leave Water Sky City and never set foot in it for the rest of his life. That meant that Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would lose its only origin king grade alchemist. This was not only a blow to the Chamber of Commerce's actual interests, but also a blow to their reputation. If that was the case, would the Chamber of Commerce still be able to hire an origin king grade alchemist or artifact refiner in the future? The answer was obviously no, unless they cultivated one themselves. But how could it be so easy to cultivate an origin king grade alchemist and artifact refiner? The birth of an origin king grade alchemist and artifact refiner was even more difficult than a cultivator breaking through to the third order origin king realm. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few alchemists and artifact refiners standing at the peak of this world. Aio wouldn't have to swallow his anger and accompany Zhuode with a smile on his face. Aio suddenly felt that this was the most aggrieved day of his life. President Aio. Zhuode softened his tone and said, as you can see, this girl is now stubborn. This old master really can't do anything to her. But since Third Young Master's heart already belongs to someone else, this old master can't force him to do something he doesn't want to. Otherwise, this old master will be condemned by everyone. How about this? This old master will give you and Third Young Master a few days to think about it and then give this old master an answer. How about it? This old master will live in Water Sky City with Ling for the next few days. Come to this old master when you have made up your mind. He knew that Aio was in a hurry to refine the soul source restoration pill, so he said such words. Sure enough, Aio showed an awkward expression. He wanted to ask Zhuode to refine the soul source restoration pill first, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Moreover, he knew that even if he shamelessly asked, Zhuode would definitely find an excuse to refuse. For example, he was in a bad mood, or Zhuoling would interfere. Instead of asking for a snub, he might as well not say it. His gaze fell on Xueyu, wondering if he should agree to Zhuode's request first and deal with the aftermath after Gu Bai who was cured. But Xueyu was a girl after all. If he really agreed, it meant that he would completely offend Zhuode. Aio felt like his head was about to explode. Nothing had ever made him so upset. He was in charge of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. He acted swiftly and decisively, leading the entire Chamber of Commerce to prosperity. But in the face of Zhuode's marriage proposal, he was at a loss. I have long heard of Grandmaster Zhuode's fame. This junior has admired you for a long time, but seeing you today, tsk. Just as Aio was cursing in his heart, a voice suddenly sounded. He couldn't help but be shocked. He turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. After seeing who spoke, he was stunned and frowned. Because he found that the person who spoke was actually Yang Kai. Yang Kai had a good relationship with Xueyu. Obviously, he stood up for Shuiyu at this moment. But his words seemed to be a bit too much. He would definitely offend Suede. But he wasn't a member of the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, so he couldn't represent the Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. So, no matter how he offended Suede, it had nothing to do with the Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Aio suddenly realized that at this moment, only Yang Kai seemed to be the most suitable person to speak. He couldn't help but light up and cast a meaningful glance at him. The others' faces also changed after hearing this. Although Yang Kai didn't finish his words, everyone could hear the disdain in his words. Saying such words in front of an Origin King grade alchemist, wasn't this a slap in the face? Many Origin grade alchemists looked at Yang Kai in a different light. Suede was a shrewd person. He didn't get angry immediately after hearing this. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at Yang Kai and said lightly, "President Aio, this is..." Reporting to Grandmaster, "Yang Kai is my friend." Shuiyu took the initiative to answer before Aio could. "He is also a member of the Chamber of Commerce?" Suede frowned. "No, he just passed by this place and came to see me," Shuiyu explained. Suede nodded and said with a slight smile, "This old master can't pretend that he didn't hear what Your Excellency just said. Your Excellency seems to be a little dissatisfied with this old master. Has this old master offended you before?" From Zhang Yuan, Suede knew that Yang Kai had said bad things about him behind his back before. In fact, it wasn't bad words. He just said that he was a little arrogant. Suede secretly remembered this in his heart and secretly decided that he would not refine Origin King grade spirit pills for this person in the future. However, because of this, he couldn't find trouble with Yang Kai and could only give up. Now that Yang Kai actually stood out and touched his bad luck, of course, he couldn't just laugh it off. So what if you are a second-order Origin King cultivator? You still have to beg this old master when you need it. Suede thought proudly. Grandmaster must be joking. This is the first time this Yang has met Grandmaster. How could I have offended you? Yang Kai said lightly. In that case, why are you? I'm just telling the truth. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai smiled. Suede's face darkened. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai continued, "An alchemist is like a doctor. As a doctor, both skill and benevolence are equally important. Mrs. Gu's soul has been damaged for a year and her life is in danger at any time. Since Grandmaster is here, why don't you refine the soul source restoration pill to save her life? Yet, you use your granddaughter's marriage as a threat to force President Aio and Third Young Master. It can be seen that although Grandmaster's skill is exquisite, he is not benevolent enough. TSK, can Grandmaster be called Grandmaster? Don't you think this word is too heavy for you? Grandmaster is old, so don't crush his body." As soon as this statement came out, not only did the faces of many Origin-grade alchemists change drastically, but even President Aio's face suddenly became complicated. He never expected that Yang Kai's words would be so sharp. It was almost tantamount to tearing off all pretenses with Suede. Although Yang Kai's words touched the bottom of his heart and made him agree with him a million times, saying such words in front of Suede was the same as offending him to death. Although it was the truth and everyone knew it, it couldn't be said casually. There were some things that everyone was well aware of. You. Suede's face alternated between green and red. He was suddenly put on the spot. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of him. Even Origin King realm cultivators had to be respectful in front of him. When had he ever heard such sharp criticism? After being criticized by Yang Kai, he seemed to feel a little heavy on his shoulders. Who are you? How dare you speak ill of grandfather? Zueling suddenly shouted. She raised her hand and a fire dragon-like attack burst out from her palm, heading straight for Yang Kai. She was already in a bad mood due to the setback in her relationship. Now that she heard Yang Kai criticizing Suede so blatantly, she couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to use Yang Kai as a punching bag to vent the resentment in her heart. So, she didn't hesitate to attack. As Suede's granddaughter, Zueling had good aptitude. Coupled with the large number of pills provided by Suede, she was already a second-order Origin returning realm cultivator despite her young age. Although this attack was launched casually, it was quite powerful. The fire dragon roared and the air became hot. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Yang Kai's head. Ling stop. Zhude was shocked. Ling was young and impulsive. She didn't know Yang Kai's depth, but he knew from Zhan Yuan that Yang Kai was a second-order origin king master. Ling was no match for him. If the other party got angry and hurt Ling, it would be a big loss. But his shout was a little too late. When his voice fell, the fire dragon had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He didn't even move his body. He just stretched out his hand unhurriedly, opened his 5 fingers, and grabbed the fire dragon. Fire attribute elements sputtered in the air and the hot air returned to normal. Ling was stunned. Obviously, she didn't expect her attack to be so easily resolved by the other party. She also realized that Yang Kai was far stronger than her. However, she wasn't afraid because of this. Instead, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Grandfather, he bullied me. Help me teach him a lesson." While speaking, she kept shaking Zhude's arm. Zhude's aged body suddenly swayed from side to side like a canoe in a storm. She thought that Zhude was omnipotent because all the origin kings were respectful in front of him. So, when she suffered a little loss, she counted on Zhude to stand up for her. But how could Zhude have this ability? He was respected by the origin kings. It was because of his alchemy skills, not his cultivation. He was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Using force to teach Yang Kai a lesson was the same as seeking death. Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. In any case, he was now a second-order origin king. If Ling attacked him at will, he could teach her a lesson, but if he took this little girl seriously, it would seem like he was making a mountain out of a molehill. But Ling didn't expect that Zhude wouldn't respond for a long time, so she shouted at Aio, "Uncle Aio, kill him. Beat him to death. I'll ask Grandpa to refine that absolute beginning pill for you." As soon as this statement came out, Yang Kai's face sank. Aio's expression also became strange. It was understandable for a little girl to be willful and make things difficult for her because she was pampered. However, it was a little too much for her to take someone's life just because she didn't like it. What's more, she was the one who started it. The responsibility did not lie with Yang Kai at all. Anyone with a brain would not agree with Ling's words. Neither would he offend a second-order origin king because of this. "Uncle Aio, didn't you ask Grandpa to come over to refine that absolute beginning pill? You are so powerful, he is definitely not your opponent. Beat him to death." Ling shouted as she pointed at Yang Kai and urged Aio, as if she was ordering a subordinate, overbearing. Aio gave a hollow laugh and said, "Little Ling, Uncle may not be his opponent." "How can that be? You are the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, one of the most powerful people in the world. How can you not be his opponent?" "Oh, I see. You don't want that spirit pill anymore. Ling don't make trouble." Zhude couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't help but shout. Ling pouted when she saw that her grandpa was really angry. She tactfully stopped pestering him, but her expression when she looked at Yang Kai was extremely resentful. Her silver teeth creaked as if she wanted to rush over and bite off a piece of meat. "Shuiyu, you were right not to agree to this marriage." Yang Kai smiled softly, "If I marry such a woman, how will I live in the future?" Shuiyu glared at Yang Kai, but didn't say anything. "Your Excellency has provoked this old master again and again. What is your intention?" Zhude looked at Yang Kai gloomily, looking angry. "Haha, like I said before, I'm just telling the truth." Yang Kai smiled indifferently. Ling is indeed spoiled by this old master, but her nature is still good. You can't judge her like that. Taking someone's life at will? Is this what you mean by her nature is good? If I wasn't a second-order origin king, but a saint king, I'm afraid I would be a corpse by now, right? Yang Kai sneered. If you were a saint king, you wouldn't be qualified to talk to this old master. Unfortunately, I'm not. Enough. Zhan Yuan couldn't help but jump out when he saw Yang Kai arguing with Zhude. Your Excellency is so disrespectful to your honored master. Have you forgotten who refined the spirit pills you used for cultivation all these years? Any cultivator who still has the slightest bit of gratitude shouldn't treat a highly respected alchemy grandmaster the way you do. Remember the source when drinking water, and repay kindness. Xianxia nodded slightly. Is this what you want to say? But I'm sorry, I told you before that I'm also an alchemist. The spirit pills I took over the years were all refined by me. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies, so I don't need to be grateful to some alchemist. Your Excellency is also an alchemist? Xueda's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. Yes. Oh? A sneer appeared at the corner of Xueda's mouth. May I ask what level of alchemist Your Excellency is? Do you have your alchemist badge? I don't have that thing, and I can't say what level it is. Zhang Yuan sneered at the side. Honored master, why are you so serious with this kind of person? Although his martial Dao cultivation is good, he doesn't look old. Even if he is an alchemist, he is not worth mentioning in front of you. You are standing at the peak of the entire star territory. Xueda smiled proudly, looking at Xianxia with a trace of contempt. Peak? I don't think so, right? Xianxia chuckled. Although there are not many Origin King-grade alchemists, I know one. He is younger than this Grandmaster, and he will definitely go further than this Grandmaster in the future. He was naturally talking about Xiaoning Chong. What a joke! Xueda shouted, anger appearing on his face. This old man has reached the peak of Origin grade low rank, and can break through to Origin grade mid rank at any time. In this entire star territory, who can surpass this old man? When talking about the territory he was proficient in, Xueda's aura became aggressive. He wouldn't admit defeat at all. You don't believe me, Grandmaster? Xianxia looked at him with a smile. Go and find that person. This old man will compete with him and make him accept his defeat wholeheartedly. Xueda coldly snorted. That person is hundreds of millions of miles away. I won't be able to call him over in a short time. But if Grandmaster wants to compete, how about this Yang compete with Grandmaster? This Yang admits that his alchemy skills are still slightly inferior to that person's. If you can beat this Yang will admit what you just said. But if you can't even beat this Yang, hee. On the stairs in front of the hall, a group of people were all staring at Xianxia, dumbfounded, as if they had seen something inconceivable. Zhong Ao's mouth was so wide open that a fist could fit in it. Aio's expression changed as many thoughts flew through his mind. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood Xianxia's intention. His eyes couldn't help but shine as he felt grateful from the bottom of his heart. In any case, Xianxia seemed to be a good person. He was worth making friends with. What? What did you just say? Xueda looked at Xianxia in surprise. He also doubted what he had just heard. Grandmaster seems to be getting old, Xianxia sighed. I just said that Grandmaster might as well compete with this Yang in alchemy. You want to compete with this old man in alchemy? Xueda laughed and said disdainfully, this old man really can't see where your confidence comes from. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry about this. Grandmaster only needs to say if you dare or not. Humph, do you think this old man doesn't know what you are up to? Do you think goading this old man will work? If this old man agrees to compete with you, are you going to compete with me in refining the soul source restoration pill? Xueda looked at Xianxia with a sneer. Oh, Grandmaster is wise. This Yang was just about to propose that, Xianxia said in surprise. Everyone's thoughts turned and they immediately realized what Xianxia's intention was. If Xueda was really angry and wanted to compete with Xianxia in alchemy, then Xianxia would set the content of the competition to refining the soul source restoration pill. At that time, Xueda would definitely go all out to refine the pill in order to win. In this way, Gubaihu's danger would be solved and President Aio's urgent need would be solved. As for whether Xianxia could refine the pill or not, who cares? It was not shameful to lose in alchemy in front of an Origin King-grade alchemist. It would be shameful if he lost in a one-on-one battle with an alchemist. Petty tricks, this old man won't be fooled. Xueda coldly snorted and looked at Xianxia contemptuously, as if he had seen through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Grandmaster has wronged me. Xianxia smiled faintly. How about this? In order to make this competition fair, this Yang will add a little prize. How about it? What prize? Xueda asked coldly. If I lose, I will be your bodyguard for 1,000 years. Xianxia looked serious and said in a deep voice. What? As soon as this statement came out, everyone turned pale with fright. They all looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a fool. Even Xuede looked tempted. Although he was an Origin King grade alchemist and had many powerful followers, he didn't have an Origin King realm master among them. Origin Kings were all proud and arrogant people. They could be polite when they asked him for alchemy, but how could they be ordered around and enslaved by him? What's more, Xianxia wasn't an ordinary Origin King, but a second-order Origin King. There weren't many Origin Kings in the entire Star Territory. If Xuede had a second-order Origin King as his subordinate, coupled with his identity as an Origin King grade alchemist, it would mean that he would be the sole ruler of the entire Star Territory. Xuede was inevitably tempted. Although he felt that this was a trap set by Xianxia, he couldn't help but agree out of confidence in his alchemy skills. Xianxia! Xueyu exclaimed. She seemed to want to persuade him, but Xianxia raised his hand and stopped her. He stared at Xuede and said indifferently, "This Yang is not talented, but I am now a second-order Origin King. Moreover, I am in the prime of my life. It shouldn't be a problem for me to live for a few thousand years. I have more than enough time to be your bodyguard for 1,000 years, Grandmaster. I just don't know if Grandmaster dares to accept this bet." Aio was moved. Many alchemists were moved. They were all shocked by Xianxia's amazing move. Xuede's face changed for a while before he nodded and said, "You are right. This proposal is really tempting to this old master. But it's not enough to just be a bodyguard. This old master wants you to be obedient." As soon as this statement came out, Aio's face sank. He seemed very unhappy. Which Origin King realm master wasn't a high and mighty figure? Even if they restrained their arrogance in front of Xuede, it was out of respect for him. Xianxia said that he would be Xuede's bodyguard for 1,000 years. In Aio's opinion, it was already extremely inconceivable and unbearable. If it were him, he would never agree. This was no longer just a bodyguard, but a servant. A bodyguard was only responsible for protecting Xuede's personal safety, but a servant was different. A servant had to complete all kinds of orders given by Xuede, completely abandoning his dignity. This was an insult to an Origin King realm master. It was contempt. Aio was also an Origin King realm master. Just like Xianxia, he was also a second-order Origin King. He could empathize with Xuede's situation at the moment and inevitably became angry. Xuede didn't seem to expect Xianxia to agree so readily. He thought the other party would bargain with him. He proposed this because he wanted to get as many benefits as possible. He even quickly came up with several backup plans in his heart, such as how many times to make Xianxia obey his orders unconditionally. But he didn't expect that it would be useless. He was stunned for a moment. But soon, he spoke again. 1,000 years is not enough, 2,000 years. Good. Once again, Kai Yang agreed without even thinking about it. Grandmaster Xuede. Aio suddenly shouted in a deep voice, "Isn't this proposal a bit too much?" Xianxia Xueyu. Using Xueyu's marriage to threaten him was one thing, but now he was even asking for an exorbitant price, directly increasing the 1,000 years to 2,000 years. Aio couldn't bear it. In any case, Xianxia's proposal to compete with Xuede in alchemy was out of consideration for Gu Baihu. Although Aio didn't know why Xianxia wanted to do this, he was still very grateful to him. No matter whether this matter was successful or not, he would owe Xianxia a favor, a huge favor. Was there any second-order Origin King in this world? There was only one. So he stood up without hesitation, changed his attitude, and blamed Xuede. If he didn't even have such courage and decisiveness, he didn't deserve to be the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Xuede sneered, he agreed. "Why are you in such a hurry, President Aio?" Xianxia looked at Aio and smiled indifferently. "President Aio, please calm down. Although I agreed to 2,000 years, it is still unknown whether Grandmaster can live that long." These words were vaguely cursing Xuede's early death and reincarnation. Xuede was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator and had lived for many years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an Origin King grade alchemist. the next 2,000 years for him. It was indeed a long time. Swada's face couldn't help but sink. He snorted coldly, "Don't worry. For today's bet, this old master will try his best to live for 2,000 years. I hope so." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Aio sighed. He raised his hand and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. "Brother Yang, from now on, you and I are brothers. This AI will remember today's matter." Haha. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He had mixed feelings deep in his heart. It was as if he had knocked over a spice shop. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart. He didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. He quickly changed the topic and said, "This Yang's bet has been set. What about you, Grandmaster?" Swada's face was cold as he said, "What do you think is suitable for this old master?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "This Yang is betting his freedom. In that case, for the sake of fairness, shouldn't Grandmaster do the same?" Swada frowned and didn't answer immediately. "What? Grandmaster doesn't dare to accept? Is Grandmaster not confident in his alchemy skills? Do you think you will lose to this Yang?" Yang Kai fanned the flames. "What a joke." Swada was furious. "This old master will not lose to anyone in alchemy. Provocation is useless against this old master. Tsk tisk." Yang Kai clicked his tongue for a while. "Grandmaster can't afford to lose. Forget it. Since you are so resentful, I don't want you to bet your freedom for many years. How about this? Grandmaster will refine 100 Origin King grade spirit pills for me every year for the rest of his life." 100 every year? Swada looked angry. "Don't you think that's too much?" Before Yang Kai could speak, Zhong Ao, who had been standing on the side, said coldly, "Grandmaster, you are wrong. Yang Kai is betting 2,000 years of freedom. He is a second-order Origin King Master. Don't you think Grandmaster should offer an equal bet? 100 Origin King grade spirit pills every year is nothing to Grandmaster, but 2,000 years of freedom is very heavy for Yang Kai. Grandmaster, you are a man of virtue and prestige. You can't do this or that. Do you want to take advantage of your seniority?" Zhong Ao had been standing on the side and watching the show for a long time. He couldn't bear it anymore. Originally, as an alchemist, although he despised Swada's character a little, he still respected him. After all, he was a master. But now, it seemed that this old man's character was worse than he had imagined. Compared to him, Yang Kai's personality was simply boundless. The only trace of respect he had for Swada in his heart had disappeared. Swada remained unmoved after hearing Zhong Ao's words. He sneered, "In this old master's opinion, his freedom is not worth a single cent. But this old master will offer 100 Origin King grade spirit pills every year. Who knows how many people will die if that happens?" That makes sense." To everyone's surprise, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "Then, I won't ask for 100 Origin King grade spirit pills every year. How about 80? 50, no more." Swada waved his hand. 75. 55. 70. 60. Deal. Under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, the two quickly haggled and bargained. Finally, the number was set at 60 Origin King grade spirit pills every year. Although it was less than half of what Yang Kai proposed, 60 Origin King grade spirit pills was still an unimaginable amount of wealth. In this entire star territory, any Origin King grade spirit pill was enough to make people fight over it. It was enough to make people lose their lives. Only a grandmaster like Swada could casually offer 160 Origin King grade spirit pills. Brat. After the terms were negotiated, Swada seemed to have revealed his ferocious side. He looked at Yang Kai with a grin. "Today's bet between you and me was made in front of President Aio and many Origin-grade alchemists. If you dare not to admit your loss, rest assured, President Aio's reputation is in this star territory. He acts fairly, unlike some people who deceive others to gain fame. I want to invite him to be an arbitrator. If either of us dares to not admit our loss, President Aio will kill us on the spot." Yang Kai proposed with a smile. Swada's face couldn't help but change. There seemed to be a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. He was just a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. If AIO really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to live past tomorrow no matter what. After thinking about it, he quickly said, "It's not that this old master doubts President AIO's character, but Your Excellency is also a second-order origin king, the same cultivation as President AIO. If you want to escape, I'm afraid President AIO won't be able to stop you." AIO's face turned cold. Just as he was about to say something, a subtle energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately, a figure suddenly appeared. This person had a smile on his face that made people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. His hair and beard were all white, but his complexion was extremely ruddy. He looked like a young man. He carried a sheathed long sword on his back and stood there straight. His whole person was like a peerless blade that hit its edge, awe-inspiring. With his hands behind his back, he walked down from the sky step by step and said with a smile, "If AIO can't stop you, I will do it myself." "What do you think, Grandmaster Zwada?" Hearing this person's voice, everyone reacted and quickly looked at him. After seeing his face clearly, AIO couldn't help but be startled. He quickly cupped his fists and saluted, "Marshal Uncle Long, why are you here?" Marshal Uncle Long, the way AIO addressed him made everyone understand the identity of this person. The only third-order origin king in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, standing at the peak of Star Territory, Long Tianshang. Purple Star had Guangshi Zong, while Hengluo Chamber of Commerce had Long Tianshang. Both of them were powerful existences who could shake the world. However, in terms of fame, Long Tianshang was much more famous than Guangshi Zong. Because 1,000 years ago, when Long Tianshang had just broken through to the third-order origin king realm, he went to a cultivation star for some unknown reason. Then, he slaughtered dozens of large and small sects there. That cultivation star had a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, creating rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was like hell on earth. After that battle, Long Tianshang's notoriety spread far and wide. In Star Territory, when this person was mentioned, everyone would pale. No one knew what kind of conflict or grievance Long Tianshang had with those destroyed sects. It was only rumored that it was related to a woman. Since then, Long Tianshang had disappeared. In the past 1,000 years, no one had seen him. They only knew that he was in closed-door cultivation somewhere in the Watermoon Star. No one had expected him to show up today. Facing a third-order origin king master, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone cupped their fists and saluted. Even Zwada was no exception. Long Tianshang chuckled, returned the salute to Zwada, and said lightly, "It has been several decades since we last met. Grandmaster is still as elegant as ever." This Tianshang is relieved. "Elder Long is too polite," Zwada nodded. "Marshal Uncle Long, why are you in the mood to walk around today?" AIO asked in surprise. Others didn't know Long Tianshang's temper, but he knew it all too well. In the entire Star Territory, he was the one who had the most contact with Long Tianshang. Usually, it wasn't easy for him to see Long Tianshang. He would often be refused at the door when he went to greet him. He had no choice but to retreat in dejection. Who would have thought that the other party would show up today? This surprised AIO. "I'm here to join in the fun." Long Tianshang chuckled. He had an extraordinary temperament, but he gave off a refreshing feeling. Anyone who saw him would involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. While speaking, he turned to look at Yang Kai, Yang Kai, is it okay if I call you by your name? Very good. My Hengluo Chamber of Commerce will be your ally in the future. Come whenever you want. Don't be an outsider, Long Tianshang said with a smile. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. Junior will definitely treat this place as half of his home. Yang Kai immediately took advantage of the opportunity. Shuiyu listened from the side. How could she not understand what Yang Kai meant? Immediately, a look of shyness and happiness appeared in her beautiful eyes. On the other side, Zwada's old face couldn't help but turn ugly when he heard Long Tianshang say so. Long Tianshang didn't say much. But from this sentence alone, he knew that the other party was somewhat dissatisfied with his approach. Otherwise, why would he be so close to Yang Kai? But, so what? Compared to him, a third-order origin king had the same status in theory, so he didn't care too much. That's good. Long Tianshang nodded, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Kai's performance. Then, he changed the topic and said with a chuckle, that being said, since you and Grandmaster Zwede have made a bet today, don't go back on your word if you lose. Since I've come to join in the fun today, I can't just stand by and watch. If you dare to flee, I'll really kill you. He said these words with a smile. There was no killing intent in his words, but when the others heard it, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Senior, don't worry. I'm an honest person and will absolutely not go back on my word. That's good. Long Tianshang looked at Zwede. What about you, master? With this Long overseeing this place, can you rest assured? Elder Long's words are enough. Zwede nodded. Since that's the case, you may begin. It had been a long time since he had seen something so interesting. This Long also wants to see a good show. Long Tianshang smiled faintly. As soon as his voice fell, his whole body suddenly dissipated like smoke. He disappeared just like that. But everyone knew that he didn't go far. It was just that his words put too much pressure on them, so he took the initiative to hide. Brother Yang, little brother Yang, are you really going to do this? Aio looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. He didn't want Yang Kai to compete with Zwede in alchemy. In his opinion, this proposal was. He was grateful yet powerless. It was like a 3-year-old child competing with a master in strength. The former had no chance of winning. Then, the words Brother Yang, little brother Yang were jarring to Yang Kai's ears. But it wasn't convenient for him to point it out. He could only pretend to be indifferent and nodded. Senior Long has already appeared here. Do you still have a chance to go back on your word? Haha, of course not. Long Tianshang's laughter came from the void. His laughter seemed to be gloating, making Shuiyu gnash her teeth in anger. Sigh. Aio heaved a heavy sigh. In that case, let's begin. Aio, Martial Uncle Long, and all the Grandmasters will be our witnesses. He knew that since things had developed to this point, there was no turning back. However, he had also made up his mind that if Yang Kai was really defeated, he would help Yang Kai escape even if it would damage his reputation. In any case, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to jump into this muddy water because of Gu Baihu's matter. He still couldn't figure out why Yang Kai would do this. Haha, you're dead meat this time. Zhang Yuan stood next to Zwede and laughed, looking like a villain who had achieved success. Master, you don't have to hold back. Let him know that you are the best alchemist in the world. Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. Zwede coldly snorted. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yang Kai. What do you want to compete with this old master? Don't say that this old master is bullying the weak. The content of this competition is up to you. No matter what kind of spirit pill it is, this old master will accept it. He put on a confident look and looked at Yang Kai disdainfully. How ridiculous. How can there be such a stupid person in this world who wants to compete with me in alchemy? I'll let you know how to write the word convinced later. This Yang has already said the content of the competition. We will refine the soul source restoration pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly. No. Before Zwede could speak, Aio suddenly shouted. He looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Brother Yang, little brother Yang, change the spirit pill. The soul source restoration pill is really. Its grade was really too high. It was an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. If one wanted to refine it, they would need an Origin King grade alchemist. Even an Origin grade high-rank alchemist wasn't qualified to refine it. It would only be a waste of herbs. Yang Kai's martial Dao cultivation was high and he was still young. He must have been obsessed with the martial Dao for so many years. How high could his attainments in alchemy be? Even if his talent was outstanding, it was impossible for him to become an Origin King grade alchemist. If he chose the soul source restoration pill as the content of the competition, he would lose before the competition even started. Aio was grateful to Yang Kai for thinking about Gu Baihu, but he couldn't just let him jump into the fire pit without asking. If he really did that, what kind of person would he be? So, he vetoed and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. How about we choose the Qi recovery pills? Everyone has taken this kind of thing before. They can tell the difference between good and bad. Qi recovery pills were spirit pills used by low-level cultivators to restore their saint qi. They were only saint grade low rank. AIO felt that Yang Kai should be able to refine them. As long as he could refine them, he would have a chance to compete with Suode. If he was lucky enough to refine pill veins, he might still have a chance to win. Zhong Ao also nodded in agreement. He felt that it was more appropriate to choose the Qi recovery pills. He knew that Yang Kai had some alchemy skills. He had even refined a spirit pill with pill clouds. It wouldn't be difficult for him to refine a Qi recovery pill with pill veins. Since Suode let Yang Kai choose the content of the competition, he couldn't waste this advantage in vain. Zhan Yuan jumped out and said, he said that he would choose the soul source restoration pill. He must be confident that he can refine it. This Zhan is not talented, but I want to observe your excellency's alchemy skills. TSK, the birth of an origin king grade spirit pill is rare, right? As soon as this remark came out, all the alchemists present showed a look of excitement. They also wanted to observe the refining of an origin king grade spirit pill. Between Qi recovery pills and soul source restoration pills, they were more inclined to the latter. So, after listening to Zhan Yuan's words, they all expressed their approval. AIO's face turned angry. He stared at Zhan Yuan with his majestic eyes. The latter couldn't help but shrink his neck. He smiled and said, President AIO, please forgive this Zhan. As an alchemist, this Zhan only thinks from his own point of view. It is indeed a little negligent. However, most of the people present should have the same opinion. President Master, you might as well ask them. No need, I will choose the soul source restoration pill. Yang Kai waved his hand. Have you thought it through? Suode asked coldly. Is Grandmaster not confident? Yang Kai smiled slightly. This old master is afraid that you won't be able to smile in the future. Suode coldly snorted, don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Fine, this old master will refine a soul source restoration pill and fulfill your wish. Until now, he still thought that Yang Kai was sacrificing his personal freedom in exchange for a chance to save Gu Baihu. He thought that everything Yang Kai did was just for that soul source restoration pill. He didn't believe that Yang Kai could refine an origin king grade spirit pill. President AIO, take out the materials, Suode said to AIO. AIO frowned and said, there is only one set of materials. Everything else is fine, but there is only one 7-colored Elk's monster core. I'm afraid that you two can't compete in refining the soul source restoration pill. This old master doesn't care. Suode shook his head, the materials you have prepared are for this old master. As for where he gets the materials, it's his own business. If he can't even get the materials, then it's his loss. Grandmaster, if that's the case, isn't it a little unfair? AIO's face sank. He is destined to learn this lesson. Suode was unmoved and sneered, young people are always arrogant. They don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Only after experiencing some setbacks will they become mature and steady. Today's matter will be a lesson for him. Elder Long, what do you say? Suode looked at the void and asked. There was no response. After a long while, Long Tianshang's voice came out. It was emotionless, Grandmaster is right. AIO, hand over the prepared materials to Grandmaster. Martial uncle. AIO was shocked when he heard this. If that was the case, then Yang Kai had no hope of winning at all. If he couldn't even get the materials for the soul source restoration pill, then what was the point of competing? AIO knew how difficult it was to find the 7-colored Elk's monster core. He had used the power of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but he had only found one that had lost most of its energy. There was absolutely no second one in this world. Since Yang Kai is so insistent, he must have something to rely on. Maybe he has another set of materials. Just give the prepared set to Grandmaster Suode, Long Tianshang's voice came from the void. Hearing this, AIO was taken aback. He turned to look at Yang Kai with a questioning look on his face. Yang Kai smiled faintly. With a flip of his wrist, a monster core emitting a 7-colored radiance appeared in his palm. This 7-colored radiance was even more exuberant than the monster core AIO had taken out before. He really has it. Everyone exclaimed. Many alchemists stared greedily at the monster core in Xianxia's hand. If the two monster cores were put together, they would be almost identical, but why do I feel that this monster core is a little different from the one President AIO took out? Someone muttered to himself in confusion. It is indeed a little different. It looks the same, but there are some subtle differences. Is this really the monster core of a seven-colored elk? This is the monster core of a variant of the seven-colored elk. It's not the monster core of a real ancient exotic beast. However, that monster beast also had a trace of the seven-colored elk's bloodline when it was alive, Xianxia explained with a smile. This thing had been stored in his space ring for many years. It was what he obtained when he hunted a variant of the seven-colored elk on the plains outside the Emperor Garden when he went to the Emperor Garden. He had never put it to use before, but he didn't expect that it would come in handy today. What do you mean? AIO, who had already regarded Xianxia as one of his own, asked Xianxia. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask nervously. One of the main materials for refining the soul source restoration pill is the monster core of a seven-colored elk. Although the one in Xianxia's hand barely meets the requirements, it is not pure and will be much more difficult to refine. On the other hand, the one President collected before may have lost a lot of energy, but it is the monster core of a genuine seven-colored elk. If you use that to refine the pill, you will undoubtedly have some advantages, Xianxia explained. He was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. Although he couldn't refine the soul source restoration pill, he was the one who proposed this pill recipe, so he naturally had done some research on it. His words were also authoritative. Hearing him say so, AIO's expression turned ugly. Haha, you want to use a defective inner core to compete with this old man? Swada laughed. Boy, this old man advises you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Don't embarrass yourself later. If the defective products are not enough. How about this? Xianxia smiled. As he spoke, another thing appeared in his hand. That thing slowly appeared. A strange fragrance floated in the air. When everyone smelled it, they immediately felt refreshed, and all the negative emotions in their hearts were dispelled. AIO was also shocked. He knew that Xianxia's disadvantage would be wiped out in an instant with the help of a scented pouch that matched his inner core. Swada's face couldn't help but sink as he said, "You actually hunted a variant of the rainbow elk? But even so, do you really think your alchemy skills are better than this old man's? This old man will give you one last chance. Admit defeat. You don't have a chance. This Yang will also give Grandmaster one last chance. Otherwise, today's competition will become a stain on Grandmaster's life and damage your reputation," Xianxia retorted. It's pointless to say anything when we don't agree. Since you also have the materials, let's begin. This old man will convince you wholeheartedly. Xianxia turned to AIO and cupped his fists. President AIO, please find a suitable place. The Alchemist Pavilion is not far from here. Let's do it at the Alchemist Pavilion. There are pure earth fire and origin king-grade alchemy furnaces there, AIO said and led the way. The rest of the crowd hurriedly followed. Those origin-grade alchemists looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their faces were flushed with excitement as they gathered around Grandmaster Swada, taking this opportunity to ask him some questions. An origin king-grade alchemist wasn't someone they could meet just because they wanted to. Today was a good opportunity, so how could they not seize it? Regardless of Swada's character, his alchemy skills were beyond doubt. With just a few pointers from him, Zhang Yuan was promoted to mid-rank origin-grade alchemist. Many of the alchemists present boasted that their aptitude was much better than Zhang Yuan's. If they could get a few pointers from Swada, they would definitely benefit for life. Perhaps he wanted to maintain his image, but Swada didn't refuse any of the questions and problems raised by these alchemists and answered them carefully. Many people had gained a lot and were very grateful. Only Xianxia followed Xianxia all the way, not caring about the excitement. Zhang Yuan, who was intoxicated with success, glanced at Xianxia from time to time with a mocking smile on his face. Honored teacher, this student encountered a problem a few days ago. I don't know how to solve it. Please enlighten me, Zhang Yuan suddenly asked in a loud voice. Many alchemists listened attentively, wanting to know what Zhang Yuan wanted to ask. Oh? What's the problem? Swede asked indifferently. There is a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He wants to compete with this student in alchemy and wants to win. This student doesn't know whether to compete with him or not. After all, if this student agrees, this student will be bullied. If this student doesn't agree, he will misunderstand this student's skills. It's really difficult. What's so difficult about this? The honor of an alchemist is not to be blasphemed. Teach that person a lesson and let him know that the alchemy way is not something that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can dabble in. Xianxia suddenly showed a look of enlightenment. He cupped his fists and said, so that's how it is. Many thanks for teacher's teachings. This student understands. Shui Yu, who was following Yang Kai, was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She gnashed her teeth so hard that they creaked. Yang Kai's position in her heart was unparalleled. She was afraid that even Aio couldn't compare with him. At this moment, Swede actually called Yang Kai a Tom, Dick, or Harry. If it weren't for Swede's identity, Shui Yu would have immediately drawn her sword and cut him down. Some origin-grade alchemists frowned. They didn't like Swede's remarks. After all, it was somewhat inconsistent with Swede's identity. However, they couldn't say anything and could only pretend that they didn't hear anything. A few origin-grade alchemists, on the other hand, let out flattering laughter. Everyone moved extremely fast. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, they arrived in front of a large hall. The hall was surrounded by barriers and spirit arrays. Aio waved his hand to open them and led everyone inside. What a rich fire attribute energy! Yang Kai showed a look of surprise as he muttered under his breath. He felt that the air here was filled with pure and rich fire attribute elements, not much different from High Heaven Sec's Earth-Lung Fire Vein. This is my Water Sky City's Alchemist Pavilion, Aio explained with a smile. Aio explained with a smile, there is an excellent Earth Fire Vein below this Alchemist Pavilion. The alchemists of my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce all refine pills here. Yang Kai nodded. He immediately understood why the accompanying alchemists weren't surprised at all. It was because they were all alchemists of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Obviously, they often came here and were already accustomed to it. You've never seen the market. Xianxia wouldn't give up any opportunity to ridicule Yang Kai. He couldn't help but snort coldly. President, Master, what are you doing? As soon as the group entered the alchemist pavilion, an old man in alchemist robes walked up to them and asked in confusion. With a wry smile, Aio briefly explained the whole story. What? Someone is competing with Grandmaster Swede in alchemy? The old man exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, the doors to countless rooms in the Hall of Alchemists were flung open. One by one, pale masters with disheveled hair, dirty faces, and sunken eyes, looking like beggars, rushed out of their respective pill refining rooms. Someone rushed out while shouting, "Where is the Grandmaster? Where is the Grandmaster?" After seeing Swede, these alchemists turned solemn and bowed to the ground, greeting him. Swede also put on an amiable appearance and returned the greeting. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He found that there were no less than 70 alchemists rushing out of the alchemist pavilion alone. Each of these alchemists was at least Saint King grade. Although their grades weren't high, their numbers couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, this was only the first floor of the alchemist pavilion. Under the perception of Yang Kai's divine sense, there were 8 more floors below the alchemist pavilion. In other words, the entire alchemist pavilion had 9 floors, and each floor had alchemists of different levels. The number of alchemists in the alchemist pavilion alone was estimated to be 400 to 500. This was one of the foundations of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. These 400 to 500 alchemists refined countless spirit pills for Hengluo Chamber of Commerce every year. For a moment, the area in front of Swede was bustling with noise and excitement, while the area in front of Yang Kai was deserted, forming a sharp contrast. After learning that it was Yang Kai who was going to compete with Swede in alchemy, those alchemists who didn't know the truth cast indignant gazes at Yang Kai one by one, as if Yang Kai had blasphemed something. In order to avoid embarrassment for Yang Kai, Aio waved his hand and led everyone down. Just as Yang Kai had sensed, the alchemist pavilion was divided into 9 floors. The lower one went, the more vigorous the earth fire was, and the higher the level of alchemists who could refine pills. With every floor, the number of alchemists following behind him would increase. After reaching the 9th floor, there were already more than 500 alchemists following behind AIO. This gave AIO a headache. He wanted to ask them to go back and refine pills, but he couldn't open his mouth. He knew Xueda's position in these people's hearts and how attractive an Origin King-grade alchemist was to them. He was afraid that even if he used force, these stubborn alchemists wouldn't obey his orders. He could only let them be and whispered to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, little brother Yang, don't feel pressured. I didn't expect things to get so big. Just treat these guys as cabbages." Yang Kai smiled faintly, "Rest assured, President AIO. These people are nothing in my eyes." "That's good," AIO couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Since we're here, let's begin," Xuede shouted. He turned his head to look at the hundreds of alchemists and said with a smile, "Fellow alchemists, today I will compete with this little friend in alchemy. Although there are some reasons, this old master is bullying the young. This old master is ashamed." Xuede's words attracted the goodwill of those alchemists who didn't know the truth. Someone shouted, "Since someone is so arrogant, Grandmaster doesn't have to blame himself. Just teach him a lesson." "That's right. Grandmaster is highly respected. It's outrageous that someone dares to compete with you in alchemy. Grandmaster, why don't you take a rest? I will compete for you. I will definitely live up to Grandmaster's expectations." Someone actually volunteered. These alchemists who came to watch the fun didn't know what had happened before. They didn't even know what kind of pill the competition was. They only came because of Xuede's name. Naturally, they didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai. In their opinion, competing with Xuede in alchemy was an intolerable thing in itself. More than half of the 500 alchemists glared at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Yang Kai just smiled at this scene. Xuede said. With a smile, "This old master appreciates everyone's kindness. But today, this old master really has to do it himself because this little friend wants to compete with this old master in refining the Soul Source Restoration Pill." "What? Soul Source Restoration Pill? Isn't that an Origin King grade spirit pill? Grandmaster wants to refine such a spirit pill? What a feast for the eyes. Is this person also an Origin King grade alchemist? He doesn't look like one." A group of alchemists shouted at once. The scene suddenly became very noisy. "All right, stop arguing." AIO's face turned ugly as he shouted, "Grandmasters Xuede and Yang Kai are about to start refining pills. You are all alchemists. Do you know that you shouldn't disturb them? Please don't make any more noise. Otherwise, don't blame this AI for being ruthless." As soon as AIO said this, the noisy hall suddenly quieted down. Xuede smiled and said, "Just don't make any noise. If you want to watch, it's not a problem." As soon as this remark came out, many alchemists showed joy and cast grateful looks at Xuede. "President AIO, please give this old master the materials for refining the Soul Source Restoration Pill. Also, prepare the same materials for that little friend," Xuede shouted. "Of course." AIO nodded. Immediately, Yang Kai took out a large number of materials from his space ring. He divided them into 2 portions and gave them to Yang Kai and Xuede respectively. The 2 sets of materials were basically the same. The only difference was that the one given to Xuede contained a 7-colored elk's inner core. After selecting the materials, AIO said, "This is the 9th floor of the Hall of Healing. The power of the earth fire was also the most concentrated. Refining pills here can save a lot of time and energy. Please choose a suitable location." On the 9th floor, there were dragon heads everywhere. The dragon's head was not big, and when it opened its mouth, there was a formation nearby that could control it. Once the formation was activated, the power of the earth fire extracted from the ground would surge out from the dragon's head. It could also control the intensity of the fire, which was extremely convenient. Obviously, Xuede was very familiar with this place. Upon hearing Yi Shiwen's words, he went to a dragon's head and got ready. The more than 500 alchemists also rushed over and stood 20 feet away from Xuede. They formed a circle around him and fixed their gazes on him. AIO came to Yang Kai's side and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yang, do you want to go to the side room?" Although this place is spacious, there are too many people here. It will inevitably be disturbed. No need. Yang Kai shook his head and said with a smile, if we go to the side room and those people can't see how I refine pills, I'm afraid they will suspect something. What you said makes sense. AIO furrowed his brows, but can you really refine the soul source restoration pill? He couldn't believe it from beginning to end. Seeing Yang Kai's calm appearance, he couldn't help but be a little suspicious. Could it be that not only does he have great achievements in the martial Tao, but he is also an Origin King grade alchemist? AIO quickly denied this idea as soon as he thought of it, because it was too unrealistic. President AIO, please wait and see. Yang Kai smiled faintly. AIO didn't say anything more. On the other side, Zhang Yuan's voice suddenly came with a hint of schadenfreude. Friend, Honored Master asked me to ask you if you need to borrow an Origin King grade alchemy furnace. You should know that a good alchemy furnace can increase the success rate of alchemy. Although I'm afraid you can't operate an Origin King grade alchemy furnace with your ability, Honored Master is merciful. He can lend it to you. This Yang appreciates Grandmaster's kindness. As for an Origin King grade alchemy furnace. I have one. Yang Kai took out his purple origin furnace from his space ring while laughing. This thing was also brought out from the Emperor Garden. It was a product from tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, there was a pill with pill clouds inside this purple origin furnace. As soon as the purple origin furnace appeared, the alchemists gathered and couldn't help exclaiming. But soon, the exclamations were suppressed by the crowd. Pairs of eyes stared greedily at Yang Kai's purple origin furnace. They were all alchemists, so naturally, they could see the extraordinariness of the purple origin furnace at a glance. The furnace was overflowing with purple clouds, and as soon as it appeared, the 9th floor of the alchemist pavilion was filled with a pill fragrance. At a glance, they knew that this furnace had produced many high-quality pills. Does he really know alchemy? Zhang Yuan was also dumbfounded. If he wasn't an alchemist, how could he have an Origin King grade alchemy furnace with him? But soon, he determined that this was a spoil of war that Yang Kai had inadvertently obtained. After all, Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he often went out adventuring. As a second-order Origin King, his space ring was likely filled with all sorts of random things. Damn it! As a cultivator, he actually had an Origin King grade alchemy furnace. As a rising alchemist with limitless prospects, Zhang Yuan was still using an Origin grade mid-rank alchemy furnace. Zhang Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred. He felt that the purple origin furnace in Yang Kai's hands was obviously a waste. He couldn't wait to rush up and grab it. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan was already thinking about how to take Yang Kai's purple origin furnace. Was it too much to add another bet? His thoughts began to run wild in the depths of his heart, and he could no longer suppress them. Your alchemy furnace is good, Zhong Ao raised his brow, it has an ancient aura. I'm afraid it's quite old. Among the hundreds of alchemists, only Zhong Ao stood on Yang Kai's side. He didn't go to Zhuda's side to watch. It is indeed very old. I got it by accident, but... Grandmaster Zhong Ao, don't even think about my alchemy furnace. I only have one, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhong Ao curled his lips when he heard this. Ao laughed and said, it doesn't matter. I remember that there is an ownerless Origin King grade alchemy furnace in Water Sky City's treasure house. I will send someone to give it to Grandmaster Zhong some other day. Because of this incident, Ao's attitude towards Zhong Ao had become very cordial, because from beginning to end, Zhong Ao had firmly stood on Yang Kai's side. Hearing this, Zhong Ao smiled and cupped his fists. Many thanks, President Ao. A treasured sword is just a gift to a hero. While they were talking, Zhang Yuan's voice came from the other side, shouting, Friend, Honored Master said that the gap between you and him is too big. There is no time limit for this competition. As long as you can refine the Soul Source Restoration Pill, Honored Master will admit defeat. Many thanks for Grandmaster's kindness. Junior will do his best. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said loudly. Zhang Yuan responded with a sneer. Ao looked solemn and shouted in a low voice, Since both of you are ready, then, let's begin. As soon as his voice fell, Zhuda suddenly felt a wave of heat. Apparently, he had activated the spirit array to absorb the power of the earth fire. Xianxia, don't be nervous. It's not a big deal if you lose, Xianxia said with concern. There was one thing she didn't say. If Xianxia really lost, she would risk her life to take Xianxia away from Water Sky City. No matter what, she couldn't let him be a slave for 2,000 years. She believed that her father wouldn't just stand by and watch such a thing happen. I'm not nervous. Xianxia nodded, but, shouldn't you all stand a little further away? I can't perform with all of you standing here. Sorry, I forgot, AIO and the others had black lines on their faces and quickly retreated. In an instant, the entire 9th floor of the Alchemist Pavilion was divided into two distinct territory. One was centered around Xuede. More than 500 Saint King Realm alchemists and above had surrounded him in a large circle. Everyone stared at Xuede with their eyes wide open, lest they miss any detail. The other was where Xianxia was. Compared to the liveliness on Xuede's side, this side was incomparably desolate. Only AIO, Xianxia, and Zhongao were present. The three of them looked very nervous and worried about their gains and losses. AIO and Xianxia, father and daughter, would exchange glances from time to time, as if they were communicating about something unspeakable. Suddenly, an irrepressible exclamation came from Xuede's side. The mouth of the alchemy furnace in front of Xuede opened. Then, Xuede skillfully threw the herbs he had prepared beforehand into the alchemy furnace. While throwing in the herbs, he also controlled the heat. His movements were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. It was very straightforward and very pleasing to the eye. The 500 alchemists were mesmerized by this scene. For a moment, they actually forgot AIO's previous warning. As expected of Grandmaster, he actually threw in the water orchid immortal and the blue heart fruit together. I didn't even dare to think about such a thing. Strange, the sea-pouring mushroom and the scarlet flame stallion have conflicting attributes. Wouldn't throwing them into the alchemy furnace one after the other ruin their medicinal properties? Shouldn't he condense one of them first before throwing in the other? What do you know? Grandmaster has his own reasons for doing this. Didn't you notice that when Grandmaster threw in the sea-pouring mushroom, he activated the spirit array in the alchemy furnace with his Saint Chi? I'm afraid the two herbs have already fused perfectly at this moment. So that's how it is. It seems that Grandmaster's speed is too fast. My eyesight can't keep up. I'm ashamed. Haha, what's there to be ashamed of in front of Grandmaster? Good, good. What we get today will definitely be a lifetime of happiness. You're right. In the end, Xuede was a veteran origin king-grade alchemist. Although he was angry that Xianxia wanted to compete with him in alchemy, once he entered the state of alchemy, his expression became as calm as an ancient well. The discussions around him didn't reach his ears at all. Everything in his eyes was only the heat, timing, alchemy furnace, and materials. Everything else had been thrown out of his mind. It was precisely because of this that Xuede had the demeanor of a master at this moment. Coupled with his smooth movements, his grasp of timing, and his knowledge of pharmacology, he instantly conquered all the alchemists present, dazzling them. They couldn't wait to see this scene go on forever and never end. Although the crowd was noisy, none of it reached Xuede's ears. He had entered a state of selflessness. From this point alone, it was not a fluke that he could become an origin king-grade alchemist. He really did have the ability. Even Xianxia, who was not far away, couldn't help but marvel at this scene. The martial Tao was the same as the alchemic Tao. Only by devoting all of one's energy could one achieve something. Those who could multitask and bite off more than they could chew would never go too far. He didn't waste any time. Seeing that Xuede had already started alchemy, Xianxia took a deep breath and adjusted his state of mind. In an instant, Xianxia's expression became solemn and his eyes shone with a sharp light. It was as if there was only the pill furnace and the herbs in front of him left in his eyes. There was nothing else. Xianxia also entered a state of selflessness in an instant. His opponent was a veteran origin king-grade alchemist. Of course, he couldn't be careless. On the side, AIO's eyes lit up. He whispered to Zhongao in surprise, Grandmaster Zhong, I see that Brother Yang's posture is no worse than Xuede's. Does he really know alchemy? Zhongao smiled and whispered back, Yang Kai knows alchemy, this old master can guarantee it. This old master has seen him refine spirit pills with my own eyes. And more than once, he has also refined a spirit pill with pill clouds. What? AI was taken aback, he has such ability? Grandmaster Zong isn't lying to me? How could the Zong joke about this kind of thing? Zong Ao's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. When that spirit pill was born, this Zong was watching from the side and had gained a lot. But what? However, at that time, the grade of that spirit pill wasn't very high. Furthermore, it was a coincidence that it was able to produce pill clouds. Zong Ao said, today, the spirit pill he wants to refine is the Soul Source Restoration Pill, an Origin King. Grade Spirit Pill. This Zong also doesn't dare to make a conclusion. However, his alchemy techniques and talent in alchemy were absolutely second to none. If the president continues reading, then, As Zong Ao spoke, he saw Yang Kai continuously throwing the materials that AIO had given him into the purple origin furnace. Unlike Grandmaster Zhuode's smooth and skillful movements, although Yang Kai's speed of throwing herbs was very fast, he was throwing them all in one go. Then, he closed the lid of the purple origin cauldron. There was no entertainment value at all. Even if it was someone who didn't understand alchemy. He also saw the problem. Shuiyu's heart sank. Aio's mouth was also wide open with a speechless look on his face. However, he still held on to the slightest bit of hope as he asked Zong Ao, Grandmaster Zong. Yang Kai did this. Is there anything special about it? I don't know. Zong Ao looked a little flustered. Which alchemist would throw all the herbs into the pill furnace at once during alchemy? In order to refine every kind of spirit pill, one needed to grasp the order in which the herbs were added, as well as the timing. Every time a kind of herb was added into the pill furnace, the alchemist had to expend a great deal of effort and energy to control the heat in the pill furnace and fuse the appropriate medicinal liquid with it. This was a step-by-step process. It was also a slow and meticulous process. Only in this way could the alchemist refine a good spirit pill. He will destroy the herbs by doing this. Zong Ao was anxious. Every herb has a different reaction to temperature. When he extracts the power of the earth fire, something terrible will happen. Although the power of the earth fire could be controlled, it was definitely not as flexible as the cultivator's St. Qi. Didn't they see Grandmaster Zhuode constantly controlling the spirit array to change the size of the earth fire? Because of this, the herbs needed to be thrown in one by one. This wasn't a random stew. How could he throw them all in at once? Could it be that he knows he can't beat Zhuode and has given up? AIO thought of a possibility. Yang Kai proposed to compete with Zhuode in refining the Soul Source Restoration Pill in order to save Gu Baihu. As long as Zhuode agreed to this competition, there was hope for Gu Baihu to wake up. As for whether Yang Kai would win or lose, that was another matter. He isn't such a reckless person. Let's wait and see. Shuiyu bit her thin lips. Her palms were sweating as she stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. After throwing in almost all the herbs, Yang Kai didn't activate the spirit array to trigger the power of the earth fire. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, motionless. His hands formed a mysterious seal. Zhang Yuan, who had been observing Yang Kai's movements, saw this scene. In an instant, he couldn't help but laugh. I thought that guy had some skills. It turns out that he doesn't even know the most basic knowledge of alchemy. He actually threw all the herbs into the cauldron. Ha ha ha. When the alchemists next to him heard this, they all glanced at Yang Kai. The next moment, they shook their heads one after another. Someone said, what a reckless waste of natural resources. He wasted so many good herbs. It's really abominable. In the eyes of alchemists, any good herb should play its role. Yang Kai's wastefulness naturally caused some dissatisfaction. The alchemists, who originally sympathized with Yang Kai, were now looking at him with eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, a scorching power surged out from that side. This scorching power gave people a very strange feeling. It seemed to be somewhat changeable. It was both gentle and violent. It was hard to detect. It felt like firepower of various temperatures had gathered together, but they didn't conflict with each other. It was very strange. Where did the scorching power come from? Strange, he didn't extract the earth fire, nor did he show any signs of circulating his Saint Qi. Why is there such a power coming from that side? Many alchemists looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. Some didn't know what was going on. Conflagrated knowledge. See. Zhang Yuan was also puzzled at first. But suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. He couldn't help but shout in a low voice. A look of fanaticism and covetousness appeared in his eyes. What? It's actually a conflagrated knowledge. See? That guy has a conflagrated knowledge. See? Every alchemist's mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. They all looked at Yang Kai. The expression on their faces became very excited. Conflagrated knowledge. See was the most unique advantage of alchemists and artifact refiners. Alchemists or artifact refiners who had a conflagrated knowledge C could get twice the result with half the effort when refining pills or artifacts. This was common sense that everyone agreed on. But in this world, how many people had a conflagrated knowledge C? Among these people, how many had the aptitude for alchemy or artifact refining? More than 500 alchemists present, including Zhuo De, didn't have a conflagrated knowledge C. But Yang Kai had one. Even Zhuo De, who had been in a tranquil state, couldn't help but raise his head and look at Yang Kai. His pair of old eyes flashed with surprise. But soon, he withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Because he knew that alchemy required one to concentrate wholeheartedly. Observing others would only disturb one's mind. So what if he had a conflagrated knowledge C? Could it compare to this old master's 1,000 years of experience in the alchemic Tao? Although there weren't many people in the entire star territory who had a conflagrated knowledge C, none of them was an origin king-grade alchemist. This old master was. Zhuo De was disdainful in his heart. Damn it. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed. His face was full of annoyance. He was an excellent alchemist, but he didn't have a conflagrated knowledge C. Yet, Yang Kai had one. Coupled with the origin king-grade alchemy furnace from before, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. The heavens were unfair. If he had an origin king-grade alchemist and the assistance of a conflagrated knowledge C, he would definitely be able to reach the height of his honored teacher in the future. No, he would definitely surpass his honored teacher and achieve unprecedented achievements. Only now did Zhang Yuan understand why Yang Kai had made such a bizarre move before. This guy actually had a conflagrated knowledge C. And it seemed that his control over it had reached the point of perfection. With this advantage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to throw all the herbs into the alchemy furnace. As long as he could control his conflagrated knowledge C, he could control the heat according to the melting point of each herb. How could this be difficult for a second-order origin king master? Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and realized with annoyance that it should be a very simple thing. Sure enough, when Yang Kai urged his conflagrated knowledge C, AIO seemed to have understood something. The anxiety on his face was swept away and a faint smile appeared on his face. With the assistance of his conflagrated knowledge C, Yang Kai didn't need to extract the power of the earth fire at all. He could feel that Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C was divided into countless strands, each with a different strength. The scattered strands of conflagrated knowledge C poured into the alchemy furnace, wrapped up the herbs he had thrown in before, and began to condense medicinal liquids. The medicinal liquids condensed by the conflagrated knowledge C were purer and more thorough than those condensed by the earth fire. AIO even felt that Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly changing inside the purple origin furnace. Large and small, complex spirit arrays appeared and disappeared inside the alchemy furnace at an extremely fast speed. During the whole process, Yang Kai was also constantly changing the seals in his hands. His movements were not fast, nor were they pleasing to the eye, but those seals were obviously extremely mysterious, as if they were not of this world. Zhong Ao's whole mind was immersed in the world where Yang Kai was. He was different from AIO. AIO was a layman who was only here to watch the fun, so he could only see the general picture, but Zhong Ao was an origin-grade high-rank alchemist. From the changes in Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C, the birth and death of the spirit arrays in the alchemy furnace, and the changes in Yang Kai's seals, he was able to pry into the profound Tao of alchemy. As he pondered, the light in Zhong Ao's eyes changed. He seemed to be swimming in the sea of alchemy, unable to see anything else. The more he meditated, the more he gained. Often, Yang Kai's grasp of timing and heat, or even a change in a seal would touch the questions in the depths of his heart, prompting him to seek answers. On the 9th floor of the alchemist pavilion, purple qi lingered above the purple origin furnace. The lid of the furnace was tightly shut, so no one could see what was happening inside. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. The more than 500 alchemists gradually withdrew their gazes. Since they couldn't see anything from Yang Kai's side, they could only turn their attention to Zhude again. There weren't many opportunities to observe an Origin King-grade alchemy grandmaster at such a close distance. If they didn't seize the opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Moreover, it was rumored that Grandmaster Zhude had always been arrogant. Normally, these alchemists wouldn't be able to see Zhude even if they visited him in person. It was all thanks to Yang Kai that they were able to observe his alchemy here. Thinking so, many people were grateful to Yang Kai in their hearts, although they also sympathized with him a little. Because even if he had a conflagrated knowledge it was impossible for him to win against a veteran Origin King-grade alchemist in alchemy. Time passed slowly. The atmosphere on the entire 9th floor of the alchemist pavilion was quite solemn. In the beginning, those alchemists would often praise Zhude's amazing moves and talk about them spiritedly. But as time passed, no one spoke. Everyone's attention and mind were focused on the alchemical furnace in front of Zhude. Many alchemists seemed to have comprehended something. Obviously, they had gained something, but they didn't have the time to study it carefully. They could only suppress their thoughts and wait until later to recall them. A medicinal fragrance gradually drifted out from Zhude's pill furnace. The fragrance was light, making people feel comfortable just from smelling it. It was as if there was an invisible little hand caressing every single alchemist, causing everyone to reveal a look of pleasure. Zhang Yuan was the most excited. He looked at the movements in Zhude's pill furnace and glanced at Yang Kai from time to time. A mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth, as if victory was in his hands. He found that there was no abnormal movement over there since Yang Kai activated his conflagrated knowledge It was as if there was no alchemy going on there. This made him even more proud. If Yang Kai lost, he would become Zhude's servant. And I am Zhude's disciple. My status is naturally higher than that of a servant. And if I live with Yang Kai in the future, wouldn't I be able to order him around at will? Well, the other party is a second-order Origin King. It was better to give him some face. Otherwise, he would become angry out of humiliation. I'm afraid I can't beat him. I'll just let him clean my room every day. Moreover, this person seems to have some foundation in alchemy, so I can let him be my assistant. It was decided then. Zhang Yuan thought of the beautiful life in the future. He was even happier than marrying a heavenly beauty. He wanted nothing more than to dance and dance to express his excitement. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Zhude cut a sorry figure. A large amount of sweat seeped out of his body and was evaporated by the high temperature, making him look extremely sloppy. But no one would despise him. Because Zhude was just an Origin returning realm cultivator. Moreover, he was getting on in years. Refining pills for 2 days without rest was unbearable for anyone. However, although Zhude's appearance didn't look good, his spirit was full of excitement. His eyes were bursting with light. On the other hand, Yang Kai's side was calm and indifferent. Nothing eye-catching happened during this period. Only the purple mist in the purple Origin furnace was rising. At a certain moment, Zhude's body trembled. His hands quickly formed a complicated seal. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Grandmaster's self-created pill condensing technique. Is this the rumored Red Lotus magical hand technique? It really lives up to its reputation. It's no worse than the previous pill condensing techniques. In fact, it's even better. I have also learned this technique, but it's nothing compared to Grandmaster's. This pill condensing technique was originally created by Grandmaster. How can you be compared to Grandmaster? The group of alchemists suddenly became spirited. Every pair of eyes stared at Zhude's movements, unwilling to miss any detail. If they could see the mystery of this pill condensing technique through Zhude's pill condensing technique, it would be a great harvest. Zhude's hands shuttled back and forth like butterflies as he slapped the pill furnace in front of him. Every time he slapped his palm, the shape of a red lotus would appear. It would immediately collapse and imprint itself into the pill furnace, producing a magical effect on the pill that was about to take shape in the pill furnace. This was Zhuode's self-created red lotus magical hand technique. Zhuode slapped 81 times in a row. 81 red lotus imprints were imprinted into the pill furnace. After the last palm strike, a crisp whirring sound suddenly came from the pill furnace. At the same time, the medicinal fragrance that had been drifting in the air suddenly became much stronger. "The pill is done," someone exclaimed as a fanatical look appeared in his eyes. The scene in front of them was very familiar to all the alchemists present. This was obviously the sign of pill completion. And judging from the sound coming from the pill furnace and the medicinal fragrance drifting in the air, Grandmaster Zhuode's pill refinement was absolutely perfect this time. As expected of a Grandmaster. It only took him 2 days to refine an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Even in the entire Star territory, Zhuode was second to none among all the Origin King grade alchemists. Suddenly, Zhuode's expression turned solemn. He slapped his pill furnace fiercely and the lid flew up. At the same time, a light blue light shot out from the pill furnace at an extremely fast speed. Zhuode was already prepared. He stretched out his hand and immediately fixed the light blue light in place. Then, he waved his hand again and threw it into the jade bottle he had prepared in his other hand. Whirring, a sound rang out, making everyone's eyes pop out. Zhuode stood up and laughed loudly. Although he was extremely tired, his face was extremely ruddy. "Congratulations, Grandmaster. Congratulations, Grandmaster. You can refine such a perfect pill today. Grandmaster's promotion to Origin King grade mid-rank is just around the corner." Yes, the Soul Source Restoration pill is an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill. Even if an alchemist of the same level were to refine it, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as easy as Grandmaster's. Grandmaster has already reached Origin King grade mid-rank. Grandmaster is indeed a role model for our generation. We can only admit our inferiority. The group of alchemists began talking at the same time, some taking the opportunity to flatter Yang Kai, some sincerely congratulating him, and so on. Zhuode held the jade bottle containing the Soul Source Restoration pill in his hand with a smile on his face. He cupped his fists and said, "Fellow alchemists, I'm flattered. This old master was just one step ahead to explore the road. You are all elites in the alchemy world. Your future achievements may not be worse than this old master's." It seemed that Zhuode's mood had become very good because of the unimaginable smoothness of the pill refining this time. His attitude was also very amiable. "Honored teacher, can this disciple take a look at this spirit pill?" Zhang Yuan was well versed in the art of flattery. Naturally, he knew what to say at this moment. "Take it." Zhuode threw the jade bottle in his hand to Zhang Yuan without any hesitation. Zhang Yuan pretended to be frightened and carefully took it. After observing the Soul Source Restoration pill through the jade bottle, he immediately exclaimed, "Honored teacher is really amazing. This spirit pill is transparent in color, full and round, and its medicinal properties are condensed. In terms of quality alone, I'm afraid it is of high-rank quality. If it goes one step further, I'm afraid it might even form pill veins." Some alchemists' expressions became a little unnatural. They knew that their flattery was a little too much. It was already amazing to be able to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, but they were still asking for pill veins. In the entire Star territory, it seemed that no one had refined an Origin King grade spirit pill with pill veins for tens of thousands of years. Although they thought so in their hearts, no one would say it out loud. Each and every one of them looked at the jade bottle in Zhang Yuan's hand curiously. How could Zhang Yuan not know what they were thinking? After asking for Zhuode's permission, he handed the jade bottle to another alchemist for observation. As the jade bottle passed through the hands of each alchemist, each of them exclaimed and praised. Zhuode was so proud of his success that he seemed to have become a few hundred years younger. "Grandpa, your spirit pill is refined. I wonder how that person is doing," Zhuoling suddenly said. "Let's go and have a look," Zhuode smiled slightly. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Teacher, this disciple has been observing that person for the past 2 days. This disciple thought that since he had a conflagrated knowledge his alchemy skills must have reached perfection. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Unfortunately, he only has a conflagrated knowledge. See? Zhang Yuan laughed. Suda smiled slightly and reprimanded, don't underestimate the people of this world. A conflagrated knowledge has an unimaginable effect on us alchemists. I don't think he is ignorant. Perhaps he is really an alchemist. Teacher is right. But even if he is an alchemist, he is far inferior to teacher, Zhang Yuan said. Suda smiled proudly and waved his hand, just take a look and you will know. Young people nowadays. Immediately, a group of people under Suda's lead came to the vicinity of Yang Kai. Congratulations, Grandmaster. As the host, President Aio had always been on Yang Kai's side. But since Suda had come, he couldn't help but salute him. Moreover, he had learned from the discussions of the crowd that Suda had refined the soul source restoration pill. He had mixed feelings in his heart. On the one hand, the soul source restoration pill had been refined. Gubai who would surely be saved. This made him very happy. On the other hand, this spirit pill was won by Yang Kai at the cost of 2,000 years of his freedom. If Yang Kai lost, he would certainly feel uneasy. Therefore, Aio didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. He could only pray for a miracle in the depths of his heart that Yang Kai could successfully refine the soul source restoration pill. I should congratulate President Aio. Suda smiled and stretched out his hand. Zhang Yuan hurriedly presented the jade bottle with both hands. Suda handed the jade bottle to Aio and said, the soul source restoration pill has been refined. Mrs. Gu will surely be fine. Aio forced a smile, many thanks for Grandmaster's help. Of course. This old master is the foreign elder of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Mrs. Gu is President Aio's first wife. Since Mrs. Gu is in trouble, this old master naturally can't stand idly by. Suda said with a solemn look. Aio almost couldn't help but curse. This old bastard is telling this king this now. Why didn't he realize this before? He even used Shuiyu's marriage to force this king. He is simply too shameless. Aio cursed in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. With his strength and identity, Aio could remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. Haha, Master President, honored teacher has finished refining the pill. I wonder if this friend. Zhang Yuan walked out and asked while pointing at Yang Kai. In the past, he would never dare to call Yang Kai a friend. Although he was an origin-grade alchemist, Yang Kai was a second-order origin king master. He wasn't qualified at all. But now that the situation was settled, Zhang Yuan naturally didn't need to be polite to someone who would be his servant for the next 2,000 years. It was only natural for him to call Yang Kai a friend. It seems that he hasn't finished refining yet, Aio said with a flat expression. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly, President, Master is wrong. I think it's not that he hasn't finished refining, but that he can't refine it at all. It has been 2 days. No matter what, there should be some pill fragrance coming out of the pill furnace. Hearing what he said, the hundreds of alchemists who came here were slightly startled. That's right. No matter how fast or slow Yang Kai's progress was, it had been 2 days. Grandmaster Suda's soul source restoration pill had been refined. Even if Yang Kai was slower, there should be some fragrance coming out. But now, there was no fragrance at all. Obviously, there was a problem. What he said makes sense. Zhong Ao, who had been watching from the sidelines, nodded slightly. Aio couldn't help but glance at Zhong Ao. Whose side are you on? Tell me the truth, Zhong Ao said again. Aio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that these alchemists were all one-track minded. Their attitude towards the alchemic way was extremely strict. They wouldn't blaspheme the alchemic way just because of their close relationship. This is indeed. Aio didn't know what to say. After all, he knew nothing about alchemy. He didn't dare to say anything rashly. Although there is no pill fragrance, there is no burnt smell either. It means that the herbs in Yang Kai's pill furnace are still fine. Shuiyu suddenly stood up, but this doesn't mean that he has failed. Zhang Yuan was stunned. He opened his mouth, but he was speechless. Indeed, Yang Kai's pill furnace did not emit a pill fragrance. But there was no burnt smell of failure. All of a sudden, everyone was confused. what was going on in front of them. Moreover, the great master said before that there was no time limit for Xianxia. It's only been 2 days. Why don't you wait a little longer? Shuiyu said. Master did say that there is no time limit. Zhang Yuan frowned. He said in a deep voice, but if this person continues to refine like this, wouldn't we have to wait forever? Then there's no way to determine the winner of this competition. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He clapped his hands and said, that's right. I know what he's up to. He must have thrown all the medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace, and then didn't ask, wasting time like this. When we get impatient, no one will pursue the matter. Although Zhang Yuan's words were conjecture, when everyone thought about it carefully, it did make some sense. Grandmaster Zhude didn't give Xianxia a time limit because of his status. If Xianxia started from this aspect, he could definitely resolve the current crisis. After all, no one would wait here for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. He was a second-order origin king master, so he must have been in retreat for more than 10 years. What if he took this opportunity to comprehend some profound secret technique? He wouldn't waste time, but the others were different. Zhang Yuan's words made all the alchemists seem to understand Xianxia's intentions at once. They looked at him with displeasure and hatred. Daring to compete with Grandmaster Zhude in alchemy was a kind of blasphemy in itself. Now, he was using such a shameless method to delay the competition. It was simply outrageous. Immediately, an origin-grade high-rank alchemist stepped forward and cupped his fists at AIO with a sullen face. Master, please give us an explanation for this matter. If this person is really as unbearable as Grandmaster Zhang said, I hope President Master will give Grandmaster Zhude justice. Yes, the alchemic Tao is sacred and flawless. It cannot be blasphemed. This kind of person is insulting the alchemic Tao we pursue. He is insulting all the alchemists in the entire star territory. This cannot be tolerated. We ask President Master to give us justice. If you don't give us a satisfactory answer, we will immediately leave Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and find another job. Count me in. This person is simply too hateful. More than half of the hundreds of alchemists stepped forward and demanded an explanation from AIO. Even if they were facing the president of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, these alchemists were not afraid. They looked straight into AIO's eyes. AIO felt a headache coming on. He never expected that things would develop to this point. Just because of a competition, 200 to 300 alchemists were enraged. He knew that if this matter was not handled well, the Yuan Qi of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce would be greatly damaged. These alchemists who stepped forward were all hired by AIO at a high price. They were not alchemists trained by the Chamber of Commerce. They were free to leave the Chamber of Commerce and go to other forces. He believed that other forces would be happy to accept them. While feeling anxious, AIO was also secretly annoyed. He was annoyed that these guys didn't know the gravity of the situation and were blindly heckling him. On the other side, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but grin. He didn't expect that his casual words would have such an effect. However, he and Zhude were happy to see such a scene. He quietly glanced at Zhude and found that the other party was looking at him with approval, as if he was praising his limitless future. Zhang Yuan quickly straightened his back. Like a javelin. President Master, today's matter is very obvious. Please give us an explanation. Seeing that AIO didn't move for a long time, the alchemists couldn't help but urge him. AIO frowned, pondered for a moment, and said in a deep voice, Are you sure that Xianxia is deliberately mystifying and stalling for time? Isn't it too arbitrary to draw such a conclusion? This king thinks that we should observe for a while more. What else do we need to observe? Someone complained. Zhude suddenly spoke up, Everyone, please calm down. What President AIO said makes sense. Moreover, this old master did say before that he wouldn't be given a time limit. Just wait. This is this old master's negligence. These words made the alchemists feel even more indignant towards Zhude. They felt that a grandmaster like him was forced to compete with a rascal in alchemy. This rascal deserved to die. Grandmaster, you are too kind-hearted. An alchemist shook his head and sighed, Grandmaster, your words will only make some people think that your tolerance is cowardice. This matter must not be tolerated and delayed. That's right. The alchemist who spoke first coldly snorted. He was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He looked like he had one foot in the grave. But at this moment, he looked directly at AIO aggressively and said, "President, take a look. Which alchemist isn't exhausted and doing his best while refining pills? Even a person like Grandmaster Zweda would be exhausted after 2 days of alchemy. But look at this person. He has a calm face and is meditating with his eyes closed. There isn't the slightest fluctuation of Saint Chi in his body. He also hasn't absorbed the power of the earth fire. He has a conflagrated knowledge C, but I don't feel any signs of him activating it. If he isn't stalling for time, then what is? President, if you insist on siding with this person, then we will be disappointed." AIO's face sank. He felt a headache coming on. He raised his eyes and glanced at the void. He wanted to ask Long Tianshang, who was hiding in the void, how to deal with the situation in front of him. But Long Tianshang didn't seem to care at all. Just when AIO was in a dilemma and didn't know how to calm the crowd's anger, a sneer suddenly rang out. As soon as the voice came out, everyone was startled. They all turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. They saw Yang Kai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, had opened his eyes at some point. He was tilting his head and listening to the crowd's conversation with great interest. It was as if he was an outsider. "Friend, are you no longer pretending to be a ghost?" Zhang Yuan sneered. He was sure that Yang Kai's alchemy furnace only contained classified herbs at this moment. Perhaps he hadn't even condensed the medicinal liquid yet. So, he spoke with great confidence. "Do I need to pretend to be a ghost?" Yang Kai cast a glance at him. "Humph, you know it in your heart." Zhang Yuan sneered. "Young man, what are you laughing at?" Zweda narrowed his eyes and asked lightly in a tone that showed he was taking advantage of his seniority. "Of course, I'm laughing at your ignorance." "What did you say?" Everyone was furious. They glared at Yang Kai fiercely. They were all alchemists. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? "Aren't you ignorant?" A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of Yang Kai's mouth. "Who told you that an alchemist must be exhausted and go all out? Who told you that you can't meditate with your eyes closed during alchemy? Who told you that you must have the fragrance of pills when you are alchemy? What are you trying to say?" "I didn't want to say anything." Yang Kai curled his lips and looked at Zweda. "Grandmaster, if I ask you to refine Qi recovery pills at this moment, will you sweat and pant?" "Humph, of course. Not." Zweda snorted coldly. "That's right. The reason why you won't is because the level of Qi recovery pills is too low for you. You can refine them easily. You don't need to go all out at all. Your Saint Qi can keep up with the requirements of alchemy. Naturally, you won't be exhausted." "You mean, the soul source restoration pills are to you what the Qi recovery pills are to me?" Zweda's eyelids twitched. "That's right." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Arrogant." "Shut up." Yang Kai turned his head and shouted at the speaker, "This king is a second-order origin king. I don't feel exhausted during alchemy because I don't need to go all out. I can meditate with my eyes closed because I don't need to worry too much. You didn't sense my conflagrated knowledge C because you aren't strong enough. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to come here and talk nonsense when you don't know anything?" The group of alchemists was rendered speechless by Yang Kai's words. Damn it. What this guy said seems to make sense. They were all alchemists. They never considered problems as cultivators. Now that they were influenced by Yang Kai's thoughts, they suddenly didn't know what to say. "You're being unreasonable." Zhang Yuan shouted angrily, "How can Qi recovery pills be compared with the soul source restoration pill?" "Exactly. One is a saint-grade pill, while the other is an origin king-grade pill. The two cannot be mentioned in the same breath," an alchemist said. "As you said, Grandmaster Zweda is an origin returning realm cultivator, while this king is an origin king realm cultivator. We cannot be mentioned in the same breath," Yang Kai responded with a smile. What a sharp tongue. Some alchemists shook their heads and sighed, as if they were ashamed to argue with Yang Kai. Alchemists relied on their abilities to make a living, not their mouths. Zhude smiled faintly, words are no proof. Seeing is believing. It's useless for you to say more. If you want to win the trust of others, you might as well show them all your means. I believe you will see the truth after you see it. You want to see it? Yang Kai tilted his head and smiled wickedly. You're feeling guilty. Zhang Yuan sneered. Yang Kai ignored him and looked at President Aio. President, do you remember those people who said they would leave the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce? When they leave, give them a bit of severance pay so that they won't be criticized in the future, saying that your Hengluo Chamber of Commerce isn't generous. Aio's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He couldn't answer at all. Yang Kai laughed, stood up, and shouted, since you question this king's alchemy skills, then I'll show you what alchemy is. As he spoke, his expression suddenly turned solemn. Forming a mysterious seal with his hand, he pointed his finger forward and a mysterious spirit array suddenly appeared in midair. The spirit array then shot into the purple origin furnace in front of him and disappeared. In the next moment, another spirit array appeared and shot into the purple origin furnace again. The third one, the fourth one. As Yang Kai's movements changed, more and more spirit arrays appeared in midair. They were like butterflies with wings, dancing and rushing into the pill furnace. This is pill condensing technique. No way. He didn't see any signs of this person refining pills. Why is he using the pill condensing technique? Could it be that he has already succeeded? Impossible. No matter how well sealed his pill furnace was, there should still be a medicinal fragrance wafting out. If there was no medicinal fragrance, it meant that the medicinal liquid had not fused. Why do you want to collect the pills? But this is clearly the pill condensing technique. Have you seen this technique before? Everyone was dazzled. At first, they were discussing spiritedly, wanting to know the origin of this pill condensing technique. But in the end, they came to the conclusion that no one had ever seen this pill condensing technique. It was completely different from the several pill condensing techniques circulating throughout the territory. It even included Zhude's self-created red lotus hand technique. However, all of the alchemists present were discerning people, so naturally, they could see that this set of techniques was extremely mysterious. One after another, seals and spirit arrays flew out, and there seemed to be an ancient and desolate aura permeating the air, as if this set of techniques should not appear at this time. It should have existed in ancient times. All the alchemists had a thoughtful look on their faces as they stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. No one spoke anymore. Even Zhang Yuan, who had been opposing Yang Kai all this time, was fascinated by the scene and observed for a moment. He actually comprehended something. He couldn't help but be shocked. After all, when he observed Zhude using the red lotus hand technique at close range, he didn't see such an effect. When he came back to his senses, a shameful expression appeared on his face. He had actually gained enlightenment because of this annoying fellow's technique. If this were to be spread out, it would be simply embarrassing. Although he thought so in his heart, he couldn't move his eyes away. He was afraid that he would miss any movement of Yang Kai's hands. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see any of the spirit diagrams. He was extremely conflicted. But there were just too many spirit diagrams. Originally, they were flying out one after another, but in the end, Yang Kai's hands were like butterflies, leaving only after images. He couldn't see them clearly at all. And the spirit diagrams flying out were also connected to each other, filling the entire void. Zhongyao was shocked, Zhude was shocked, and all the alchemists were shocked. Even the layman Shuiyu and Aio were dazzled. Their eyes were dazzled, and they were reluctant to close their eyes. But the strange thing was that there was still no pill fragrance. In the vast open space, Yang Kai looked solemn. His expression seemed calm, but in fact, he had already exerted all his skills. Everything he had comprehended from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture was being displayed incisively and vividly at this moment. In front of his eyes, there was only the alchemy furnace and everything inside it. There was nothing else in his vision and thoughts. Buzz. A strange sound suddenly came from the purple origin furnace. At the same time, the purple origin furnace's purple light suddenly shone brightly. This voice was not loud, but it poured into the ears of many alchemists like a great bell, causing their minds to tremble. It was as if there were whispers echoing in their ears, describing the mysteries of this world's alchemic Tao and the principles of alchemy, but if one listened carefully, they would not be able to hear anything. Only one or two alchemists' expressions suddenly changed, their brows furrowed as they sat down cross-legged on the spot. All the alchemists were shocked. This is Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. This is the legendary Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. Those alchemists who couldn't pry into the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone looked at their peers who were sitting cross-legged with envy. It was because they had glimpsed a trace of the mysteries of the alchemy Tao from the sound just now. Buzz. Another sound came. The shocked alchemists' expressions became even more complicated. After the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone sounded, several more alchemists sat cross-legged and closed their eyes. The entire 9th floor of the alchemist temple was boiling. The blood in every alchemist's body was surging. Everyone's expression was extremely excited. Their eyes were filled with longing and eagerness as they stared at Xianxia's movements. They hoped to hear the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone again. They hoped that they could pry into the mysteries of the alchemy Tao like the few others before. No one wanted to miss this God-given opportunity. Zhude was completely dumbfounded. When he heard the strange sound echoing in his ears, he was still a little suspicious. But when he saw the alchemist sitting cross-legged, he was sure that it was really the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. It was the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone that all alchemists dreamed of. How is this possible? How could this happen? He was already an Origin King grade alchemist. He had studied the alchemy Tao all his life and devoted all his energy to alchemy. But so far, even the pills that formed pill veins were extremely rare. Not to mention triggering the legendary Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. And yet, that young cultivator who was a second-order Origin King was casually and lazily refining pills, causing such a phenomenon. The sound bombarded his ears. Zhude felt it was extremely ear-piercing. His face twisted as he wished he could drive the sound out of his ears. Father. What's going on? Shuiyu looked at the scene in front of her in confusion. She also heard the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone, but she felt it was a little strange. Because there seemed to be a voice whispering to her, telling her to listen. She couldn't hear anything. But looking at the frenzied looks of those alchemists and hearing their exclamations, Shuiyu knew that something extraordinary must have happened. Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. Aio's expression was also shocked. It's actually the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. What is the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone? Shuiyu asked. It's a kind of heavenly Tao Tone. Aio took a deep breath and tried to calm down his fluctuating mood. He explained in a low voice, Martial Tao, Alchemy Tao, Artifact Tao, Array Tao, there are so many of them. They are all branches of the heavenly Tao. A cultivator enters the Tao through Martial Tao. It's the same principle. An alchemist can enter the Tao through alchemy, an artifact refiner can enter the Tao through artifact Tao, and so on. Everyone is pursuing the supreme heavenly Tao. It's just that the path they choose is different. The Grand Alchemy Tao Tone is the heavenly Tao Tone. It is said that if an alchemist has enough opportunities during alchemy, he can trigger the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone. If one's perception is strong enough, they can trigger such a phenomenon. This sound is useless to you and me, but if any of them can hear something, they will benefit from it for the rest of their lives. Aio spoke. He looked down at Zhongyao, who was sitting next to him. Zhongyao was the first to sit down cross-legged, which meant that he had the highest comprehension of the alchemy Tao among all of them except for Xianxia. It's rare to see someone who can trigger the Grand Alchemy Tao Tone in 10,000 years. This has nothing to do with the level of an alchemist. It's all determined by the heavens. The heavenly Tao Tone contains the mysteries of the alchemy Tao. The pinnacle of the alchemy Tao is the secret of the heavens and earth itself. Shuiyu's face changed slightly. She immediately knew how important this Grand Alchemy Tao Tone was to alchemists. Aio suddenly grinned and laughed, the heavens bless my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. After today, who knows how many more alchemy apprentices will appear in my Water Sky City. Father, you mean? Shuiyu looked thoughtful. Don't you understand? This Grand Alchemy Tao Tone is not only useful to the alchemists here, but also to those with alchemy comprehension. It has great enlightenment and development. If this sound drifts in my Water Sky City, it will directly increase the number of alchemists in Water Sky City by tens of thousands. Moreover, their future achievements are absolutely limitless. It's possible for several Origin King grade alchemists to appear. Xueyu was overjoyed when she heard this. Currently, there were only 3 or 4 Origin King grade alchemists in the entire Star Territory. Even Hengluo Chamber of Commerce only had Zueda as its foreign elder. If one day in the future, several or even more than a dozen Origin King grade alchemists appeared in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, it would be difficult for the Chamber of Commerce not to grow. No one dared to underestimate the power of an Origin King grade alchemist. No one could underestimate the means of an Origin King grade alchemist. Xueyu, quickly go out and pass the order. Tell everyone in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce to start searching for candidates with alchemy aptitude in Water Sky City. They must offer generous conditions to recruit them into the Chamber of Commerce, especially those children under the age of 10. They must become members of our Chamber of Commerce at all costs. Aio suddenly shouted in a deep voice. But here. Xueyu looked at Yang Kai, not wanting to leave. Father will be here. You don't have to worry, Aio waved his hand. Yes. Xueyu had to leave quickly, preparing to convey Aio's order. After Xueyu left, Aio muttered with some dissatisfaction, Hey, why isn't it the Martial Dao Heavenly Tone? If it was the Martial Dao Heavenly Tone, he would have a chance to break through to the Third Order Origin King realm. He couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. On this day, the entire Water Sky City was in an uproar. The Grand Alchemic Dao Tone drifted throughout the city. Countless children who were playing were frozen in place after hearing this sound. A thoughtful look appeared on their young faces as they tilted their ears to listen to the voice. They didn't move no matter how their parents dragged them. It was as if a powerful master had cast a powerful spell on them. Most people didn't understand what was going on. Why was there a sound in their ears? They thought they were hallucinating. Even if they covered their ears, it didn't help. When the many cultivator of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and the guards of Water Sky City were dispatched, the residents of Water Sky City knew that something big had happened. The third young master of Xueyu ordered that everyone who heard the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone, regardless of gender, age, or gender, could join the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and enjoy extremely generous treatment. Especially children under the age of 10, the treatment they received made many Origin returning realm cultivator jealous. 500,000 Saint crystals a year, living alone in a palace, with 20 servants serving them. Their status was equivalent to that of a deacon of the Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't until this time that everyone realized that the inexplicable voice echoing in their ears was actually an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. The sudden benefits made the parents of the children dizzy. Coupled with the character of the third young master of Xueyu and the reputation of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, countless men and women pulled their children towards the center of Water Sky City. No one was willing to give up the benefits that were delivered to their mouths. The Grand Alchemic Dao Tone continued to hum, 9 times in a row. This situation lasted for a whole day. A day later, on the 9th floor of the Alchemist Hall, hundreds of alchemists were sitting cross-legged. With Yang Kai as the center, they surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. Many alchemists who didn't sit cross-legged also showed thoughtful looks. Their expressions were constantly changing. Sometimes they were worried, sometimes they were anxious, and sometimes they were ecstatic. Obviously, they had all obtained some benefits. After 9 rings, there was no more movement inside the purple origin furnace, and the dense purple qi gradually dissipated. Yang Kai had also stopped his pill collection. Since half a day ago, he had sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes, allowing the great alchemic Dao Tone to come from the purple origin furnace. He had gained more than any other alchemist present. After all, the great alchemy Dao Tone was the heavenly Dao Tone that he had drawn out. That voice that was faintly discernible in the ears of others was incomparably clear to Yang Kai. From the unseen world there was an ancient and desolate voice reverberating by his ears, explaining the profound meaning of the Tao of alchemy to him. The voice was not loud, but its pronunciation was clear. Every sentence, every word, was like a brand, imprinted in Kai Yang's mind, allowing him to understand without needing to think about it. His gains were much greater than studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture 1,000,000 times over. The knowledge about alchemy that was poured into his mind was the ultimate mystery of the world itself. Only by drawing out the great alchemic Dao Tone could one see through it. Of the more than 500 alchemists, more than 100 were sitting cross-legged, a small half were deep in thought, and the rest were sighing. They didn't have enough luck and perception, so they weren't able to hear anything from the 9 alchemic tones. But now, the expression and demeanor with which they looked at Xianxia had changed. There was no longer any dissatisfaction and disdain, replaced by dignified and respectful expressions. Who would believe that someone who could draw out the great alchemic Tao tone and make it ring 9 times in a row was not an alchemist? Although Xianxia had not yet opened the furnace to take out the pill, they all felt that there was definitely a refined soul source restoration pill inside. This person was not only a second-order origin king cultivator, but also a veritable alchemy grandmaster. Thinking about how short-sighted they were before, countless alchemists felt ashamed. Why wasn't I included? An untimely voice suddenly sounded. Those alchemists who were still awake couldn't help but frown. Looking in the direction of the voice, they found that the speaker was Zhang Yuan, who had been opposing Xianxia before. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had a dazed look on his face. He kept glancing at those alchemists sitting cross-legged on the ground and kept muttering, "Why wasn't I included? I heard it too. Why didn't you let me hear it clearly? I, Zhang Yuan, am an alchemy genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. No one taught me since I was a child. How can I not be included in the secrets of the alchemic Tao?" Hearing his shameless boasting, many alchemists showed a look of disgust. Not being able to hear the great alchemic Tao tone was a matter of opportunity and perception. It couldn't be forced. This was the choice of the heavenly way, and no one could change it. Zhang Yuan's arrogant words naturally made people unhappy. "It's impossible not to include me," Zhang Yuan suddenly shouted with a ferocious expression. He turned his head to look at Xianxia and gritted his teeth. "I understand. It must be you. You triggered the great alchemic Tao tone. You blocked the alchemic Tao tone. It's definitely you." As he spoke, he rushed straight towards Xianxia. Of the more than 500 alchemists present, more than 100 were sitting cross-legged, and more than 100 were deep in thought. It was almost a 50-50 chance, but Zhang Yuan didn't have a share. He was about to collapse. Why could others have such a great opportunity but not him? If he could get this opportunity, it was possible for him to become an origin king-grade alchemist in the future. So he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart at all. Presumptuous. A deep roar sounded directly in Zhang Yuan's ears. Aio waved his hand at Zhang Yuan as he spoke, and Zhang Yuan was sent flying like a rag sack. Because so many alchemists were comprehending, Aio didn't go too far. He tried his best to suppress his movements. Even when he shouted at Zhang Yuan, he directly condensed his Saint Qi and transmitted it to Zhang Yuan's ears. Zhang Yuan flew far away and fell to the ground. "If you dare to be rude again, I will take your life." Aio looked at Zhang Yuan coldly. He didn't care about his identity as Grandmaster Suoda's disciple. In his opinion, the alchemists in the alchemist hall were precious treasures. How could he allow Zhang Yuan to disturb them? What's more, the one he wanted to disturb was Xianxia, the one who triggered the grand alchemic Tao tone. If it weren't for the wrong time and place, Aio would have killed him. With this, Zhang Yuan finally came back to his senses. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't believe that he had done such a thing just now. Looking at Aio's cold eyes, he felt a chill in his heart. He knew that with his performance just now, he would no longer be valued by President Aio in the future. But I am now honored master's disciple. I don't need to care about President Aio. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan calmed down a little and turned to look at Suoda. In the next moment, he was shocked and whispered, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" He found Suoda standing there, on the verge of collapsing. His face was pale. He looked even more exhausted than when he refined a soul source restoration pill. It was as if all his energy had been exhausted. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Suoling also finally noticed Suoda's abnormality. She couldn't help but panic. "Grandmaster." Aio stepped forward and looked at Suoda in surprise. He didn't understand what was wrong with Suoda. After all, he was an origin king-grade alchemist. He should have gained something from the 9 alchemic Tao tones. Even if he didn't gain anything, he shouldn't look like he was attacked. Not only was his face ugly, but blood was oozing out of his ears. Swida was motionless and didn't speak. Only his breathing showed that he was still alive. Grandmaster, I advise you not to question the grand alchemic Tao tone. If you question it, it is equivalent to questioning the heavenly Tao and the path you have taken in your life. If you do this, you will be rejected by the alchemic Tao. The consequences will be very serious. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, Swida suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His spirit quickly withered. His eyes were full of unwillingness as he looked at Yang Kai. Grandmaster, what's wrong with him? Aio asked with a frown. He's not convinced. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Grandmaster probably thinks that I'm not qualified to trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone, so he's not convinced. But he was taught a lesson by the alchemic Tao tone. Taught a lesson? Aio opened his mouth wide and his face turned pale. Don't tell me that the alchemic Tao tone is alive. The heavenly Tao is unpredictable. How can I explain it clearly? Yang Kai grinned. Aio looked depressed. How dare you hurt my grandpa? Zhueling suddenly glared at Yang Kai. Her Saint Qi showed signs of circulating. Yang Kai's face turned cold. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. I didn't hurt Grandmaster Zweda. Then why did Grandpa vomit blood? Zhueling asked relentlessly. Humph. Yang Kai sneered, you'll have to ask him that yourself. The grand alchemic Tao tone entered his ears. Not only did he not try to comprehend it, he even dared to question the authenticity of the alchemic Tao tone. He's lucky that he didn't die on the spot. What else do you want? Zhueling seemed to want to say something, but Zwida raised his hand and stopped her from speaking. He looked at Yang Kai with dim eyes and said, You're very good. Grandmaster is overpraising me. Yang Kai smiled faintly. But, have you forgotten that there is still a bet between you and me? You did trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone, but so what? Have you refined the soul source restoration pill? Does Grandmaster want to take a look? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Open the furnace. Zwida took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, being able to trigger the grand alchemic Tao tone shows that your alchemy aptitude is heaven-defying, but it doesn't mean that you can refine the soul source restoration pill. That's an origin king grade spirit pill. There are countless geniuses in this world, but how many of them can truly grow up? Grandmaster won't cry until he sees the coffin, Yang Kai sneered. Grandmaster, why don't we call it a day? An alchemist advised. They were all indebted to Yang Kai for triggering the grand alchemic Tao tone. Zwida was highly respected and was a role model in the alchemy world. No matter who won or lost this competition, it was not what they wanted to see. The best way was to call it a day and turn a big problem into a small one. When one person advised, 2 others followed suit. After a while, many alchemists joined the persuasion team. Yang Kai said indifferently, I have no opinion. It's up to Grandmaster. I suddenly had a fever last night. When I woke up this morning, I felt weak all over and my throat was very sore. I have to go to the hospital later. If I didn't update tonight, then I'll update today. Mobile web. It's useless to say more. Open the furnace. Zwida ignored the persuasion of countless people and looked firmly at Yang Kai. Aio opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but when he saw Zwida's eyes, he sighed and gave up. Yang Kai nodded gently and said lightly, in that case, as Grandmaster wishes. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and patted the purple origin furnace on the ground. In an instant, the lid of the furnace flew up. At the same time, a stream of light suddenly shot out from it, and an extremely rich pill fragrance instantly filled the air. This? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, staring at the flying stream of light without blinking. How could they not know that Yang Kai had already refined the pill? The reason why there was no pill fragrance from beginning to end was entirely because the medicinal properties were too restrained. Only when the lid was opened at this moment did the fragrance of the pill waft out. Lost. Zwida lost. No matter whether the quality of the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai was good or bad, Zwida had already lost. After all, he had said before that as long as Xianxia could refine it successfully, he would consider it his loss. Being able to refine the soul source restoration pill proved that Xianxia was really an origin king-grade alchemist. Everyone couldn't help but breathe quickly. They looked at Xianxia with eyes full of fanaticism and respect. This kind of gaze should only belong to Xuede. Any origin king-grade alchemist would receive this kind of treatment. The moment the pill flew out of the furnace, Xuede couldn't help but stagger. He looked at the stream of light in disbelief. The look on his face suddenly became much older. But soon, he gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, "It's not over yet. Whether this is the soul source restoration pill or not still needs to be verified." "Yes, it's not over yet." Xianxia laughed and flicked his finger at his purple origin furnace again. No one understood why he did this, but in the next moment, something unbelievable happened. Immediately after the first stream of light, another stream of light flew out of the purple origin furnace. A stronger pill fragrance than before filled the tip of everyone's nose. 2. How is that possible? He refined 2 soul source restoration pills at one go? Am I dreaming? Did President AIO gave him 2 sets of materials? No, even if he had 2 sets of materials at one time. What the hell is going on? The crowd of alchemists only felt that the common sense that had been deeply ingrained in their minds for so many years had been subverted. Every pair of eyes stared at the 2 streaks of light that shot out, foolishly looking at them. Kai Yang took out the jade bottle he had prepared earlier. With a wave of his hand, the 2 streams of light obediently fell into the jade bottle as if they were bound by some kind of power. A whirring sound came from the bottle. Am I seeing things? Did 2 spirit pills fly out of the furnace just now? I thought I was seeing things too. What does this mean? After a long while, only the alchemist on the 9th floor of the Hall of Alchemists were whispering to each other. No one dared to come up and ask to check the pills, for fear that what they saw would overturn their understanding. Master, do you want to test the pills? Do you want to test the pill? Xianxia held the jade bottle and asked Xuede. Xuede's face fell. He didn't speak, but looked at Xianxia with complicated eyes. The alchemists didn't speak either. I'll do it, AIO said in a deep voice and stepped forward. He took the jade bottle from Xianxia. Then I'll have to trouble President AIO, Xianxia smiled calmly. AIO nodded and opened the jade bottle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he took out a pill from the bottle. The pill was round and plump, with a clear luster. Smelling the pill fragrance, it made people feel refreshed. What else could it be but the soul source restoration pill? However, the soul source restoration pill refined by Xianxia was a little different from the one refined by Xuede. It was even a little different from the one recorded in the pill recipe. There was a faint layer of golden light lingering on the surface of the pill. Under the light, the soul source restoration pill looked rich and powerful. Everyone could feel the surging vitality coming from it. Even those who didn't understand alchemy would know that this was a life-saving and healing spirit pill. The alchemists were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why the pill refined by Xianxia was different from the one recorded in the pill recipe even though it was refined with the same materials. None of them noticed that during the refining process, Xianxia had dripped a drop of his pure golden blood into the pill furnace. Only when a pill has a spirit can it be called a spirit pill. This was the last sentence recorded in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Xianxia understood from it that if he wanted to refine a spirit pill, he must have a pill spirit. A monster beast's monster core could be used as a pill spirit, and his pure golden blood could also be used as a pill spirit. Moreover, it was even better than a monster beast's monster core. After all, his pure golden blood contained unimaginable vitality and vitality. Under normal circumstances, Xianxia wouldn't use his golden blood to refine a spirit pill. Golden blood was extremely precious and was more valuable than a spirit pill. But this time, since he was going to save Shuiyu's little miss, Xianxia wasn't going to be stingy. It was because of his golden blood as a pill spirit that this spirit pill emitted a faint golden light. Everyone can check if this is the soul source restoration pill or not. AIO said as he handed the spirit pill over to the numerous alchemists. The alchemists didn't refuse. One of them accepted the pill while the others gathered around to observe and analyze it. In the end, they determined that this was definitely the soul source restoration pill, and its medicinal efficacies seemed to be slightly stronger than what was recorded. This made their gazes towards Yang Kai become more dignified and respectful. They subconsciously felt that Yang Kai had modified the soul source restoration pill's pill recipe, which was why it was able to reach this level. If one wanted to refine the soul source restoration pill, they needed to be an origin king grade alchemist, and to modify the pill recipe of the spirit pill, one needed to be at least an origin king grade mid-rank or even high-rank alchemist. Every pill recipe had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, experienced countless epochs, and was perfected by countless geniuses. How difficult was it to modify? It was even more difficult to improve a pill recipe. But today, they saw it with Yang Kai. They immediately understood. Yang Kai should be an origin king grade mid-rank or high-rank alchemist. Thinking of this, all the alchemists were shocked, because they discovered that this person not only had a powerful second-order origin king cultivation, but also had attainments in the alchemic Tao that surpassed all of them. Could he be an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years in disguise? Otherwise, with his apparent age, how could he achieve such a feat? Grandmaster, do you want to check? Aio looked at Zwede, who had a pale face, and asked. Zwede's previous approach and attitude made Aio very unhappy. But at this moment, seeing this alchemy grandmaster of the Star Territory in such a state, Aio couldn't bear it. After all, the other party was also an origin king grade alchemist. If he really couldn't recover from this setback, it would be a loss to the entire Star Territory. Zwede slowly shook his head. In that case, this competition. Aio was about to announce the result of this competition when the alchemists suddenly became anxious. Someone shouted, "President, there is still one more spirit pill. Take it out and let us have a look." Yes. What's the matter with the second spirit pill? Let us have a look. 2 spirit pills flew out of the pill furnace just now. This was what everyone saw, but no one could understand what was going on. The alchemist's thirst for knowledge was very strong. How could they allow Aio to be so vague? Aio couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Yang Kai with a complicated look. When he opened the jade bottle, he had already sneaked a peek at the second spirit pill. And when he saw it clearly, he was so scared that he almost threw the jade bottle away. So now, the many alchemists' requests made him feel a little embarrassed. Are you sure you want to see it? Aio asked when he saw that Yang Kai didn't object. Of course we want to see it. President, don't hide it. Ah. Fine, take a look for yourselves. While speaking, Aio threw the jade bottle in his hand forward. An alchemist dressed like a middle-aged man quickly caught the jade bottle and took a look inside. Suddenly, he froze on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently. His eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. Brother Zhao, what's going on? Quickly tell us. Someone couldn't help but urge when they saw him looking like he had seen a ghost. The middle-aged man didn't respond. Damn it, I'll see for myself. The alchemist next to him cursed and snatched the jade bottle away. In the next moment, this alchemist's throat made a meaningless sound. Just like the previous middle-aged man, he stood on the spot with his eyes wide open. The jade bottle passed from one alchemist to another. But every alchemist who saw the spirit pill inside the jade bottle couldn't help but be shocked. If someone who didn't know the truth saw it, they might mistakenly think that the jade bottle contained a poison pill. The strong toxicity emitted from the poison pill had poisoned all these alchemists. Zwede's expression changed. When he saw the scene in front of him, he already had a vague guess. But the idea that emerged in his mind was something he couldn't believe no matter how hard he tried. He walked forward shakily, no longer having the demeanor of an expert. He snatched the jade bottle from the hands of a frozen alchemist and poured out the spirit pill in the bottle onto his palm. A faint golden light enveloped the spirit pill. The spirit pill was still round, full, and transparent. But this spirit pill was very different from the previous one. There were clear and organized lines on this spirit pill. Just like the meridians in a cultivator's body, they were distributed all over the surface of the spirit pill. If these lines were spread out, they would inevitably form a complicated pattern that contained the truth of heaven and earth. Pill veins! Xuede exclaimed. His old body shook violently like a willow branch swaying in the wind. It wasn't that Xianxia had never refined pills with pill veins before. He was now an Origin King-grade alchemist and had refined countless pills over the course of several thousand years. During this period, there had always been some lucky ones that had formed pill veins. There were even low-level pills that had pill clouds. These spirit pills with pill veins and pill clouds were Xuede's pride and glory as an alchemist. But, this was the first time he had seen an Origin King-grade spirit pill with pill veins. He lost, he was utterly defeated. When the second spirit pill with pill veins appeared in front of him, Xuede knew that his loss this time wasn't unjustified at all. Not only could Xianxia refine 2 spirit pills at once, but one of them even had pill veins. This kind of ability was beyond his reach. It wasn't until this moment that the unyielding look on Xuede's face gradually dissipated. He looked a little disheartened. He took a deep breath and put the spirit pill with pill veins into a jade bottle. He cupped his hands towards Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "Grandmaster Yang's skill is amazing. Xuede admires you." Xianxia looked at Xuede in surprise. He didn't expect him to say such a thing. He thought that this old man wouldn't admit defeat so easily with his unyielding look and character. Who would have thought that it would end like this? Seeing that Xuede was so respectful to Xianxia, many alchemists cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Grandmaster Yang. We had eyes but failed to see before. If we have offended you, we hope Grandmaster Yang can forgive us." Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't blame those who don't know." His magnanimous look made everyone have a better impression of him. Without mentioning anything else, Xianxia himself was a second-order Origin King, and his personal strength ranked among the top in the entire star field. Coupled with his identity as an Origin King-grade alchemist, he could be said to be the most valuable and respected person in the entire star field. No one would refute him. What was rare was that he was so broad-minded. He didn't care about everyone's rudeness before. This was definitely the demeanor of a true grandmaster. It was many times better than Xuede's way of fishing for fame. Ling apologized to Grandmaster. After admitting defeat, Xuede's temperament seemed to have changed. Not only did he correct his attitude, he even asked his granddaughter to apologize to Xianxia. Xueling looked reluctant and shyly hid behind Xuede's back. Xuede was about to reprimand her. Xianxia smiled and said, "The child is not sensible. Master, please don't make things difficult for her. I don't care about it." Pausing for a moment, he turned to Aio and said, "President Aio, this old master would like to enter seclusion for a year and a half. After my seclusion ends, this old master will fulfill his bet with Grandmaster Yang on time every year. This old master will take his leave first." While they were talking, he returned the elixir refined by Xianxia. Without waiting for Aio's permission, he walked out with Xueling. Aio did not stop him. He only said, "Take care, Grandmaster." He knew that Xuede didn't have the face to continue staying here. It was already very rare for him to sincerely apologize to Xianxia and correct his mentality. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. A famous person like Xuede would always want to maintain some face. "Master, wait for me." Zhang Yuan saw that Xuede had left. How could he dare to stay here? While shouting, he hurriedly chased after Xuede. Before, he had always been against Xianxia, ridiculing him. At this moment, his intestines turned green. If he had known that Xianxia had such an ability, how could he have been so blind? It was too late to please him. Looking at Xuede's seemingly old and bleak back, Xianxia sighed slightly. Aio's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and asked, "Grandmaster Yang, why are you sighing?" After seeing Xianxia's alchemy skills, he immediately changed the way he addressed Xianxia. Brother was a close name, but Grandmaster was a respectful name. It could be seen that Xianxia's status in Aio's mind had undergone a huge change. Xianxia was the only one who could refine an Origin King-grade mid-rank spirit pill with pill veins in the entire star territory. Moreover, Aio heard that Xianxia had a good relationship with Xueyu. He even came to Water Moon Star to visit Xueyu. AIO was already thinking about how to keep Yang Kai in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. This was definitely more than a dozen times more valuable than worshipping Zweda. I'm just feeling sorry for Grandmaster Zweda, Yang Kai said lightly. Huh? AIO was confused, what do you mean? I'm afraid Grandmaster Zweda's alchemy Dao won't be able to make any progress in the future, Yang Kai shook his head slowly. AIO's expression changed slightly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly seemed to understand something and asked, is it the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone? N. Grandmaster questioned the heavenly Dao Tone before. Fortunately, he came to his senses in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his alchemy skills. He would be excluded from the alchemy Dao and would never be able to refine pills again. AIO was shocked, the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone actually has such an effect. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, President AIO, if you are excluded by the martial Dao, your foundation will also be destroyed. AIO said seriously, if the heavenly Dao Tone were to resound one day, this king would not miss the opportunity. He would definitely comprehend it well. The heavenly Dao Tone is too far away, Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Triggering the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone this time was something he didn't expect. He didn't expect such a thing to happen at all. Because his opponent was an Origin King grade alchemist, and the spirit pill he was refining was an Origin King grade mid-rank spirit pill, Yang Kai only wanted to do his best and didn't think too much about it. When he displayed all the insights he had gained from the true alchemic way, it triggered such a heavenly vision and unearthed the ultimate mysteries of the heavens and earth itself. Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai found it a little unbelievable. If he were to do it again, he would never be able to trigger the Grand Alchemic Dao Tone. President, Master, aren't you busy today? An alchemist suddenly glared at AIO. He was an Origin grade mid-rank alchemist, the same level as Zhang Yuan. Usually, he would be very respectful when he saw AIO, but today, he put on such a posture of denouncing him. He wasn't afraid of AIO at all, which surprised AIO. I'm fine, AIO didn't know if he had offended the other party or why he was asking such a question. President, Master handles all the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce, big and small. How could he not be busy? President, you should go up. Yes, yes. President. There are a lot of things for you to deal with in the Chamber of Commerce, what are you still doing here? Farewell, President, Master. All the alchemists said in unison. AIO's jaw dropped as he looked at the hundreds of alchemists in front of him. Suddenly understanding, he laughed in surprise, so that's what you meant. You should have said so earlier. While speaking, he kept shaking his head and scolded with a smile, what kind of character is this father? I'm actually not welcome here. President, you're so long-winded. Some of the alchemists were dissatisfied. They were still waiting to ask Grandmaster Yang Kai about alchemy, but President AIO was just standing here and chattering. Occupying the Grandmaster's time, how hateful. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat him. They should have swarmed up and beaten him so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. AIO's expression turned solemn as he coldly snorted, this king remembers now. Who was the one who said that he wanted to leave my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and find another job? Stand up and let this king see. As soon as this statement came out, many alchemists couldn't help but shrink their necks and quickly hide in the crowd. They were afraid that AIO would target them. Everyone said so before. It was because of his respect for Grandmaster Zweda that AIO brought up this matter now. Obviously, he was using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Wherever AIO's gaze passed, no one dared to look at him. AIO's expression suddenly became smug, like a big rooster who had won a battle. When did he become so overbearing in front of so many alchemists, and no one dared to look him in the eye? Alchemists had very strange tempers. They didn't care if you were an Origin King Realm Master or not, as long as you delayed their alchemy and hindered their study of alchemy. Therefore, AIO often had to speak carefully when facing these alchemists. Today, he finally tasted the feeling of being high and mighty. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was extremely proud, not bad, not bad. It seems that the Chamber of Commerce didn't raise you in vain. You all know how to solve this king's worries. You are all very good. President. Is there any problem with Madame Gu? Isn't she waiting for the soul source restoration pill? Before the voice from the crowd could finish speaking, Ao rushed out as if he had been injected with chicken blood, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Damn it. I was so proud that I forgot that Madame Gu was still suffering and unconscious. Ao felt extremely guilty at this moment. The guy who got in the way is finally gone. The group of alchemists couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the next moment, they suddenly surrounded Yang Kai. Pairs of bright eyes stared at him fanatically as if they wanted to eat him. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Without waiting for them to take the initiative to speak, he raised his hand and said, "Everyone, I know what you want to do. And this king also has some time now. Why don't we find a place to have a good chat? I'm afraid we can't do it here. So many fellow alchemists are still meditating." The more than 200 alchemists who had benefited from the grand alchemic Tao tone were still meditating with their eyes closed. They hadn't woken up yet. Obviously, they had gained a lot. The rest of them didn't benefit from the grand alchemic Tao tone, so naturally, they turned their attention to Yang Kai. Listening to the words of a gentleman was better than refining pills for 10 years. How could they miss such a good opportunity? It was just that they didn't know how to bring it up. They didn't expect Yang Kai to be so approachable and take the initiative to bring it up. The alchemists were overjoyed. They immediately knew that Yang Kai and Suode were two different kinds of people. They had asked Suode for advice before, but Grandmaster Suode's temper wasn't very good. He would either reprimand them or talk about it casually. Most of the time, they couldn't understand the main points. But looking at Yang Kai's posture, he was obviously going to talk about the Tao of alchemy. How could they not be happy? Someone immediately suggested, "Let's go to the 8th floor. There is no one on the 8th floor now." Yes, yes, yes. All right. Yang Kai nodded. "Grandmaster Yang, please." The group of alchemists gestured respectfully with their hands. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this, they would never think that these alchemists were arrogant alchemists. Yang Kai wasn't overly modest. The Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts were all about the master. Although he was young and almost everyone present was more senior than him in terms of seniority, he was far ahead in both the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of martial arts. If he was too modest, he would be hypocritical. So, he took the lead and led the way to the 8th floor. The group of alchemists followed in an orderly manner. The environment on the 8th floor of the alchemist pavilion was similar to the 9th floor, but the earth fire wasn't as strong as the 9th floor. The crowd didn't pay much attention to it. They just sat cross-legged in the hall, facing Yang Kai and listening to him explain the mysteries of the alchemy Tao. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to explain the alchemy Tao to so many alchemists, even if his alchemy skills were better than everyone else's. Being able to concoct pills was one thing, and being able to explain the Tao to others was another. The latter required one to reach an extremely high realm before one could have this ability. But it was different now. The grand alchemic Tao tone had been ringing in Yang Kai's ears for an entire day, imprinting the secrets of the alchemy Tao into his mind like a brand. His understanding of the alchemy Tao had reached a new height, an unprecedented height. It was easy for him to explain the Tao to these Saint King grade and Origin grade alchemists. Yang Kai talked about the Tao of alchemy for 3 days, from how to choose herbs, distinguish between good and bad pill recipes, to condensing medicinal liquids, controlling the heat, inscribing spirit arrays, and finally to the pill condensing technique. All the alchemists listened with fascination, not noticing the passage of time at all. From time to time, someone would reveal a look of surprise, obviously because the problems that had been troubling them were suddenly solved by Yang Kai's pointers. Yang Kai himself also benefited greatly. Through his explanation of the Tao of alchemy to these alchemists, he gained a higher level of understanding of the grand alchemic Tao tone brand in his mind. In the beginning, he would sometimes ponder on it, but towards the end, he didn't stop talking and just opened his mouth. Everything he said was the secrets of alchemy that ordinary alchemists couldn't even grasp in their lifetime. Some alchemists who woke up from the 9th floor walked to the 8th floor and sat down cross-legged quietly, listening attentively. After experiencing the opportunity of the grand alchemic Tao tone, they once again gained great benefits from Yang Kai. 3 days later, more than 500 alchemists on the 8th floor sat in front of Yang Kai, looking up at him with solemn expressions. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. Yang Kai had already seen him walk in. He just nodded slightly and didn't stop talking about the Tao of alchemy. Suddenly, Yang Kai's voice stopped. The 8th floor of the alchemist pavilion was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone's breathing was suppressed to the extreme. When Kai Yang no longer made any sound, everyone knew. This time's lecture on the Tao of alchemy Tao was over. There was no one who didn't reveal an expression of wanting to continue. Yang Kai stood up with a smile and cupped his fists. That's all for today. Many thanks for your support. More than 500 alchemists all stood up. Yang Kai's master. Thank you, Grandmaster Yang's hard work. Kai Yang was stunned for a moment, but soon felt relieved. Because of Zhuoda's unintentional pointers many years ago, Zhang Yuan had always regarded himself as Zhuoda's disciple and called Zhuoda his teacher. And too, for 3 alchemists they couldn't call himself as teacher. The alchemist profession valued inheritance very much. Yang Kai was so selfless. He taught them his alchemy experience and understanding. Although it couldn't make them succeed overnight, it was definitely a great kindness. Especially that magical pill condensing technique. If these people could fully comprehend it, it would definitely bring a huge change to the alchemy Tao of the entire star territory. After all, according to the knowledge of alchemists, one set of materials could only be used to refine one spirit pill, but with the special pill condensing technique, one set of materials could be used to condense 2, 3, or even 4 to 5 spirit pills. This was equivalent to greatly reducing the cost of refining a spirit pill and increasing the amount of spirit pills produced. If this method was popularized, the cultivator in the star territory would no longer have to worry about not having enough spirit pills to eat. In any case, from now on, these 500 alchemists above St. King grade were Yang Kai's disciples. Even Zhong Ao was no exception. This was definitely a force that would shake the entire star territory. Who could guarantee that among these 500 people, how many of them would become Origin King grade alchemists in the future? Yang Kai didn't act pretentiously. He cupped his fists in return and said, "Everyone is too polite. Grandmaster Yang, this disciple is very concerned about something you said before. This disciple has some doubts in his heart." "I don't know if I should ask." A middle-aged alchemist who looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Madam, please feel free to ask." "If this king can answer, he will not keep it to himself," Yang Kai responded with a smile. "I'm sure you all believe in Grandmaster Yang's character. It's just that. Grandmaster, before you competed with Grandmaster Zhuoda in alchemy, you said that there was an alchemist who was better than Grandmaster Zhuoda, and even better than you. Is this true?" As soon as the statement came out, someone immediately echoed, "Yes, yes, yes, I also heard that. But how could such a thing be possible? Grandmaster Yang's alchemy skills have already reached perfection. Who in this world can surpass him in alchemy?" Grandmaster Yang said it casually at that time. "How could you believe it?" "I didn't say it casually." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "There is indeed such a person in this world who is better than me in alchemy." "Impossible? There is such a person?" "Grandmaster Yang, you are too modest." The group of alchemists below made an uproar. They didn't want to believe Yang Kai's words at all. They all felt that Yang Kai only said that because he was being modest. After all, everyone had more or less figured out Yang Kai's temperament. He was amiable and didn't put on airs. "I'm not being modest," Yang Kai said seriously. "It's hard to say now. Maybe I am a little better than that person, but she was definitely better than me in the past. In the future, she will also be better than me." "Who is this person?" All the alchemists were shocked. From Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that he wasn't exaggerating. They all wanted to know who that person was. "As far as I know, Grandmaster Zhuoda's alchemy is one of the best in the entire star territory. Even if there is someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him, they will never surpass him." "The person Grandmaster Yang is talking about. You don't have to guess. That person is not famous. She is a senior sister of mine. Like me, she is an unknown existence. Yang Kai explained. She is Grandmaster Yang's senior sister? No wonder she is so capable. Could it be that Grandmaster Yang is from an alchemy sect? Both his senior sister and junior sister have reached the Origin King grade. Grandmaster Yang, where is your sect? Can this disciple go and find a master? As soon as this statement came out, all the alchemists looked eagerly at Yang Kai. A sect that could cultivate 2 Origin King grade alchemists was definitely a holy land revered by all alchemists. If they could enter that sect, how bad could their future achievements be? There was only one thought in everyone's mind now, and that was to ask where Yang Kai's sect was. Even if they couldn't join it, they could still go and observe. Maybe they could gain something. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If President Aio heard you, he would never let me go. If Aio knew that these 500 or so alchemists wanted to join High Heaven sect, he would definitely fight with his life on the line. They were the elites of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. The spirit pills produced by the Chamber of Commerce depended on these people. If they all left, the Chamber of Commerce's business would collapse. Let's not talk about this anymore. If there is a chance in the future, this king welcomes you to visit. That's all for today. Everyone, go into retreat and meditate. Yang Kai was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave if he kept talking. Hearing him say this, everyone no longer made things difficult for him. What they really needed now was to enter secluded meditation and quickly digest what they had obtained over the past few days. Immediately, many alchemists dispersed and hurriedly returned to their residences to enter seclusion. Zhong Ao, however, didn't leave. It wasn't until the alchemist pavilion was empty that he and Yang Kai were the only ones left that he asked with a strange expression, "Should I call you Honored Master or Grandmaster Yang?" "Grandmaster Zhong Ao, how can I bear to hear you say that?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Come on, calling me Grandmaster makes me feel a little ashamed." Zhong Ao rolled his eyes. "Who dares to call themselves Grandmaster in front of you? Then let's be like before. Let's not embarrass each other." Yang Kai smiled and patted Zhong Ao on the shoulder before changing the topic. His expression became serious as he asked in a low voice, "Can you break through to the Origin King grade this time?" Zhong Ao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "It seems that I can't hide from your eyes." When the grand alchemic Dao tone sounded, you were the first to sit down. When I was talking about the alchemic Dao just now, you seem to have gained a lot. Obviously, you have made progress. Yes, I have comprehended a lot. Although the grand alchemic Dao tone was untraceable, it allowed me to listen to many mysteries. Combined with your explanation, I have also comprehended a lot. However, the promotion of an alchemist is different from the promotion of a cultivator. It is not something that can be achieved by accumulating enough strength. I still need to enter retreat for a while. If I can refine an Origin King grade spirit pill by the time I come out, it means that I am an Origin King grade alchemist. Then I will wait for your good news. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Yang Kai, thank you, Zhong Ao suddenly said with a serious expression. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment before quickly replying, "This is your own opportunity, no need to thank me. You should hurry up and enter retreat. I hope that when you come out, there will be another Origin King grade alchemist in the Star Territory." "I hope so." Zhong Ao nodded. "Then I will take my leave first." Yang Kai nodded and watched Zhong Ao leave. After Zhong Ao's figure disappeared, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Long Tiansheng's aura had long disappeared. Yang Kai didn't care and his figure flickered, disappearing from where he was standing. When he reappeared, he was already outside the alchemist hall. A familiar figure was waiting anxiously outside. When he saw Yang Kai suddenly appear in front of him, he couldn't help but be startled. But soon, he felt relieved. After all, Yang Kai's strength was profound, so it was natural for him to be able to do this. He quickly cupped his fists. "Brother Yang. Why are you here?" Yang Kai looked at Shintu in amazement. "It's a new month, please recommend me." Time really passes by so quickly. The one waiting for Yang Kai outside the alchemist hall was Shintu's. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Shintu quickly answered, "Father asked me to wait for you here." "Is there something you need from me, President Aio?" Yang Kai asked. "It's nothing, it's just that. Little mother woke up and heard that it was you who refined the pill for her, so she insisted on thanking you in person. If Brother Yang has time, please come with me, Shintu said seriously. Sure, Yang Kai nodded. Then, the two walked side by side. Gu Baihu waking up was within Yang Kai's expectations. After all, Aio had given Gu Baihu a drop of immortal source liquid before this, which had healed the wounds on her body. The reason why she had been in a coma was entirely due to the damage to her soul. A single soul source restoration pill was enough to solve this problem. What's more, the soul source restoration pill refined by Yang Kai had formed pill veins. Its medicinal effect was several times stronger than an ordinary soul source restoration pill. With this spirit pill nourishing her soul, it would be strange if Gu Baihu didn't wake up. She could even benefit her soul with the help of that spirit pill. On the way, Shintu glanced at Yang Kai from time to time with a strange expression. He seemed to want to say something, but then stopped. The corner of Shintu's mouth twitched as he asked solemnly, I just want to know, are you really an Origin King grade alchemist? Did you really refine that spirit pill? He had known Yang Kai for a long time. Although they hadn't had much contact, he had never thought that Yang Kai would not only have great achievements in the martial Dao, but also in the alchemic Dao. Compared to Yang Kai's origin returning realm cultivation was simply trash. In the past, he boasted about his outstanding talent, but now Shintu had been beaten black and blue. I am indeed an Origin King grade alchemist. I also refined that spirit pill, Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Shintu slapped his thigh in annoyance. He said, so, the matter of you competing with Grandmasters Wade in alchemy is also true? Oh, has the news spread? Yang Kai was surprised. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Water Sky City doesn't know about it. Shintu said with a sad face, if I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Water Sky City and missed such a good show. This young master has been unhappy with that Zwade for a long time. It must be very pleasing to see him being attacked. However, Brother Yang, do you know my Lil Miss? Never seen it before. Why? I've never seen him before. Why are you willing to use your 2,000 years of freedom to compete with Zwade in alchemy? When Lil Miss learned of this matter, she blamed father for not stopping you. Yang Kai laughed, because I know I won't lose. So what if the stakes are high? When Shintu heard this, he couldn't help giving Yang Kai a big thumbs up and saying, in any case, Little Miss has a very good impression of you. You will know when we meet later. The two continued talking. Soon, they arrived in front of a manor. This place was also inside Water Sky City, but the surrounding environment was extremely beautiful and quiet. This should be the place where Gu Baihu was recuperating. The manor was covered in barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and was secretly shocked when he noticed how powerful those barriers were. After entering the manor, there was a small bridge over flowing water. The tinkling sound of stringed and woodwind instruments entered their ears, making them feel relaxed and happy. Shintu led Yang Kai all the way inside, and no one dared to stop them. Not long after, they arrived at the deepest part of the manor. There was a purple bamboo forest here, and there was a very simple-looking house in the middle of the bamboo forest. Yang Kai sensed the aura of 3 people in the bamboo house. One was President Aio, one was Shui Yu, and there was an unfamiliar aura. Presumably, it was Gu Baihu. Shintu stood outside the bamboo house and said loudly, Father, Master, Brother Yang is here. Please come in. Aio's voice came from inside the house. Shintu smiled at Yang Kai, Brother Yang, please. Yang Kai nodded gently and walked straight forward. After entering the bamboo house, Yang Kai immediately felt 3 pairs of eyes looking at him. Before he could take a look at the facilities in the house, President Aio walked over with a big laugh and patted Yang Kai's shoulder fiercely, saying, Brother Yang, this AI must thank you properly this time. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't have been able to wake up so smoothly. He slapped Yang Kai's shoulder with great force, and although he didn't use any Saint Chi, the sound of his palm hitting Yang Kai's shoulder still rang out. Shui Yu stood to the side with a strange expression. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He cupped his fists and said, President Aio is too polite. Shui Yu and I are friends. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning. It may be a trivial matter for you, but for me and my wife, it is a life-saving grace. This AI will never forget this kindness. AIO's expression turned solemn. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other side. Ever since he came in, there was a pair of bright eyes in the room that kept sizing him up with a sense of scrutiny. The owner of those eyes was naturally Gu Baihu. When Yang Kai looked back, Gu Baihu smiled at Yang Kai. She didn't look very old, dressed like a woman in her 20s or 30s. Her martial Dao cultivation was at the peak of the origin returning realm. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her face was still a little pale, but it added a sickly beauty to her. Sure enough, she is an outstanding beauty. Yang Kai understood. Otherwise, AIO wouldn't have paid so much attention to her. You are Grandmaster Yang? Sure enough, you are a dragon among men. Your appearance is extraordinary. Gu Baihu's red lips parted slightly. Her voice was very soft, but it was very pleasant to the ear. Yang Kai's expression changed. He subconsciously felt that Gu Baihu was praising him like this. It was a bit strange. She was just an origin returning realm cultivator, while he was already a second-order origin king. It was a bit rude for her to talk to him like an elder talking to a junior. However, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Mrs. Gu." Gu Baihu coughed a few times and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Yang is too polite. My life was saved by you. I should be the one to visit you and thank you in person. However, in my current situation, it is really inconvenient for me to move around. I can only ask Shintu to invite you over. Grandmaster Yang won't blame me, right? How could I dare? Mrs. Gu is an elder of Shuiyu. Shuiyu and I are friends. Naturally, I should be the one to visit." Gu Baihu nodded gently. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai. This made AIO, who was watching from the side, confused. He hurriedly said, "I was just discussing with Mrs. Gu before. How should I thank you? It's just that I really can't think of a good idea at the moment. How about this, Brother Yang? You tell me yourself. What do you want? As long as this AI can do it, I will definitely do it for you." Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look up at Shuiyu. Feeling his gaze, Shuiyu quickly looked away and pretended to be calm. Gu Baihu observed from the side. Suddenly, she chuckled and said softly, "I suddenly have an idea." "Oh? What idea does Mrs. Gu have? Why don't you tell me?" AIO was overjoyed. He hurriedly looked at her. Gu Baihu smiled slightly. She didn't speak. Instead, she waved to Shuiyu and Yang Kai. The two looked at each other. They didn't know what Gu Baihu wanted to do, but they both came to her bedside. Gu Baihu stretched out her hands. She held Shuiyu's hand in one hand and Yang Kai's hand in the other. Then, she joined them in the middle. Yang Kai and Shuiyu's hands were joined together. She looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Grandmaster Yang, are you satisfied with this thank you gift?" Yang Kai was startled. But soon, he smiled and praised, "Mrs. Gu is very intelligent. This Yang is very satisfied with this thank you gift." Shuiyu was also stunned for a moment. When she understood what Gu Baihu meant, her pretty face flushed red. She pouted and stomped her feet, "Little miss." AIO's eyes widened. He watched from the side for a while. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He asked in astonishment, "Mrs. Gu, what is this? You still don't understand?" Gu Baihu glanced at AIO and said leisurely, "Grandmaster Yang probably already knew Shuiyu's secret. The two of them might have already fallen in love." "What?" AIO turned pale with fright. He immediately changed his previous amiable attitude and looked at Yang Kai with hostility. Yang Kai ignored his hostility and smiled faintly, "Mrs. Gu is right. I actually knew that Shuiyu was a woman a long time ago. But, how did Mrs. Gu find out? I didn't reveal any obvious flaws, did I? I believe Shuiyu wouldn't have told you about this." Gu Baihu smiled gently and said, "It's very simple. You and I don't know each other. Why would you bet 2,000 years of freedom with Grandmaster's Wada for me? Since I don't have the ability to make you do this, and neither does my husband. The only explanation is Shui Yu. A man will only sacrifice himself for a woman regardless of the cost. Yang Kai revealed a look of realization. So, Mrs. Gu has already guessed this after waking up. Well, I guessed it, but I wasn't sure. That's why I called you over. Through my observation just now. I am sure. Mrs. Gu is really smart. Yang Kai praised. She could infer that he and Shui Yu were in love with each other from such little information. This was definitely not something an ordinary woman could do. It seemed that this Gu Baihu wasn't just beautiful. Shui Yu, is this true? Aio's old face was so dark that a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Shui Yu bit her red lips and nodded slightly. You really piss me off. Aio had a look of disappointment on his face. He had trained Shui Yu as the next successor of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't expect that Shui Yu would be in love with another man. When he remembered that he had called Yang Kai brother Yang many times, Aio couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. No wonder this brat had such a strange expression at that time. So this was the reason. Thinking of this, Aio suddenly felt that he had suffered a big loss. Shui Yu is not young anymore. You have raised her as a boy since she was a child. Are you going to let her pretend to be a man for the rest of her life? Gu Baihu looked at Aio and said seriously, any woman should pursue her own happiness. Grandmaster Yang is the best choice in terms of character, appearance, and cultivation. He is worthy of Shui Yu. What's rare is that both of them have feelings for each other. You don't have to worry about this matter. No. Aio's face darkened as he immediately denied, everything else can be discussed, but I won't agree to this. Shui Yu's face darkened. Husband, you should also consider Shui Yu's situation. Her standards are so high, how many people in this world can catch her eye? Are you willing to see her be alone for the rest of her life? Gu Baihu gently persuaded. The heart of a cultivator is the highest of the martial Tao. It won't be too late to have sex after reaching the great accomplishment stage. Aio's face was still dark, not relenting in the slightest. Gu Baihu suddenly smiled sweetly and said with a smile, it seems that, this madam will not be able to talk to you properly. Hearing this, Aio's face changed as he exclaimed, hey, madam, what do you want to do? I'm not planning anything. Gu Baihu gently sneered, President Aio, you have been ambitious and ruthless for generations. You hold the power of the Chamber of Commerce in your hands, and in your heart, the martial Tao is the highest. I'm afraid this little girl has no place in your heart. You are now some distance away from reaching the great accomplishment stage. Since you said that it won't be too late to have sex after reaching the great accomplishment stage, this little girl can only leave you and not delay your great martial Tao undertaking. While speaking, Gu Baihu was on the verge of tears, her disheartened expression, coupled with her sickly pale beauty, was truly pitiful. Aio panicked and hurriedly stepped forward, pushing away Yang Kai and Shui Yu, grabbing Gu Baihu's hands and anxiously saying, Madam, I didn't mean that. I was just teaching Shui Yu a lesson, I didn't say. I understand what you mean. Gu Baihu stretched out her hand and wiped the sparkling tears from the corners of her eyes. President, Master, rest assured, this little girl will rest here for a few days. When I can get out of bed, I will leave. I will definitely not delay your great martial Tao undertaking. When you stand at the peak of the martial Tao one day, this little girl will accompany you. This little girl will accompany you and never leave you. She gently bit her thin lips and tilted her head as if she was heartbroken, tears rolling down her cheeks as she spoke. Madam. Aio was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say at all. He was so anxious that he wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Gu Baihu to admit his mistake. But when he thought about how Yang Kai and Shui Yu were still watching the show from the side, how could he swallow his pride? He turned around and glared at Yang Kai and Shui Yu. Well, father, master, your daughter will take her leave first. Shui Yu understood and knew that the following scene was not suitable for children. She quickly pulled a Yang Kai and fled. Yang Kai also hurriedly cupped his fists and left with Shui Yu. Before leaving, Yang Kai noticed Gu Baihu winking at him. She had an expression that said, don't panic. Yang Kai grinned. He knew that although Aio looked like a burly man, he must also be a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Otherwise, he would not value Gu Baihu so much. But then again, if one day Su Yan, Xiaoning Chang, or even Shanqing Luo were to use this move on him, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The land of warmth. The hero's mound, the eternal truth. Outside the bamboo house, Shintu was nowhere to be seen. He had long since disappeared. The bamboo house's barrier was instantly activated, and no sound could be heard from inside. Even Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to probe, but he couldn't penetrate it. He could only give up. Mrs. Gu. Yang Kai thought about it, but didn't know what adjective to use to describe her. After all, Gu Baihu was now his elder. It was inappropriate to evaluate her, so he could only say, "She seems to value you very much. N. Little Miss is very good to us. And she is very amiable, so we all respect her." Shuiyu smiled. Only she can control father. Don't look at how obedient father is in front of little Mississippi. In front of others, he is a different person. I can imagine. Yang Kai nodded. After all, he was the president of a union. How could he not have some dignity and power? Shuiyu suddenly poked Yang Kai quietly and asked bluntly, "When are you going to marry me?" Yang Kai looked at Shuiyu in amazement and said with a faint smile, "Are you so sure that Mrs. Gu can handle President AIO? Little Miss has personally taken action. How could father not compromise? Besides, even without Little Miss, with your identity and cultivation, father will still consider it, so there is no other possibility." Then you can't wait to get married? Yang Kai stared into Shuiyu's beautiful eyes. Shuiyu blushed and stamped her feet, "So what? With such an outstanding person like you, if I don't take the initiative, how can I have a place in your heart in the future?" Yang Kai was stunned and speechless. Shuiyu coldly snorted and stepped forward, reaching out and poking Yang Kai's chest, gnashing her teeth. "Tell me, in addition to the dragon lady Shanqing Luo I saw in the Emperor Garden before, how many women do you have? What are their names?" Shuiyu said a few words and poked Yang Kai, a burst of Saint Chi hidden between her slender jade fingers. After a dozen pokes, Yang Kai couldn't help coughing a few times and said with a guilty conscience, "There really aren't many." "What do you mean by not many?" Shuiyu squinted. Yang Kai raised 2 fingers. "Who are they? Are they worthy of you?" "My 2 senior sisters." Yang Kai laughed dryly. "Childhood sweethearts." Shuiyu was surprised and immediately said with some annoyance, "There is no hope for the first branch, and there is no place for me in the second or third branch. Can I only be the 4th branch?" She suddenly became unhappy and ground her teeth. "How many are you going to find in the future?" "There is no future," Yang Kai said sternly. Shuiyu chuckled and said with a fake smile, "Is it really okay for you to say such things? Be careful that I don't catch you in the future. When the time comes, I will tell the 3 sisters. Can you bear it? There is really no future." Yang Kai made a solemn vow. He looked at Shuiyu with a sincere face, his eyes clear and honest. He reached out and held Shuiyu's soft hand and said tenderly, "It is enough to have you." Shuiyu's face turned slightly red and her heart was filled with sweetness. She lowered her head and said angrily, "Mushy. Done." Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. While the 2 were talking, the door of the bamboo house suddenly opened and President Aio's sturdy body walked out. Shuiyu was like a frightened rabbit. She quickly pulled her hand out of Yang Kai's grasp and took 2 steps back. Aio's eyes were like thunder and lightning as he looked in the direction of the 2. Obviously, he had discovered something, but he didn't say anything. He just snorted coldly and waved at Yang Kai with a sullen face, saying rudely, "Boy, come with me." After saying that, he walked directly in a certain direction. From Brother Yang, to Master Yang, and now to this boy. It was clear that President Aio's impression of Yang Kai had changed. Yang Kai smiled and turned to Shuiyu, saying, "I'll go talk to Senior. You can go back first, I'll come find you." Shuiyu opened her mouth and wanted to follow, but she also knew that it was not convenient for her to interrupt the 2 men's conversation. She could only say, "Be careful. If my father makes things difficult for you, bear with it if you can. Later, I will make it up to you." After saying that, she ran away with a red face. Yang Kai showed an expression of reverie. Boy, get your ass over here. AIO stood not far away and urged with dissatisfaction. I'm coming, I'm coming. Yang Kai knew that he had fallen into an absolute disadvantage in the confrontation with Gu Baihu. At this moment, he was in a bad mood, so he didn't care at all. Yang Kai trotted to AIO and stood in front of him. With a smile on his face, he cupped his fists and said, Yang Kai greets the future. Father-in-law, master. Boy, what did you call me? AIO jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Hee hee, Yang Kai laughed dryly. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Boy, if you want to marry Shuiyu, there's no room for discussion. AIO glared at Yang Kai with an unhappy face. Really? Yang Kai was stunned. Absolutely not. AIO squinted and said in a deep voice. He looked like he would never yield even if he was struck by lightning. I see. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. That boy seems to have nothing to say to Senior. Let's leave it at that for now. I will leave Water Sky City tomorrow. This time, it was AIO's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so easy to talk to. He thought that this boy would shamelessly pester him, but he didn't expect him to back off. AIO was overjoyed. If this was the case, then he could give an explanation to Gu Baihu. Anyway, he wasn't the one who forced him to leave. He was the one who took the initiative to leave. It had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Yang Kai sigh heavily, AI, but if I leave here, I'm afraid that the 500 or so alchemists of the Hall of Healing will have to leave with me. What do you mean? AIO suddenly became nervous. Hee, I forgot to tell President AIO that after you left, I gave a lecture on alchemy for a few days. Now, I can be considered as a half-master of those alchemists. They originally wanted to follow me to learn alchemy, but I thought that since we are all family, following me would be the same as staying in the Hall of Healing. So, I didn't agree. But now that I don't have such fate with Shuiyu, I won't force it. If I leave, I'm afraid that they will have to leave too. Half-master? AIO was shocked and immediately said angrily, Boy, you are threatening me. He knew that Yang Kai was definitely not joking. Alchemists attached great importance to inheritance. This could be seen when Zhang Yuan left with Suode. Yang Kai was now a half-master of those 500 or so alchemists. He had the grace of imparting knowledge to them. As long as he raised his arm, the Hall of Healing would be destroyed. Not a single person would be left behind. Those were the elites of the entire Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. AIO felt a chill in his heart. He realized that he had underestimated Yang Kai's ability. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai looked at AIO with a smile. You have guts. AIO gritted his teeth and snorted. Yang Kai ignored him and suddenly took out something that looked like a stone tablet from his space ring. He sighed and said, originally, this junior was going to give this to senior. Unfortunately. Forget it, I don't have to anymore. What is this? AIO asked curiously. A secret art. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Originally, AIO was very curious about what Yang Kai had taken out. After all, Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and his status was not low, so anything he took out would definitely be extraordinary. But when he heard that it was a secret art, AIO immediately lost interest and curled his lips. I was wondering what it was. It turns out to be a secret art. Although my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is based on commerce, we also attach great importance to the martial Dao. As for this secret art, boy, keep it for yourself. The Chamber of Commerce doesn't lack these things. Yang Kai smiled slightly and calmly spat out a line of words from his mouth. This secret art is called Star Refining Art. As soon as his voice fell, AIO's eyes burst with light and he immediately snatched the stone tablet from Yang Kai's hand at lightning speed. Then, he opened his eyes wide and looked at it carefully. There were 3 ancient characters engraved on the stone tablet. They looked extremely mysterious and were completely different from the characters that existed today. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were somewhat similar to the 3 characters of the current star refining art. AIO's hands could not help trembling. Senior, don't you think this is a bit unbecoming of your identity? Yang Kai ridiculed from the side. "Shut up!" Aio shouted angrily. He did not have the slightest intention of guarding against Yang Kai and directly immersed his mind into the stone tablet, studying it carefully. Later, when the embodiment refined the source of the floating continent, it also proved this point. Aio was now at the peak of the second-order origin king realm. If he could obtain the star refining art and refine the source of a cultivation star, not only would his future be bright, but his promotion to the third-order origin king realm would also be absolutely assured. That was why he had lost his composure. Last time, he had asked Xueyu to bring a large number of masters to the Emperor Garden for the star refining art. Unfortunately, it fell into Yang Kai's hands in the end. After Xueyu returned, she did not report the truth, so Aio did not know that the star refining art was actually in Yang Kai's possession. Now that he suddenly saw it, he was naturally ecstatic. Yang Kai smiled slightly and stood to the side, waiting. As time passed, Aio's expression changed from excitement to nervousness. Anticipation, excitement, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face. After a long while, he suddenly burst into laughter, and his laughter was carefree. "Senior, what did you gain?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. "As long as Senior is satisfied. I'll take this. I'll think about the matter between you and Xueyu." Yang Kai smiled and did not force him. Since Aio had said so, it meant that he had agreed. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to do it. "Come, follow me for a walk. I have something to ask you." Aio changed his overbearing attitude. He became much friendlier. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Elder's orders, I dare not refuse." Aio was very satisfied with his attitude. As he walked forward with his hands behind his back, he said, "I want to know, how old are you this year?" "This? I'm not too sure either." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. Since leaving Tongxian realm and entering Star's territory, he had been wandering around aimlessly, so how could he have the time to calculate his own age? "About 50 to 60 years old." 50 to 60 years old? Aio's face changed slightly. "Are you sure you're only that old?" 50 to 60 years old. For a mortal, this was already the year when they were about to enter the age of obedience. However, for successful martial artists, 50 to 60 years was just the beginning of their cultivation. Today's Saint Grade Cultivator and Saint King Grade Cultivator were all at this age. Even some Transcendence and Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators with poor aptitude were much older. As for Yang Kai, he was a second-order origin king. In the entire Star's territory, which origin king was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Without the accumulation of time and the flowing time Great Emperor, it was impossible to break through to the origin king realm. Therefore, after learning that Yang Kai was only 50 or 60 years old, Aio was almost shocked to the core. "I checked your bone age. You don't mind, do you?" Aio looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Naturally, I don't mind." Yang Kai smiled slightly and took the initiative to extend his hand. Aio reached out and put his hand on Yang Kai's wrist, releasing his divine sense to investigate for a while before letting go in shock. Under his investigation, he found that Yang Kai was really only a few decades old and was not lying. After all, although the appearance of a cultivator would not change much due to the increase in strength, the bone age could reflect the age of a cultivator. How did he cultivate? Aio suddenly felt that he had lived for so many years in vain. What shocked him even more was that when he checked Yang Kai's bone age, he found that the vitality in Yang Kai's body was shockingly vigorous. He suddenly realized that this should be because Yang Kai had refined the immortal divine tree. President Aio thought that Yang Kai had really refined the immortal divine tree, which was why he could break through to the second-order origin king realm in such a short time. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, "With your talent, there is no woman in this star territory who is worthy of you. It is Xueyu's blessing that you have taken a fancy to her. This king can rest assured that she will follow you." He finally admitted the relationship between Yang Kai and Xueyu. After all, a character like Yang Kai was hard to come by and was more than enough to be worthy of Xueyu. "But there is one thing this king needs to remind you of." Aio suddenly remembered something and said. "Please speak, senior. Do you know about Xueyu's special constitution?" Aio asked. Dragon Marrow Phoenix Body. Yang Kai smiled slightly. If it weren't for this special constitution, Shuyu would not have been able to hide from the eyes of the entire star territory by pretending to be a man without being seen through. Yes. Since you know about the Dragon Marrow Phoenix Body, you must also know the greatest role of this constitution. Yang Kai nodded with a strange expression. Aio coughed lightly and said with some embarrassment, as an elder, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to say this, but I want to remind you that if it is for your own good and for Shuiyu's good, don't be too early. You understand. It won't be too late to wait until the day Shuiyu's martial Dao becomes successful. I believe with your temperament, you should have enough patience. I understand. Yang Kai couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. It was really embarrassing to talk about this topic with his future father-in-law. Haha, it's good that you understand. Aio patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately and said with a sigh, don't blame this king for being unreasonable. When the day comes when you are a father, you will understand why I did everything I did before. Yang Kai said seriously, Junior understands Senior's love for his daughter. Good. Aio nodded, I want to hire you as the foreign elder of my Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, do you agree? It doesn't matter. Senior just wants to borrow my false reputation. It doesn't matter. I knew you would understand. Moreover, a few days ago, you competed with Suode in alchemy and gained the upper hand. You even triggered the grand alchemic Dao tone. I have already sent people to spread the news. I believe that soon, your name will spread throughout Star Territory. With you as my Chamber of Commerce's foreign elder, wouldn't the alchemists in Star Territory roll over? Now, I will make them beg me to join the Chamber of Commerce. I won't have to look at their faces anymore. Ha ha ha. Aio laughed heartily, as if he had finally gotten his revenge. Yang Kai laughed dryly. He knew that Aio had suffered a lot from those eccentric alchemists. Also, what about your bet with Suode? What about the dozens of Origin King-grade spirit pills every year? Where do you live? Do you need this king to send them to you? Aio asked. No need. Just treat those things as Junior's betrothal gift, Yang Kai said with a smile. Aio narrowed his eyes, are you willing? Dozens of pills every year, hundreds of pills every 10 years, thousands of pills every 100 years. Those are Origin King-grade spirit pills, not ordinary pills. Senior, have you forgotten that I am also an alchemist? I can refine spirit pills by myself. Aio laughed involuntarily, so, this betrothal gift is not enough for you. Yang Kai grinned, plus the star refining art, plus my alchemy junior brothers. That's about right. Aio said happily. What if you add a dozen space arrays that cross stars? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Aio's expression turned serious as he whispered, I was just about to ask you about this. Can you really arrange that kind of space array that can directly teleport from one star to another stars? Since Senior knows about this, you should have learned it from Shin Tuesday. Didn't Shin Tu tell you that he had tested it himself? Shin Tu told me, but this king found it hard to believe. Aio's expression turned serious. Aio's face turned solemn. My Hangluo Chamber of Commerce controls a total of 18 cultivation stars, or stars, and medicine stars. Every year, the cost of traveling to and from these stars is astronomical. If you really have this kind of space array to connect them, then you will be the benefactor of my entire Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention marrying Shuiyu. If you want to marry this king's other daughters, you can also marry them. Senior must be joking. Shuiyu alone is enough. Moreover, it has nothing to do with this matter. Good, Shuiyu really didn't misjudge you. Her vision is indeed not bad, Aio said, then suddenly said, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed straight ahead. Yang Kai didn't know what he was going to do, but he didn't ask much and just followed closely behind. Not long after, the two arrived at a heavily guarded palace. In front of the palace, there was a cultivator in golden armor, and all of them were second-order origin returning realm masters. The palace was surrounded by dense barriers. It was obvious that this was an important place in Water Sky City. Greetings, President. Seeing Aio coming, many guards hurriedly saluted. Aio nodded slightly and led Yang Kai all the way inside. End of chapter 1919. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.